Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Konoha Collector, get the Whirlpool Sage Body at the beginning. Chapter 61. All in all, at this time, the spiritual power converted into Qianzan's own chakra will not increase the quality of this chakra or the power of ninjutsu. It will not cause the amount of chakra to decrease. Of course, Qianzan can also directly use spiritual power to perform ninjutsu. The power is naturally calculated based on the standard of spiritual power. The power will be greatly enhanced, and it may be much more powerful than the ninjutsu performed by the senjutsu chakra. However, the consumption will also be higher. When there is not much spiritual power and the target is not strong enough, there is no need to use spiritual power to perform ninjutsu. In addition, it is not suitable to expose spiritual power at this time. Even if you want to use spiritual power, you should use chakra as an excuse. Therefore, next we need to take time to go to Shigu Forest to complete the practice of Sage Mode. Next, Qianzan first practiced spiritual power for several hours, and he stopped only when he felt that his muscles and veins had almost reached the limit of their operation today. Then, enter the small world and start practicing Shingiquan. At the same time, several shadow clone were also separated to practice ninjutsu and study the method of practicing Shijutsu Immortal Technique. After several days of practice, his state of martial arts has reached the peak of dark strength, and he is not far away from breaking through to the realm of transformation. The main reason is that his foundation is strong enough, his aptitude and understanding are strong enough, and he has extremely high control over himself, so his cultivation speed is naturally fast. Once he uses up all the basic information accumulated in his body, his speed will slow down and he can only rely on pure aptitude and understanding to improve. Of course, with Qianzan's talent and understanding, it won't be too slow when the time comes. In a flash, the time came to the next morning. After Qianzan and Minato had breakfast, they went to the Senju tribe to pick up Kushina and rushed to the Hokage downstairs. At this time, Hata Tsukumo was already waiting here. Teacher, Qianzan and the other three hurriedly stepped forward to say hello. Well, here we go. Let's go. Follow me to pick up the mission. Tsukumo nodded with a smile, and immediately called the three of them to the mission hall on the second floor. Then, Yin Mao stepped forward to receive the task. Today, third generation is not here at this time, but the person who issued the task saw that Tsukumo was coming, and directly gave him a task list. Just these three. Shuamao quickly selected the mission, received it directly, got the mission scroll, then turned back to Qianzan and the others, handed the mission scroll to them and said, "Here, this is your mission today." The three people quickly took it and opened it to take a look. Is it just a D-level mission? Isn't this the lowest level mission? After reading it, Kushina looked up at Tsukumo with a look of astonishment and asked, "Teacher, did you take the wrong mission? With our strength, is it necessary to take such a low-level mission? Isn't this a waste of time?" She specifically asked Brother Nawaki to learn in advance what the different mission levels in Konoha would be. Minato listened, and although he said nothing, Tsukumo still saw some disappointment in his eyes, but he was not as resistant as Kushina. Qianzan is the calmest of the three. Seeing the reactions of his three students, Hitaki Tsukumo immediately said gently, "This is an order from Master Hokage, and it is also something that every newly graduated ninja must experience. Although you are very powerful, you are not an exception. This is rule. At the same time, this is actually a kind of experience and practice. There are many things and many tasks. Only by experiencing them can you truly understand the truth behind them. Besides, as a ninja, it is necessary to obey the orders of your superiors. Please remember this." Hearing this, Kushina's mouth was already so tight. Obviously he didn't listen to Tsukumo's words, let alone be convinced. Tsukumo looked at it and found it a bit funny, so he immediately added, "Of course, the teacher and Hokage-sama are not unkind people and do not know how to adapt. We have discussed it. As long as you complete all the tasks I assigned you within 1 week. After that, I will take you to take on C-level and above missions, how about that? Blind force is inappropriate and can easily backfire." Tsukumo chose motivational measures. Real. After hearing this, Kushina's eyes suddenly lit up and she asked. Because, according to Nawaki, he had been doing D-class missions for several months. Minato's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this. Obviously, he also hoped to do some more advanced tasks. In this way, both the battle gains and commissions will be more generous. Of course, Sakumao nodded affirmatively, then waved his hand and said, "Okay. Let's go to the first mission point first. I'm usually busy, so I will personally take you through the mission today. Starting tomorrow, you will need to come here to accept and submit the missions in the next week. Is there any problem?" At this time, Sakumao is already the minister of Anbu, with a high position and power, and there are many things to do every day. At the beginning, if it weren't for the request of the third generation, Sakumao would not have become the class teacher of Qianzan and others. Of course, since the graduation assessment yesterday, Sakumao has no regrets at all. On the contrary, he is very sober and honored to be the teacher of Qianzan and the other two. These three are very rare geniuses, especially Qianzan, who gave him a big surprise. Cultivating them will definitely become the pillars of Konoha. In the meantime, my mission is to teach them well and protect them. Try to prevent them from going astray or dying prematurely. Where the leaves of Konoha fly, the fire will also continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. I will burn myself to protect you young shoots until the day you grow into a new Konoha. Sakumo swore in his heart. This is his ninja way, and it is also his understanding of the will of fire. No problem. Qianzan and the other two stood up and responded immediately. Very good. Let's go. Immediately, Hitaki Sakumo took the three people out of the Hokage building and started the first ninja mission in Qianzan's life. Not long after, they came to a farmland in the south of the village. That's it. Let's start weeding, Sakumo said to the three people immediately. Got it. Qianzan immediately took the lead and flashed to the edge of the field, stomping his left foot slightly on the ground. Earth-style turning technique. Wa-la-la. The next moment, the soil in the middle of the acre of land rolled rapidly. In just a few breaths, all the grass in the field had disappeared, even the north was turned over. Done. After doing this, Qianzan flashed back to the shore, glanced at the center of the village as if he had sensed something, and then immediately retracted his gaze. He just felt a sense of being watched. This feeling seems to be the third generation. Qianzan thought to himself. Qianzan's operation made Hitaki Sakumo's eyes twitch, and he praised reluctantly, "Ahaha. Qianzan, you are very good. This level of earth style and chakra control. Ordinary Jonin may not be able to do it. Is it too much to use such ninjutsu to weed and turn the soil? How did he weed when he just became a ninja and did this task? Oh, use your feet to control chakra and pull weeds step by step. By the way, you can also exercise your chakra control. But looking at Qianzan's situation, it is obvious that this kind of exercise is not needed. At this age, this amount of chakra and chakra control, it is enviable." Sakumo thought in his heart. His Hitaki clan has always been short of blue, and they envy Qianzan, a chakra dog owner, the most. Thinking of this, he suddenly glanced at Kushina next to him and thought, "Oh. There is another chakra dog owner like this here, I envy it." At the same time, in the Hokage office, third generation also used a telescope technique to see Qianzan's weeding process, and Qianzan's glance back through the crystal ball on the table. Third generation's eyes narrowed slightly. Such strong chakra control, and a very deep understanding of earth style, can it be easily transformed to this extent? Also, did the child seem to notice my peeping? It seems that the perception ability is also very strong. It's true, there are almost no shortcomings. I hope Sakumo can teach you well. Thinking this, third generation saw Minato and Kushina taking action again on the screen. Picture Qianzan and their side. Facing Shuimao's question, Qianzan shrugged and said, "It's okay. It's just a simple and flexible use of the earth flow wall, and it didn't cost many carats. Besides, as long as the task can be completed, it's fine, isn't it? If he completes today's 3 tasks early, he can go back to practice. Don't waste too much time on this kind of task. The war is coming, and striving to become stronger is what we need to do now." That's true. Sakumo said he had nothing to say, and then looked at Minato and Kushina and said, "Okay. It's time for you to start taking action." "Okay, leave it to us." Minato and Kushina understood immediately and ducked into the field. Wind style great breakthrough. Fire style Haoyangwo technique. I saw that Minato directly separated a shadow clone, then one cast wind style, the other cast fire style, and then the two ninjutsu came together midway to create a chemical reaction. Combined ninjutsu wind and fire. The next moment, a firestorm swept through, and the acre of land that belonged to him was directly covered by the sea of fire. In an instant, all the weeds inside were burned. Hitaki Tsukumo. Eft. Sealing technique adamantine sealing chains. Strangle me. Immediately afterwards, Kushina also directly cast adamantine sealing chains. Dozens of golden chains sprang out from her body, and then, these chains penetrated directly into the field in front of her, extending and stirring rapidly. After a while, the soil in this acre of field was kicked up all over. The weeds were either crushed up or buried directly in the soil, and the fields became cleaner. Hitaki Tsukumo. Third generation. It's just a matter of weeding, there's really no need for such a big battle. The three of them complained in their hearts. This is probably the most extravagant way of weeding in the ninja world. Done, teacher. Let's move on to the next task. Kushina ducked back to the shore, clapped her hands, put her hands on her hips, and casually said to Hadao Tsukumo. The expression seemed to say, "How is it? Teacher, is my masterpiece good?" Minato also looked at Hitaki Tsukumo expectantly. Okay, let's go. The next moment, the river cleaning task. Water style technique. Hitaki Tsukumo. Don't think I can't see it. This is a variation of the water style Grand Falls technique. Single quote. Fire style garbage incineration technique. Hitaki Tsukumo. Minato, don't give the great fireball technique weird names. Uchiha will cause trouble for you if he finds out. Also, Kushina, can adamantine sealing chains still be used to pick up trash? Do you hear this technique crying? Look at my adamantine sealing chains. Yeah, it's running away. This cat is so flexible and cunning. Minato, the target is running towards you. Copy it. Look at me, Qian-zan. The target is 72 meters away, 15 degrees to your right, and is fleeing to the southeast. Received. Flying Thunder God technique. Meow. Fat cat, I've caught you. Hitaki Tsukumo. It's just catching a cat, Qian-zan, it's really not like using the Flying Thunder God technique, second Hokage will make you cry. Done, teacher, we can go and hand in the task. Qian-zan carried the fat cat, Kushina and Minato to Hitaki Tsukumo and said with a smile. Ah, okay, let's go. Hitaki Tsukumo nodded with a numb look on his face, then left and rushed towards the Hokage building. He said he was really tired today and wanted to destroy it. Qian-zan and the others quickly used the body flicker technique to keep up. After a while, the four of them returned to the Hokage building mission and handed over the mission. After receiving a small amount of commission, Hadamizu Tsukumo said to the owner, "Okay, you are familiar with the process of getting married. That's it for today. You just come here to pick up the mission tomorrow morning. Mr. Hokage and I have already arranged it, so you don't have to choose the mission. However, starting from tomorrow, you will have to complete 10 tasks every day. I hope you can still complete it with quality and quantity. That's it. Disband." After saying that, Hagiju Tsukumo walked away directly. Qian-zan was left alone and the three of them looked at each other, and then they all smiled. Qian-zan immediately greeted the two of them to leave the Hokage building. "Let's go. Let's go have lunch first." Good. Minato followed quickly. Kushina even hugged Qian-zan by the arm and said coquettishly while walking, "Qian-zan, I want to eat ramen. There is a new Ichiraku ramen in the village. It tastes very good. Let's go there." Oh, Ichiraku ramen. Sure. When Qian-zan heard the name, he raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately agreed. At the same time, I thought to myself, I didn't expect that Ichiraku ramen would already be open at 3:02 o'clock. However, Otsutsuki Ichiraku should still be very young at this time, right? Also, has his daughter Calamus been born? With this idea in mind, the three of them came to the Ichiraku ramen shop. At this time, the owner of the store is indeed Ichiraku, and he also has a young and beautiful wife. "Boss, here are 10 bowls of barbecued pork ramen." As soon as he came in, Kushina waved his hand. "Okay, but, guests, can you finish your meal?" After hearing this, Ichiraku burst into laughter, but when he saw that there were only 3 boys and girls, he suddenly asked worriedly. Don't worry, I can destroy these alone. There are other points. Kushina waved her hands proudly. As an Uzumaki, who doesn't have a big appetite? Chianzan and Minato on the side looked calm. Apparently he already had a clear understanding of Kushina's appetite. Ichiraku was stunned when he heard this, but seeing Kushina's confident look, he couldn't say anything more and just responded, okay. I'll prepare it for you. Then, he looked at Chianzan and Minato and asked, so, where are you 2 guests? Chianzan, bring me 10 bowls of ramen too. I want tonkatsu. Ichiraku's eyes twitched slightly. Okay. What's going on today? All the kids here are big eaters. Then, he looked at Minato. Minato showed a gentle smile and said, I just want 5 bowls of beef ramen. No problem. Ichiraku agreed with a smile, and at the same time thought to himself, finally, there is a normal one. 5 bowls is a lot for a boy who looks like 10 years old, okay. Good. However, the idiot doesn't want to make money if he has money. Since the customer wants it, he will do it. At this time, in Hokage's office, Hitaki Tsukumo knocked on the door and walked in. Hokage-sama. Third generation raised its head and nodded. I have seen everything. I can only say that it is impressive. After Hitaki Tsukumo heard this, his eyes twitched slightly, and he was a little confused and said, Mr. Hokage, I made you laugh. The way these 3 little guys handle the task is indeed a bit unexpected. Fortunately, the tasks were completed well. Third generation nodded affirmatively and said, that's enough. As for the method, it's not very important. The 3 of them are all geniuses among geniuses. I leave them all to you, Tsukumo. I hope you can teach them well. The most important thing is to deepen their identification with the village and the will of fire, do you understand? Otherwise, such a genius would not be a blessing to the village, but a disaster. Yes, Hitaki Tsukumo heard this and immediately accepted the order respectfully. That's what he thinks. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the 3rd generation's so-called identification with the village and the will of fire were completely different from what Tsukumo understood in his heart. But the 2 of them completed the conversation like a chicken and a duck, and they became unanimous. Chianzan and the other 3, with Ichiraku's stunned expression, finished all the ramen they ordered, paid the bill, and then left the ramen shop with satisfaction. On the way, Kushina touched her slightly bulging belly with a happy face and said, so satisfied. How is it? How is it? Chianzan, Minato. The ramen here is pretty good, isn't it? Chianzan and Minato nodded together. It's indeed delicious. You can come here more often in the future. Talk. At this time, Minato couldn't help but said, Chianzan. Kushina, do you think tomorrow's mission will still be as difficult as today? If so, how about we use Shadow Clone to complete these tasks? Even, for the sake of efficiency, we can allocate a few more Shadow Clones each to complete different tasks. What do you think? He didn't want to waste too much time on such a meaningless task. The war is coming, and then you have to leave the village to perform high-level tasks. The most important thing is to seize every 18 seconds to improve your strength as much as possible. I can't hold back Chianzan and Kushina. Good idea. After hearing this, Kushina's eyes suddenly lit up. She clapped her hands and said, that's it. Chianzan, what do you think? As she said that, both she and Minato looked at Chianzan. I have no opinion. Chianzan spread his hands indifferently. It's not an important mission anyway, Shadow Clone is enough. Okay, it's settled then. Kushina and Minato made the decision immediately, and the 3 of them happily decided how to carry out the mission for the next week. The next morning, he was still a little worried. Hitaki Tsukumo, who was secretly watching Chianzan and the others to take over the mission, easily recognized the 3 Chianzan who came to the Hokage building to take over the mission. These 3 people are not the original body. Chianzan's Shadow Clone is okay, and Hitaki Tsukumo has basically no flaws. But Kushina and Minato's attainments in Shadow Clone are obviously not enough to fool senior Cage level players like Hitaki Tsukumo. Did these 3 guys actually choose to use Shadow Clone to take over the mission? This is really... Hitaki Tsukumo smiled bitterly and shook his head, not knowing what to say for a moment. Block. Seems unnecessary. If it were just a D-level mission, with the strength of 3 people, even Shadow Clone would be more than enough. Forget it. That's it. As long as they can complete the task honestly. Tsukumo shook his head. If they can't meet the standards, just teach them a lesson. With this in mind, Tsukumo simply stopped paying attention to them and left directly. As for Qianzan and his Shadow Clone, after receiving the mission and leaving the Hokage building, they did not directly perform the mission. Instead, let Minato's Shadow Clone release itself and send the message to their main body. Soon, Minato, who received the message from Shadow Clone, said to Kushina and Qianzan who were practicing on the side, "The tasks are all confirmed. Similar to yesterday, it's either farm work, cleaning up garbage, hot spring pools, public toilets, or catching cats and dogs." Shadow Clone is enough. Understood. Qianzan nodded and said, "Then let's each send out 2 Shadow Clone to complete the task. This will be faster, how about it?" "No problem. More is fine." Kushina smiled Kaido. As a chakra dog owner, the thing she lacks the least is chakra. Minato, on the other hand, twitched his eyes slightly, and nodded helplessly, 2 is 2. This is almost my limit. Otherwise, it will affect the combat power and duration of Shadow Clone, as well as my daily practice. Immediately, the 3 of them formed seals one after another. Qianzan and Kushina sent out another Shadow Clone, and Minato sent out 2. Then, send them to join the previous Shadow Clone to perform the task, and leave it alone. In a flash, a week passed quickly. Relying on Shadow Clone, Qianzan and his team completed their tasks very easily this week, freeing up a lot of time for training. Kushina and Minato aside, Qianzan himself has made a significant improvement. His Qi training has broken through again, reaching the 6th level of Qi training. Guoshu has also made another breakthrough, successfully entering the realm of perfection. His Qi and blood have increased greatly, and his strength, agility, physical strength and 5 senses have also increased greatly. At the same time, his control of strength and the subtle details of his body have also reached a new peak. He has achieved that not a feather can be added, and not a fly can fall. Well, next, I can find some free time to teach Shingiquan to Sister Tsunade, Kushina and others. Qianzan thought so. The next morning, after breakfast and meeting up with Kushina, the 3 of them walked towards the Hokage building again. This time they used the original body. "What do you think the teacher will give us today? What kind of task will we accept?" On the way, Kushina couldn't help but ask curiously. "I don't know." Qianzan shook his head. "But, it should be a crusade mission. The war is about to begin, we need to see blood, so that when we go to the battlefield and face the killing, we won't lose our lives due to panic and discomfort." Of course, Qianzan himself has seen blood. It was the destruction of the Whirlpool country this time, when he went out with Shadow Clone. Number 1 killed a lot of people. There were blind bandits who blocked the road, and there were also spies from Sanin village at that time. With the memory experience passed back by Number 1, he actually didn't need this kind of mission to adapt. Is that so? Kushina listened and immediately remembered the destruction of the Whirlpool country, and suddenly became a little depressed. Qianzan noticed her mood change, tightened his grip on her hand, and looked into Kushina's eyes. Qianzan comforted her softly, "Don't think too much. It's all over. I'll help you get revenge when I have a chance in the future." Kushina felt warm in her heart, nodded, and smiled again. How could she not love Qianzan like this? Minato, who was standing by, smelled the strong sour smell of love, but rarely commented on it. Instead, he nodded and changed the subject, bleeding. "As a ninja. This is inevitable, we just need to be ourselves." According to his personality, he actually doesn't like killing. But this is not his choice. However, if possible, he will try to avoid meaningless killing. Try his best not to kill innocent people. That's right. Qianzan will also smile. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the Hokage building and met Hitaki Tsukumo. "Let's go. Today's mission has to be picked up at the Hokage office." Seeing the 3 people coming, Hitaki Tsukumo immediately greeted the 3 people, went to see the 3rd generation first, and took over the task from him before leaving the Hokage building. Not surprisingly, the mission is to defeat bandits. But not 1 but 5 in a row. Obviously, as the war approached, Konoha began to clear out the bandit forces in the Land of Fire on a large scale. because there are many spies from major ninja villages among them. Only by eliminating these unstable factors in advance can the tentacles of the major ninja villages in the Land of Fire be cut off to a certain extent. In the process of accepting the mission, Qianzan and the others were inevitably dragged into a lecture and brainwashing session by third generation. Unfortunately, the three of them have long been immune to this. But he still pretended to listen with an open mind and seemed to agree with it. Okay, I'll give you half an hour to prepare ninja tools, military food pills, clothing, and other supplies for going out. In half an hour, we will gather at the gate of Konoha. Is there any problem? As soon as they came out of the Hokage building, Tsukumo Sake gave instructions to the three of them with a serious face. No problem. Qianzan and the other three shook their heads in unison, and the next moment, they set off and quickly disappeared from Hatake Tsukumo's sight. In less than half an hour, but in just over 10 minutes, Qianzan and the other three arrived at the gate of Konoha. Check again to make sure nothing is missing, and then we'll set off. Hatake Tsukumo emphasized again patiently. Qianzan and the others were not ignorant, and they all felt warm in their hearts. They checked again and made sure that there was no problem. Then let's go. Follow us. Hatake Tsukumo waved his hand, registered the three of them, and rushed out of the village. Use body flicker technique along the way. Moreover, during this process, Hatake Tsukumo controlled the speed to find out the best speed of the three, and then maintained it all the way. More than a day later, in a cottage somewhere in the northwest of the Kingdom of Fire. Kill. I saw Qianzan and three people suddenly and quickly rushing into the village from three directions. The three of them rushed in at extremely fast speeds, without even using ninjutsu, and directly used short sword to harvest the bandits on duty. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. By the time the enemy discovered them, they had already cleared away the bandits on the periphery and entered the core area. Be careful, there is one elite Chunin and two elite Genin level chakra reactions inside. This copycat is not simple. I'm afraid it might be a spy from another village. Don't be careless. Qianzan Kagura's eyes opened and everything became clear in an instant. He directly used the chakra sound transmission technique to remind Kushina and Minato who were coming from the other two directions. Good. Minato and Kushina suddenly looked slightly stern, and immediately restrained the frivolity that had just appeared, and continued to advance cautiously and vigilantly. This is a ninja from Konoha. Have we been exposed? At this time, three ninjas rushed out from the center of the mountain village. They jumped on the roof and cursed secretly as they looked at Qianzan and the others, their faces looking very ugly. Not necessarily. One of them saw that Qianzan and the others were just three young children, and his nervous heart suddenly relaxed. He relaxed a lot and said with a trace of disdain, "Boss, do you think these three brats are not even 10 years old? At first glance, he looks like a kid who just came out of the ninja school. There doesn't seem to be any Konoha Anbu nearby. We probably just happened to encounter a subjugation mission. Just kill them quickly and get out of here." Madness. After hearing this, the boss's face suddenly darkened, and he angrily said, "Since you know that these three brats have just graduated and come out to practice, you should know that there must be a teacher behind them. These three people are Konoha's geniuses at first glance, and their teacher is at least an elite Chunin. It's more likely Jonin. So, don't be careless. We take action immediately. Kill these three brats before their teacher arrives, and then retreat. I believe that with the heads of these three brats, we should be able to get a lot of credit, and we will not be punished by the village. Maybe it can even make Konoha sad. Kill." Immediately, the three of them killed Qianzan and the other three. However, what they don't know is that their every move and even every word they say is being monitored by Qianzan and Hatake Tsukumo. Tisk. It's a good idea. It's a pity that we met. Qianzan curled his lips disdainfully. If Genin can't deal with the three of them, they can just kill them by themselves. As for Tsukumo, he hid somewhere in the village and did not take any action. Haha, you kid, go to hell. Soon, a Genin rushed towards Qianzan with a ferocious smile and began to form seals. Earth-style tool and gun. Too slow. Before he could complete the seal, Qianzan turned into an afterimage and appeared next to him. He lightly slashed his neck with a sword, and then used the body flicker technique to Kushina without looking back. Rush over. Because that elite Chunin went to Kushina's side. Within a few seconds, Qianzan arrived at Kushina's side. Sealing technique, adamantine sealing chains. Click. However, he saw from a distance that the so-called elite Chunin had been tied up by Kushina with more than 10 golden chains, his neck was strangled, and he was hung directly. Before he died, this elite Chunin was still full of disbelief. Ah, this. Qianzan immediately opened his mouth, stood not far from Kushina, and gave her a thumbs up. Qian is beautiful. It seems that my worries are unnecessary. Although it was only the first time for Kushina to see blood, she did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he showed a decisive side of killing. The combat effectiveness was not affected at all. Really, I think I performed pretty well too. When Kushina heard Qianzan's praise, she felt a little uncomfortable because it was her first time to kill someone. At this moment, all discomforts were swept away. He smiled, immediately put away the chakra chain, and came to Qianzan with cheerful steps. Don't be careless. The battle is not over yet. Let's clear out the remaining enemies first. Qianzan touched her head funny ly and reminded her. Quote exclamation mark quote. Immediately, the two set off again and quickly went to other places. A few minutes later, Qianzan and the other three successfully met in the center of the village. The other genin was easily dispatched by Minato, not surprisingly. Done. Start cleaning the battlefield. Collect supplies and clean up the corpses while collecting to see if there is any useful intelligence information. 3 ninjas appeared in a small cottage, and one of them was an elite Chunin. This is obviously abnormal. I suspect they are really spies from a certain ninja village. Qianzan waved his hand and said to Minato and Kushina. Good, no problem. Naturally, the two of them had no objections and immediately started taking action again. Qianzan and Minato went to collect the corpses, while Kushina went to search various houses. After 1 hour, more than 100 corpses were all piled up in an open space in the center of the village. Qianzan and Minato had also searched the body during the moving process. Among them, 2 Earth-style ninjutsu scrolls were found on the elite Chunin, namely, Earth-style Tulong Spear, Earth-style Seismic Core. What have you gained? I collected these 2 ninjutsu from that elite Chunin. Among them, Earth-style Earthquake Core is one of Rock Shinobi's signature ninjutsu. I have reason to suspect that these 3 ninjas are all spies of Rock Shinobi. What do you think? When the 3 of them met again, Qianzan spoke first. Your speculation is very reasonable, so should we keep the bodies of these 3 people and take them back to the village? In addition, I don't have any valuable gains here, only a few ninja tools and a few detonating charms. Minato nodded and asked. Kushina then said, I found a lot of food supplies here, and they are all piled up over there. With that said, Kushina pointed to the pile of supplies piled high on the side, and then continued, as for more gains, there will be no more. In addition, sealing the corpse requires a space sealing scroll, which is very expensive. Although we and Qianzan can already make it, we don't want to waste it, so let's just ask the teacher directly. Saying that, Nai looked towards the house. Before she could shout, Hitaki Tsukumo walked out with a smile. Haha. Sure enough, I was discovered by you. Well done. As for Qianzan's inference, I quite agree with it. In addition, I have brought the space seal scrolls for the bodies of the 3 ninjas and the supplies here. You can take them back, but you don't have to spend any money. In fact, for this kind of crusade mission, the village will provide space seal scrolls in case of emergencies. With that said, Hitaki Shuamao took out 2 low-level space seal scrolls from his arms and handed them to Qianzan and the others. I see. Qianzan took the seal scroll clearly. Then, the 3 of them sealed the high-value materials and the corpses of the 3 ninjas into the space seal scroll, put them away, and handed them to Hitaki Tsukumo. As for the 2 captured ninjutsu, of course it's impossible to hand it in. There is no shortage of these 2 ninjutsus in the village. Therefore, it belongs to Zan and the others. Isn't the collection still not triggered? It seems that I need to make a copy for Kushina and Minato to completely confirm the ownership rights. Or just give Minato one. After all, Kushina belongs to Qianzan. Qianzan thought so after getting 2 ninjutsu scrolls but not hearing the system prompt for a long time. Minato, dispose of the body. Make sure nothing else is missing, Qianzan said to Minato. All right. After hearing this, Minato could only form the seal helplessly. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. The next moment, a super great fireball with a diameter of more than 5 meters was sprayed out by him, directly covering the pile of corpses. After a while, the bodies were piled and burned to ashes. Okay, let's rest here for one night, and then continue to set off to start the next crusade mission. Hitaki Tsukumo saw this and spoke. Okay, let me go hunt some prey. Qianzan nodded, said hello to several people, and disappeared into the night sky without waiting for Shuimao's consent. In fact, he has stored a large amount of materials in the space ring in the small world. Whether it is a space ring or a small world, the materials can be kept fresh for a long time. Time is almost stationary inside the space ring. In the small world, Qianzan can be automatically controlled. An area has long been set aside, where time has been frozen, and used to store supplies. Of course, you can only ban time and divide space at will. It is impossible to speed up or slow down time. At least, not the current Qianzan, the current small world. This kid. Hitaki Shuimao looked at Qianzan's disappearing figure and shook his head speechlessly. There are actually some supplies left here that have not been sealed. What does it matter? Kushina chuckled nonchalantly and said, since time is not so tight anyway, it would be good to get some fresh game. Just eating these is not enough. They all have big appetites and are holding it in their mouths. Okay, forget it this time. You still have to be more careful when going on missions in the future, otherwise, one mistake or omission can easily cause casualties. At the end of the sentence, Tsukumo's expression became serious. Yes, when Kushina and Minato saw this, they also put away their casual thoughts and nodded. In a blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. Konoha Gate. I'm finally back. I'm really tired this time. I'll have a good rest for a few days. What do you think, teacher? Kushina looked at the familiar gate of Konoha in front of her, took a long breath, turned her head, looked at Hatada Yinshij eagerly and asked. On this trip, they completed 5 bandit subjugation missions in a row and ran hundreds of kilometers without any proper repairs. It would be strange if they were not tired. Qianzan and Minato also looked at Hitaki Tsukumo with the same eyes. Although they are boys, they are also tired. Ha ha. When Hitaki Tsukumo saw it, he laughed loudly and nodded in agreement. Okay. I will tell Master Hokage that you will be repairing it in the village for 10 weeks. Yeah, after hearing this, Kushina jumped up happily. Qianzan and Minato also smiled. But, however, before they could continue to be happy, Hitaki Tsukumo turned around and said, I don't really let you rest completely these days. After getting to know you these days, I already have a rough idea in my mind about how to teach you. So, come to my house tomorrow. At that time, I will arrange a training plan suitable for you based on your situation and give you special training. Do you have any questions? As a teacher, it is what a qualified teacher should do to check and fill in the gaps for students, improve the students' combat system, and improve their survival rate in missions and even battlefields. As for letting them play after death, it depends on the time. But in order for them to die later, Tsukumo felt that he had an obligation to help them become stronger. Kushina's smile suddenly stopped after hearing this. She thought she could really have a good rest for a few days. As a result, Bai was happy. She immediately puffed up her pretty face and looked at Hitaki Tsukumo angrily, expressing that she was very unhappy. Sure enough, her awareness of becoming stronger was not high enough. But he didn't say anything, let alone mess around. However, Qianzan and Minato's eyes lit up slightly after hearing this. That's not bad. Then we look forward to your guidance tomorrow, teacher. It would be great to have Hitaki Tsukumo's personal guidance. Qianzan even wanted to learn his sword skills from Hitaki Tsukumo. Think about it, if you collect Hitaki Tsukumo's sword skills, you should be able to get good rewards, right? Qianzan thought to himself. Haha, trust me, I won't let you down. Seeing Qianzan and Minato looking forward to it, Hitaki Tsukumo laughed loudly, feeling very pleased and said, I'm sure. Okay, it's time for us to return to the village and hand in the mission. With that said, the 3 of them came to the registration office at the gate and registered before entering the village. We went all the way to the Hokage building, entered the Hokage office and met the 3rd generation. Hokage-sama, let's deliver the mission. As soon as Tsukumo came in, he handed over the task circle. As for supplies, after completing each task, he contacted the village through Ninja. Then, the village contacted Qianzan and his nearby Anbu team for handover and brought him back to the village in advance. Also, if they really wait until they have completed all the tasks before bringing them back, then some important information will be completely lagging behind. For example, in the first mission, the corpse of suspected rock shinobi is like this. Haha, good job. Third generation smiled and nodded, took the mission scroll, and checked it quickly. Then, he took Qianzan and the others to chat with him and asked about the process and feelings of this mission. Although Qianzan and the others found it very annoying, especially since Qianzan has telepathy and Kagura's mind, and can feel the malice emanating from the third generation at any time and the bad thoughts in some hearts. But there was no way, now was not the time to fall out with third generation, so he could only endure it for now. You're a bad old man. You're so mean. On the surface, you're greeting us, but in your heart, you're thinking about how to brainwash us and make us your tools. At the same time, I am worried that we may threaten you if we grow too fast, so we actually start thinking about how to restrict us. You really belong to us. After Qianzan gained insight into some of third generation's thoughts, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Fortunately, the war was approaching recently, and third generation was also very busy, so this time he only took Qianzan and the others to brainwash them for half an hour without waiting to stop. Okay, I see you are tired too. I still have things to do here, so I won't keep you here. Go back and rest quickly. Third generation said with a smile. Okay, Lord Hokage. Qianzan and the others were happy on the surface, but felt relieved and stood up to say goodbye. At this time, Hitaki Tsukumo spoke to third generation, Hokage-sama. I plan to spend the next week helping them sort out the harvest of the past half-month. By the way, teach them something, I hope you can satisfy me. Is that so? After hearing this, third generation paused and nodded. Okay. I won't assign tasks to them this week. However, Anbu has been very busy recently, so Tsukumo, I'm afraid you won't be able to be completely free. How about I give you 1 day at most? Recently, on the border, the friction and conflict between Yi, Sand Ninja and Rock Shinobi have been intensifying. But this is not the key. The Kingdom of Rain has recently started to provoke Konoha and has a tendency to invade the Kingdom of Fire. This is something that Konoha and the Fire Nation cannot tolerate. Several high-level meetings have been held recently, and preparations are being made to send troops to the Land of Rain. Even the third generation, which has always pursued peace, rarely became angry when faced with the provocation from the Land of Rain. The Rain country is just a small country. Hanzo of the Salamander may be powerful, but if Konoha can't even care about the provocation of a small country and can't deal with it, won't it mean that it will be looked down upon by the other 4 major countries? Do you even think that Konoha is too cowardly and only has this strength? By then, what Konoha will probably have to face is the full siege from the Kingdom of Rain plus the other 4 major ninja villages. This is not what third generation want to see. Therefore, in the face of the provocation from the Kingdom of Rain, Konoha must take the initiative this time. Only by beating the country of Rain painfully and crippled in a battle can we suppress the small thoughts of the country of Rain and intimidate the other 4 great ninja villages. 1 day, that's enough. I can keep a shadow clone to teach them later. Hitaki Tsukumo nodded clearly and agreed. Now, it is indeed a critical moment for the village. Then we quit. With that said, Hitaki Tsukumo took Qianzan and the others out of the Hokage office and went to the second. The building mission office received the commission before Hokage building. I won't treat you to dinner today. You should go back and rest early. Come to my house early tomorrow. Then, I will ask my wife to cook and treat you to dinner. My home is at No XX Street, South District of the village. In addition to the Hokage building, Hitaki Tsukumo turned to Qianzan and the other 3. Well, then teacher, see you tomorrow. Qianzan and the others nodded, waved goodbye to Shuamao, and left together. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ordinary collectible, Earth-style Tulong gun, reward, physical fitness +5, and money of 100,000 taels. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ordinary collectible, Earth-style Earthquake core. Reward, physique +5 and 100,000 taels of money. In this mission to defeat bandits, apart from obtaining 2 useful ninjutsu on the first day, I was not so lucky later on. It's not like he didn't acquire ninjutsu. I still got a few, but they were only the most basic ninjutsu, and they were all used by Qianzan and others. Then it's useless. Because I switched to yin-yang qi training, has the reward method changed again? In addition, this physique is actually just a pure physical potential, and it is more inclined to count vitality and recovery power, which are completely different concepts from physical health. After returning home and copying a copy of the ninjutsu scroll for Minato, the system gave a reward as expected. Qianzan looked at the reward and judged. That's right. Since I can rest in the next few days, I can take some time to teach Xingyiquan to Sister Tsunade and the others. Especially Tsunade-san. Once the war starts, I'm afraid she will go to the front line. We need to provide her with extra protection. Qianzan thought again. Tsunade taught her all her ninjutsu, as well as her medical skills, and he had to repay her no matter what. You cannot be a person without conscience. The night passed quickly. Early in the morning, after Qianzan had breakfast with Kushina and Minato who came early, he found Sakumo's house according to the address given by Hitaki Sakumo. Of course, on the way, the 3 of them did not forget to buy some souvenirs as gifts for their first visit. Teacher, we are here. Arriving at the door of Shuamao's house, the 3 of them knocked on the courtyard door and shouted loudly. Soon, Sakumo opened the courtyard door with a young and beautiful woman. Haha, welcome, welcome. Please come in. He enthusiastically accepted the gifts handed over by the 3 people, greeted a few people into the room, and introduced. By the way, this is my wife Hanako. You can call me aunt or mistress if you are too rich. With that, he introduced to his wife, Hanako. This is Qianzan, who is also a disciple of Tsunade. This is Namikaze Minato, who is also a disciple of Jiraiya, and this is. It's Uzumaki Kushina, Tsunade's sister and a member of Mito-sama's tribe. Quote. Master's wife. Qianzan and the others waited for Shuamao to finish the introduction before they all bowed to Hanako and said hello. You guys. Welcome to our home. Hanako responded with a smile, then invited Qian and the others to sit down in the living room, and served them tea and snacks. Then, a few people chatted for a while and became familiar with each other. I'm going to buy groceries first. You can do whatever you want. Hanako stood up, said something, and then went out. Shuamao then got up and walked into the back room, took 3 scrolls and handed them to Qianzan and the others respectively. He opened his mouth and said, This is the training plan I have formulated for you based on your situation, as well as some swordsmanship knowledge and a copy of lightning-style cell activation guide. Among them, the swordsmanship knowledge given to Minato and Kushina is almost the same, relatively basic. Because you don't have any foundation in this area, and I'm not sure about your talent in swordsmanship yet, so let's learn the basics first. After that, if you show good enough talent in swordsmanship and have enough interest, I will teach you more advanced swordsmanship. As for the lightning-style cell activation technique, it is one of my signature secret techniques, and it is also one of the reasons why I am so fast. Speaking of this, he first looked at Kushina and said, Kushina, I know that you are currently majoring in sealing and Tsunade's strange power. Swordsmanship may not be completely suitable for you. You should try oral contact first. Preliminary learning, striving. For now, still use strange power and sealing techniques to build your combat system. And this lightning-style cell activation technique is very suitable for you. It can greatly increase your speed and reaction power during the battle. It is perfect when paired with the Wei Li Fist. By the way, I forgot to ask, do you have thunder attributes? Sakumo suddenly remembered this question and couldn't help but ask. After hearing this, Kushina smiled awkwardly and said, It seems that there really isn't one. I only have 2 attributes, feng shui. But it doesn't matter, teacher. I heard Qianzan say that even if there are no corresponding attributes, you can actually practice ninjutsu with corresponding attributes. It's just that it will be more difficult and the corresponding ninjutsu will be less effective, but the impact will not be big. Mainly, as Sakumo said, this lightning-style cell activation secret technique is really suitable for her. She felt that she was very strong because of her magical powers, but she was not fast enough. Facing speed-type ninjas, she could easily miss her target. I encountered this situation during this mission. She was quite troubled before, but now with this secret technique, wouldn't the problem be solved? She guessed that the teacher gave her this secret technique for this reason, right? Ahem. Okay. Tsukumo cleared his throat awkwardly and nodded. Okay. It was my mistake this time. You can learn, but don't force it. Although what Qian-zan said is right, cultivating attributes that you don't have is basically something Jonin will do if he wants to seek further breakthroughs. It's not easy. Fortunately, your understanding and learning ability are both good. You should be able to master it if you spend more time. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me, or you can also ask Qian-zan. As he said that, he glanced at Qian-zan and said, I remember that you used lightning style very well, right? During the assessment, the one who was transformed by Lei Shou was very good. Qian-zan smiled and nodded. It's okay. I will help Kushina. I took note of it too. Kushina responded with a smile. Very good. Hitaki Tsukumo nodded with satisfaction, looked at Minato and said, Minato, you must have thunder attributes, right? Yes, teacher. Minato gave a positive reply. Did you forget? I used it during this mission. It really is. Tsukumo raised his head for a moment and thought of it. He immediately said, it's great if you have it. I remember that your body flicker technique is very fast and your nerve response speed is super strong. I believe this lightning style cell activation secret technique can help you further enhance your speed and reaction power, and strengthen your combat power. As for swordsmanship, you should minor in it first. Let's see how talented you are in swordsmanship in the future. Okay. Minato naturally has no objection. It is indeed necessary to master some weapon skills, but if you don't want to study in depth, let's wait. Currently, he doesn't have that much time and energy to distract himself from studying kendo in depth. In the end, it's you Qian-zan. With that said, Hitaki Tsukumo looked at Qian-zan and said, what I give you is the lightning style cell activation secret technique and the elementary and intermediate kendo inheritance of my Hitaki clan. I won't go into detail about lightning style cell activation technique. You have lightning attributes, and you can play lightning style well. The key point is that you seem to have learned a superb medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. You must have done some research on cell activation, right? This in itself is a subject that senior medical ninjas must study. Yes, Qian-zan smiled and nodded. Cell activation technique is used in the treatment of many patients. However, it's basically just local cell activation. Teacher, your secret technique should include the activation of local cells and the activation of most cells throughout the body, right? Good. Hitaki Tsukumo nodded affirmatively. To simply accelerate, you only need to activate the cells in your legs. But to increase reaction speed and shooting speed, it is necessary to activate the muscles of the whole body and even some nerve cells. This step is very dangerous, especially when performed with the thunder attribute chakra. So, you must be careful when practicing. In the early stage, either practice under my guidance and supervision, or practice under your supervision, Qian-zan. This secret technique is not good, but it will cause permanent damage to the body and nerves. Qian-zan and the other three nodded in agreement. Shuamao felt relieved after seeing this, and then said to Qian-zan, as for the swordsmanship, I will personally teach you the swordsmanship I gave you later. When you have completely mastered these swordsmanship, come to me again and I will teach you more profound swordsmanship depending on the situation. If your performance satisfies me, it is not impossible for you to become my inheritor of kendo and teach you all the kendo that I have learned. For now, he is very satisfied with Qian-zan. But after all, the contact time was not long enough, and he was not sure whether the Qian-zan he saw was all Qian-zan's appearance. Therefore, you should still be cautious. After all, this involves the inheritance of his Hitaki clan, and there is no room for sloppiness. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely perform well. Qian-zan immediately thanked him happily. At this time, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to host for obtaining the rare collectible, lightning style cell activation secret technique, reward, thunder breathing technique. Congratulations to host for obtaining the rare collection, Hitaki clan beginner and intermediate swordsmanship collection. Rewards: Dugu 9 swords and 1 Mei swordsmanship. Thunder breathing method, a certain world destroying breathing practice method, which can comprehensively strengthen the physique, reaction ability beta, and 5 senses within a certain limit, and has the matching thunder sword technique. Dugu 9 Swords, the top swordsmanship created by Dugu Chubai, a generation sword demon in the martial arts world. It is a top swordsmanship that predicts the enemy's opportunity and can attack the enemy and save it. Wanmei sword technique. Examen Shui, the sword god in the martial arts world, created his own top-notch sword technique. It is the supreme fast sword technique, and the sword will draw blood. Oh haha, I actually got these 2 top swordsmanships, how developed I am. With this, as long as I fully master it, my kendo level will far exceed that of Tsukumo sensei. At that time, do I still need to learn kendo from the teacher? Qianzan thought excitedly when he saw this reward. Well, it's still necessary. Stones from other mountains can be used to attack jade. Moreover, the teacher's kendo is all ninjutsu combined with chakra and ninjutsu. It cannot be regarded as pure swordsmanship. It will be necessary for me to integrate the Dugu 9 swords and Wanmei swordsmanship into the chakra system and the spiritual power system in the future. Of course, Qianzan is also eager to get rewards from Sakumao's swordsmanship system in the future. You would be a fool not to. Also, Breath of Thunder is not bad. Although it is incomparable to Chinese martial arts, it can still break the limits of the human body and, within a certain limit, comprehensively strengthen a person's physical fitness, reaction speed, 5 senses, etc. Even if you practice to the limit, you may be able to master the ability called transparency to the world and the ability called Madara pattern. The former can greatly improve perception, insight, and dodge ability. It can also see through the internal structure of the opponent's body and the surrounding things. This is definitely a very strong perception. In Qianzan's view, it is somewhat similar to the mind's eye and intuition, but it is different. He was quite interested in this. This ability is very helpful in combat and must be mastered in the future. Qianzan made up his mind and said, as for Madara tattoos, this ability seems to be an explosion of potential, the ability to force vitality, which will shorten lifespan. In the original work, except for the chosen son of Sukuni Enichi, the Madara pattern cannot be turned off by anyone else who has it turned on. As a result, soldiers who develop Madara lines cannot live past the age of 25. Of course, the one awarded to Qianzan by the system does not have this problem. It contains detailed Madara patterns and cultivation methods to penetrate the world. Contains the active opening and closing method of Madara pattern. And there are normally no side effects. However, if Madara lines are overused, the lost potential and vitality cannot be restored independently. This can also be taught to Tsunade-san and the others. Even if I become the leader of the Senju clan in the future, I can teach it to the clan members and strengthen their strength. Prepare to regain the power of Konoha later. Qianzan thought to himself. Too far off topic. These thoughts flashed through Qianzan's mind. Seeing the reaction of Qianzan and the others, Shuamao nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Let's get started. Qianzan, you first have a look at the swordsmanship yourself, and I'll teach you later. Now let me teach Kushina and Minato basic sword skills. With that said, Tsukumo stood up, invited the 3 of them to the training ground in the front yard, and began to teach them the basic swordsmanship of Minato and Kushina in a meticulous manner. Qianzan was sitting in front of the house and carefully flipping through the lightning-style cell activation secret technique and sword technique in his hand. With his foundation and understanding, neither thing was difficult for him, and he quickly became addicted to it. Even after a while, Wang Zan began to experiment with the lightning-style cell activation technique on a small piece of skin on a finger. Zitsa. Hiss. It hurts a bit. There is a little more chakra, the lightning is a little stronger, and it needs to be weakened by 3 points. At the beginning, even Qianzan was a little unfamiliar and couldn't grasp the skills well. Fortunately, it was just a little stinging and no real injuries. Hitaki Tsukumo over there heard the movement and couldn't help but look over. I was shocked to see that Qianzan had actually started to practice the secret technique of lightning-style cell activation. I was planning to dissuade him. Because, in his opinion, it was too fast and too reckless. But the next scene immediately made him give up his ridiculous method, and he was left stunned. Well, that's what it feels like. I saw that Qianzan's first attempt failed, and he quickly made adjustments. And, breakthrough progress has been made. I successfully activated the cells on a section of my finger using the secret technique of lightning style without hurting myself at all. Moreover, it looks very stable. And it is becoming more and more stable. The next step is to start expanding to the entire palm. Yeah, very good. This step is no problem. Then the whole arm, then the feet, and finally the whole body. It's done. Haha. In just over half an hour, Hitaki Tsukumo and Minato looked in astonishment. Chien completed the preliminary practice of the lightning style cell activation technique without any obstacles. Even this can no longer be called preliminary practice. Except that the speed of activating this secret technique is still not enough. In terms of stability, it is already quite proficient, which is just a bit behind Tsukumo himself. Immediately, Qianzan got up and tried to run. The whole person suddenly turned into afterimages and ran around the training ground, and the speed was more than doubled compared to before it was in this state. When Qianzan stopped, Hitaki Shuamao couldn't help but walked over. He looked at Qianzan with a complicated expression and sighed. You were really, even though I have already underestimated you. But now it seems that I still underestimated your understanding and learning ability. You have to know that when I first learned this secret technique, it took me a year to get started, and then it took several years to become truly proficient and use it in actual combat. You boy, this half. The effort in 1 hour has already exceeded my efforts in several years. This is a bit too shocking. Are the differences between people really that big? In the past, Tsukumo was the one who left others behind and felt the difference between genius and mediocrity. But today, he finally experienced this mediocre feeling for himself. To be honest, some people. It's okay. It's okay. The main reason is that I have mastered good medical ninjutsu and ordinary cell activation techniques before, so I have the foundation and experience for this. Otherwise, it would be impossible. So fast, Qianzan said with a humble smile. Is that so? After hearing this, Hitaki Tsukumo actually believed it. But Minato on the side couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, Teacher, do you really believe it? Qianzan, please stop fooling the teacher here. Since we started practicing ninjutsu, when did you fail to learn quickly? Whether it's ninjutsu or taijutsu, there's nothing you can't learn. Moreover, he learns very quickly. He can even master it completely very quickly and make improvements by applying inferences. He is simply not a human being. Teacher, do you believe it or not, he will soon be able to completely master this lightning style cell activation technique, catch up with you in level, and even improve it further. This is not the first time Qianzan has become a human being. Minato is almost used to it. Aha, Kushina on the side also nodded in agreement. About this, Minato is right. Not only ninjutsu, but also sealing techniques, Qianzan also learns super fast. Up to now, I am still learning about elementary and intermediate sealing techniques, but Qianzan has already been learning and mastering advanced sealing techniques. He is completely incompetent. So, teacher, I suggest you don't compare with him, otherwise, you will be easily hit and lose confidence. Of course, if you get hit more often, you may get used to it. As long as you don't stick to it, you must compare it with Qianzan. Is that so? I understand. After hearing this, Hitaki Tsukumo took a deep breath and gave Qianzan a deep look. Forget it. You continue to practice. I won't disturb you. Wait until I finish teaching Kushina and the others. Let's talk about basic swordsmanship. Quote, with that said, Tsukumo greeted Kushina and Minato and continued teaching. Qianzan smiled when he saw it, and immediately took out the 2 volumes of swordsmanship given by Shuamao and began to read and understand them. Another half an hour passed. Tsukumo finally finished teaching Kushina and the others the basic swordsmanship moves. He guided them to practice a few times, corrected the major problems for them, then stopped and let them do it themselves. I continued to practice. Then, he came to Qianzan and saw that he was still reading the swordsmanship scroll. He immediately asked, how did you go? Did you gain anything? Fine. Qianzan nodded affirmatively. I've almost learned it. As long as you practice more, you will be able to master it completely. In addition, these sword skills are very helpful in broadening my swordsmanship and enriching my sword skills. Thank you very much, teacher. Of course, Qianzan feels that the most useful part for him is the integration of ninjutsu and swordsmanship. In terms of pure swordsmanship, once he has received the Dugu 9 swordsmanship and Wanmei swordsmanship, these low and intermediate Hitaki swordsmanship will be nothing. Oh, then show me the drill. Hitaki Sakumo immediately suggested. That's fine. Qianzan did not refuse, and immediately took out a Flying Thunder God dagger from his ninja tool bag and came to the center of the field to start practicing. It was stern at first. Although it was very standard, it still looked a bit rigid. But gradually, Hitaki Sakumo noticed changes, and he quickly became more proficient and mellow with each move. By the time Qianzan practiced all the sword techniques, Qianzan was already very familiar with these sword techniques and was very proficient in them. Doff. Hitaki Sakumo took a slight breath of air and couldn't help but exclaimed, if someone told me before today that someone could master some of my swordsmanship skillfully after just one look, I probably wouldn't believe it. But now, I believe it. Qianzan, you are indeed a monster. It seems that I have far underestimated your swordsmanship talent and understanding. The previous plan also needs to be adjusted. Speaking of this, Hitaki Sakumo paused and said, you can come over in the morning in the next few days, and I will practice with you directly. This should be of great help to you. As for the afternoon, you don't have to come. You can arrange your time freely. Of course, remember to give Kushina and Minato some pointers on basic swordsmanship and the secret technique of lightning-style cell activation, do you understand? To teach such a monster, Hitaki Sakumo felt excited and honored, but also felt a little disappointed. Because I don't have the sense of accomplishment of being a master. After all, people can reach this level not mainly by relying on his teachings, but simply by relying on their own strong nature. But witnessing the rise of a monster is actually another kind of achievement. Okay, I wish I could have asked for it. After Qianzan heard this, he rubbed his hands happily. It would be great to be able to fight against Sakumo often and learn swordsmanship. He has not forgotten how quickly his swordsmanship and actual swordsmanship improved during the graduation examination when Sakumo deliberately gave him some pointers. It feels so good to be making rapid progress every moment. He felt like he could play all day. Well, as long as you have the physical strength to hold on. Shall we start now? Qianzan asked impatiently. Haha, I'm thinking about you, kid. Okay, then I'll practice with you. Hitaki Sakumo also smiled after hearing this, but did not refuse, and immediately began to practice swordsmanship with Yuzan. Pure swordsmanship, the kind that does not include chakra. OJ. For a time, the clashing sounds of weapons in the training room kept ringing, which made Kushina and Minato unable to calm down and practice basic swordsmanship. They all stopped and stood watching the battle from a distance, trying to learn something from it. However, Qianzan and the others fought too fast. Although Minato and Kushina could keep up with their eye reactions, they still felt dazzled. After watching for a while, the two of them withdrew their gaze and looked at each other. Kushina asked, why don't you watch it? Minato spread his hands helplessly and said, it's too fast. If you don't have the foundation of swordsmanship, you can't keep up with their rhythm. It's useless to watch, I'll just practice basic swordsmanship honestly. But you have to go farther. And you? Kushina also helplessly spread her hands and said, same as you. I can't understand. Besides, I feel like I don't have any talent for swordsmanship, and I don't have much interest in this. It's better to use sealing techniques or strange power fists to hit the flesh. It feels better. While speaking, Kushina and Kushina made fists with their hands and touched each other, showing the image of a violent Lolita. Minato looked ashamed. Okay. Didn't the teacher say it all? Let us choose according to our talents and preferences. Since you feel that kendo is not suitable for you, then go to see lightning style cell activation secret technique, or practice strange power technique. He always feels that Kushina is becoming more and more violent, and he doesn't know if it's good or bad. I'm really worried about your future, Qianzan. I hope you won't become a henpecker in the future. With this thought in mind, Minato quickly left Hitaki Sakumo's house, came to a nearby deserted area, and began to continue practicing basic swordsmanship. In fact, he felt that his talent in this area was average, but he was still ready to practice basic swordsmanship. Just to add another weapon fighting method and enrich your own fighting system. Maybe it can be used at certain critical moments, and maybe it can even save lives. Of course, just do in-depth research. Ajajaj. The discussion between Qianzan and Hitaki Tsukumo continues. Shuamao kept giving Qianzan tricks, and at the same time, he also forced Qianzan to grow faster. He really wants to see where Qianzan's growth limit is. After more than half an hour. Phew, let's get here first today. Feeling that his physical strength was almost exhausted and his hands were numb, Hitaki forced Qianzan back with a knife. He also took a few steps back, and then spoke out to stop Qianzan from continuing to attack. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he looked at Qianzan with the eyes of a monster and asked doubtfully, even if your understanding is heaven-defying, why are your physical strength and recovery so pervert? After fighting so hard for so long, why didn't I see you? Not to mention tired, Qianzan didn't even sweat much. This is so abnormal. Hey. Seeing this, Qianzan also stopped his offensive and chuckled, it's okay. It's okay. Maybe it's because I'm younger and have better physical strength. However, teacher, you look a little weak. Roll. After hearing this, Hitaki Shuamao glared at Qianzan angrily, you are so stupid. You are so old. Your teacher and I are only in my 20s, how can I be old? As for Shu, that's even more impossible. No, why should I discuss this topic with a brat like you? By the way, how old are you? Why are you thinking about all this? Could it be that you were led astray by Jiraiya? But you are not his disciple either. Shuamao looked at Qianzan with a faint look. The roof of a hot spring house in Konoha. Date. Jiraiya, who was lying here peeping, suddenly shuddered, rubbed his nose in confusion and said inexplicably, who is talking about me? Immediately afterwards, he showed a lewd expression, is it because that young lady misses me? Yeah, there's a peeping Tom on the roof. Catch the pervert. However, the next moment, the screams and curses in the room below broke his illusion. Oops, no good, run. When Jiraiya realized that he was exposed, his expression suddenly changed and he quickly ran away. And all of this was clearly seen by third generation in the Hokage office using the telescope technique. Yeah. This idiot Jiraiya will be discovered. If he does this, everyone inside will run away. How can I watch? Third generation shook his head with a speechless and regretful expression, closed the telescope technique, and continued to process the files. Here at Tsukumo's house. Ah. Faced with Tsukumo's question, Qianzan laughed and said, but he is Minato's teacher. Minato and I often practice together. When Jiraiya came to Minato, I was naturally there too. That's it. That's not surprising. Tsukumo suddenly understood. When Qianzan saw him like this, he knew that he was out of his mind and attributed all the reasons to Jiraiya. But this is the effect Qianzan wants. That's right. Qianzan is not lustful, everything is Jiraiya's fault. It's a good thing Minato isn't here, otherwise Qianzan's true face would have been exposed. I don't even think about it, Qianzan already has a beautiful girlfriend at the age of 8, how could he be a simple person? For the next day, Qianzan and the others received instruction at Shuamao's house. He even had dinner at Tsukumo's house before saying goodbye and leaving. When bidding farewell, Shuamao said to Qianzan and the others, starting from tomorrow, my body needs to go to work, and I can only use Shadow Clone to teach you. I remember you have a secret training base, let's meet there tomorrow. I will send Shadow Clone to teach you when the time comes. Having said this, he paused, looked at Qianzan and said, if you have your own arrangements, you don't have to come. I just remembered that Shadow Clone has limited strength. If I fight you, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. Shadow Clone will dissipate easily. Even if you come, at least you have to wait until I finish teaching Minato and the others every day. What do you think? After all, the Shadow Clone does not belong to the original master. This kind of high-intensity sparring, even without using chakra, will place too great a load on the Shadow Clone, and it is destined not to last too long. If you are accidentally injured by Qianzan's sword, the Shadow Clone will be destroyed instantly. I can do it, I still have to come. At the worst, I will send a Shadow Clone over. Qianzan nodded. That works. Hitaki Tsukumo didn't say anything after hearing this. Teacher, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Immediately, Qianzan and the others said goodbye to Shuamao and left his home. On the road, Minato, Kushina, please go with me to Grandma Mito's place first. I have gained some new achievements recently, and I am going to teach you some useful things to improve your strength. Qianzan said to Minato and Kushina. Minato and Kushina were both stunned when they heard this, and then they were happy and said in unison, no problem. Kushina couldn't wait to ask, Qianzan, what are you going to teach us? Is it a powerful ninjutsu you created yourself? Haha, it's not me. Don't worry, you'll know later. Qianzan smiled softly and touched Kushina's head. Seeing that Qianzan didn't say anything, Kushina couldn't continue the interrogation, so she could only suppress her curiosity for the time being. Not long after, several people arrived at Uzumaki Mito's yard, knocked on the door and walked in. At this time, Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade and Nawaki are all there. Grandma Mito, Sister Tsunade, Brother Nawaki, Qianzan and the others immediately greeted the three of them. It's you. Uzumaki Mito and the others looked over and responded with smiles. I heard that you went to Tsukumo to study. How was it? How did you learn? What did Tsukumo-senpai teach you? Tsunade asked curiously. She is still very aware of Tsukumo's strength. He is much stronger than her, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Swordsmanship and lightning style cell activation secret technique. Qianzan and the others spoke separately, and then gave a general summary of what they had learned today. Oh, after hearing this, Tsunade frowned and said with some surprise, these are Tsukumo-senpai's signature ninjutsu. It seems, he really values you. Especially the lightning style cell activation technique, which is a powerful secret technique he created based on the inspiration of Cloud Shinobi's Cloud Thunder body training technique and lightning style chakra mode. It greatly increases speed and reaction power. Since he has chosen to hand over this secret technique to you, you must learn it carefully and not lose his reputation, do you understand? She is actually quite interested in this secret technique, but she won't talk to Qianzan and the others. After all, this is not Qianzan's own thing. As for asking or trading with Shuo Mao, not suitable. This unique secret technique can only be taught between masters and apprentices, but it is difficult to teach it between friends and companions. Just like her strange power technique. Yeah, we understand. Qianzan and the three of them nodded repeatedly. They knew it without Tsunade telling him. Tsunade was very satisfied with the attitude of the three people. Then, he looked at the three people with his hands crossed and said doubtfully, so, today, you all came here together like this, don't you just come to see us? Is there something wrong? After hearing this, Minato and Kushina both looked at Qianzan. This action also attracted the attention of Tsunade, Uzumaki Mito and Nawaki, who all turned their attention to Qianzan. Seeing this, Qianzan shrugged his shoulders, sensed it first, and found that the boundary of the courtyard was open at this time, so he did nothing else. Instead, he took out a scroll from his arms and said, I specially asked them to come together. Because, I have made a great achievement when I was comprehending and deducing physical skills recently. I combined the actions of vague animals to create a good physical skill, or a physical training secret technique. This secret technique has a huge effect on improving strength, and has a strong effect on physical fitness, reaction, body control and recovery ability. Isn't it about to go to war with the Rain Country recently? At that time, it may evolve into the Second Ninja World War. So, I plan to teach this secret technique to you to improve your strength and increase your survival ability. 0.0. Here, take a look. If you don't understand, you can ask me, and you can tell me if you have any suggestions. As he said, Qianzan handed the scroll in his hand to Tsunade. Wow, created a physical training secret technique. And you are so confident. Then I have to take a good look. Tsunade was very surprised and took the scroll immediately. She wanted to take a look at it herself, but she saw Kushina and others quietly gathered around. Uzumaki Mito looked at her with a smile and waved to her. Obviously, everyone was very curious. Then let's take a look together. Tsunade smiled and immediately moved closer to Uzumaki Mito to take a look. Kushina and the other two also went up. National Martial Arts, 3 Body Posture, 5 Forms Boxing, 12 Forms Boxing. Why are there so many names? And, they all seem to be very complicated to me. Soon, Tsunade exclaimed, it seems to be quite rigorous. And it has become a system. Qianzan, is this really something you created yourself? Uzumaki Mito looked up at Qianzan in disbelief and asked. It's about the same. Qianzan smiled slightly and did not explain too much, because there was no need. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. Anyway, as long as we can verify that this body cultivation secret technique is fine and has a strong effect, that's enough, isn't it? 1,000 explanations are not as useful as one sentence. That's right. Since you don't want to say it, Grandma won't ask you about it. Uzumaki Mito nodded in understanding, and had some guesses in his mind, but didn't say it out loud. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, after reading this Xingyiquan Mingjin Wajin part, Uzumaki Mito took the secret scroll from Tsunade, glanced at Tsunade and the other four with a serious face, and warned and exhorted, this secret technique is very strong, and it is completely different from Konoha's existing physical techniques. You should have seen that this physical training secret technique is a self-contained system, and it is quite complete, with great potential. If it can be promoted, the strength of the Nanin will be greatly improved. But because of this, you must keep it secret. No matter what, without the permission of Qianzan and me, you are not allowed to reveal a single bit to the outside world. Even if someone sees you practicing and using it in the future, you have to put it directly on my head, but you can't tell me the specific effect, understand? If what is recorded here is true, then the value of this secret technique is far greater than I expected before. It has a huge improvement on physique, blood, body control, reaction, etc. You know, for ninjas, physical improvement is basically equivalent to the increase of chakra. Not to mention the improvement of other aspects. In addition, this body training secret technique can actually allow people to master a kind of strength, which seems to be extremely powerful and has endless prospects. If this thing is leaked, it will definitely be enough to subvert the cognition of the ninja world and completely change the pattern of the ninja world. Yes, Grandma, we all remember it. Tsunade and others heard it, all of them looked stern, and they all spoke out. Uzumaki Mito listened, nodded with satisfaction, and looked at Qianzan again. His eyes were both relieved and a little annoyed, saying, "You kid. You suddenly took out this kind of thing, you really don't know the importance. I don't believe you can't see the preciousness and importance of this thing." Hey. After hearing this, Qianzan rubbed the back of his head with a silly smile and said, "It's just because it's precious that I took it out in front of you. After all, Grandma, you and Sister Tsunade will give you whatever I want when you go there. I gave you all the secret ninjutsu techniques as soon as you asked for them, and I also took care of you in other aspects. I know you all consider me family. As a family member, I naturally trust you completely, and I am naturally willing to share good things with you. Only when our family is strong, can we gain a better foothold in the ninja world and ensure the safety of our family, right? It's just a comparison of feelings. In addition, Tsunade and others have become stronger, which will also help him take down Konoha and even the entire ninja world in the future. It is necessary to cultivate a group of own people to achieve overall control." You kid. After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito smiled knowingly, and was very moved in his heart. He nodded affirmatively. You are right. We are a family. If we worry too much, we will fall behind. Ha. Hee. Tsunade, Kushina, Minato, and Naoki also laughed from the bottom of their hearts. Obviously, I am very happy and agree with it. But, at this time, Uzumaki Mito gradually stopped smiling and said with a serious face, I'm still a little worried about the mere verbal confidentiality. Especially Naoki, you have a deviant personality and are easily deceived. If someone is deceived, there is no guarantee that Xingyiquan and Qianzan's secret information will not be leaked, causing unnecessary trouble and even danger to Qianzan. Naoki was dumbfounded after hearing this. Grandma, you didn't say that. Am I so unreliable to you? Is not it? Before Uzumaki Mito could speak, Tsunade couldn't help but complain. Naoki, so, I am going to set up a security seal. For you to ensure that you cannot proactively leak this information without the permission of Qianzan and me. Others can't detect this information from your brains. Is there a problem? Uzumaki Mito looked around and asked. The Uzumaki clan has many sealing techniques, including many of these top-level protective sealing techniques. Kushina spoke first. I'm fine. Minato followed closely. Me too. Tsunade also raised his hand and said, "Me too." Seeing this, Naoki touched the back of his head and said, "Everyone has no objections, so of course I don't have any objections either." "That's good. Let's start setting up now. Qianzan, please come and help me. I will teach you the secret sealing technique. At the same time, I will add your permissions to it." Uzumaki Mito immediately greeted Qianzan. Then, while carving the protective sealing technique on Tsunade's heads, she taught Renzan the details of this sealing technique. This sealing technique is much stronger than the tongue disaster eradicating seal that Danzo mastered. After she finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in Qianzan's mind. "Congratulations to host for obtaining the rare collectible, top protective sealing technique, reward, talent, ability and contract. Innate ability contract, master the power of the contract. If the target agrees and does not resist, you can enter into a contract. After the contract is established, both parties cannot do anything that violates the content of the contract. If you violate it forcefully, you will suffer the power of the contract. Backlash, soul shatters and dies." This innate ability is strong enough. In this case, wouldn't it be foolproof? Qianzan was immediately overjoyed when he received the reward from this system. Immediately he said silently in his mind, "System, receive this reward." The next moment, he felt a warm current pouring into his eyebrows. The warm current came and went quickly. When the warm current dissipated, a mysterious talent rune appeared in his sea of consciousness, and he also gained an additional talent ability. "Qianzan, come and enter your chakra and spiritual imprint into this secure seal." At this time, Uzumaki Mito spoke. Quote. After Qianzan heard this, he looked calm on the surface, but felt a sigh of relief in his heart. He can definitely add the power of the contract to it, because the confidentiality contract itself already has confidentiality clauses, which he just borrowed. In this way, this clause can also be established as a contract. It's like double insurance. In addition, Qianzan is also going to add some information and add a clause that no secrets about him can be revealed without his permission. Wang, after Qianzan entered the chakra, hid the power of the contract in it, and left a spiritual imprint, Uzumaki Mito directly activated the confidentiality contract. The next moment, the contract runes came to life one after another, and they all quickly shrank into Tsunade's eyebrows and integrated into her brain. Afterwards, Uzumaki Mito and Qianzan followed the same pattern and planted this protective sealing technique on Naoki, Kushina, Minato and even herself. In the future, I may be able to use this secret sealing technique as a cover to make a confidentiality contract by joining the power of the contract. Get this done, Qianzan thought to himself as he already understood this sealing technique. You don't seem to feel anything. After the protective sealing technique was planted, Naoki shook his head and said doubtfully. After hearing this, Tsunade looked at his stupid brother and couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, "What else do you want to feel? Even if it does exist, I'm afraid you won't be able to discover it with your brain. This thing, if it weren't for Grandmaster's sealing technique, wouldn't even be qualified to discover it. Naoki is obviously this kind of person." "Ah, sister. Did you say that? I'm your biological brother." Naoki's face suddenly changed, and he looked at his sister with a long face and complained. "It would be better not to have this sister. I'm just saying this because he's my brother. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't be willing to say it." Tsunade curled his lips and said. Naoki said speechlessly, "I would rather you don't say it. This sister is becoming increasingly unavailable. Okay, the jokes are over. Let Qianzan start teaching you Xingyiquan. Master it early, so you can improve your self-protection skills." Uzumaki Mito interrupted the siblings' showmanship and spoke. "That's right, Qianzan. Start quickly. I think this is very interesting and seems to be a good fit for me." Kushina urged quickly. Okay. Qianzan shook his head in a funny way and thought, "I'm afraid you won't feel this way later. Practicing this requires hard work and perseverance. It's not that simple. Of course, with Kushina's background, it should be easy to get started. Grandma Mito, please join us. This should be of great help to you." Qianzan did not rush to start, but first persuaded Uzumaki Mito. If others are unclear, how can he still be unclear? Uzumaki Mito can live for a long time with the water of life. Wouldn't it be better to become stronger? He believed that with Uzumaki Mito's foundation and strength, he would soon be able to practice Shingiquan to the level of energy transformation. That's fine. Then let me learn too. Uzumaki Mito listened, smiled and nodded, agreeing. This actually confused Tsunade and Minato. She thought to herself, isn't Grandma's time running out? Why are you still spending so much energy on learning this? It's a little strange, but they didn't say it either. Very good. First, let's start with the basic 3-body pose. This must be mastered, and even needs to be practiced every day in the early to mid-term. Next, Qianzan explained and practiced Shingiquan in detail to several people. After explaining it once, he also demonstrated the power and methods of Ming Jin, Dark Jin and Hua Zhang. When everyone saw that Qianzan did not use chakra, but relied on Ming Jin alone to smash a hard stone the size of a washbasin with one punch. Just relying on dark strength, one punch can turn a big stone into powder. After crushing a kunai with just his strength, his eyes became eager. This physical technique is much more powerful than I imagined. Moreover, this method feels very good for my combat system and can greatly improve my combat power and destructive history. Tsunade said with hot eyes. She obviously knows her stuff. Me too. Kushina also nodded repeatedly. Her current combat system is actually very similar to Tsunade. It's just that there are more sealing techniques and less medical ninjutsu. See Gui, teach, Qianzan. I want to learn this. Naoki and Minato both said with bright eyes. Okay, now I'll start teaching you. Immediately, Qianzan continued to teach them and guided them to practice Shingiquan starting from Za Mabu. Among them, Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito have high levels of strength and control over their bodies, making it easy to get started. Under Qianzan's guidance and reminder, the Zhuang Kung Fu can be performed from moment to moment, which only takes more than an hour. The two of them practiced Zhuang Gong to perfection one after another. After that, as long as you insist on practicing Zhuang Kung Fu every day, you can continuously strengthen the strength of your lower limbs and stabilize your lower body. At this time, Minato and Kushina were able to practice Zhuang Kung Fu to a proficient level. Naoki is even more suitable for beginners. This is because they have also practiced the invisible benefits of physical skills for several years with the help of the bodybuilding pill, otherwise it will only be slower. Of course, because they have a good foundation, they will practice faster before they reach the stage of transformation. Next is the 5-shaped fist. After that, Wang Zan began to teach Wuxing. After everyone was at least familiar with the 5 forms Quan, he continued to teach the 12 forms and intentions, and suggested, with the 12 forms and intentions, it is not necessary to practice all 12 forms. These 12 types of Shingiquan are created based on 12 kinds of animals and birds, each with its own emphasis. Not all are suitable for everyone. Therefore, my suggestion is that you choose several forms and meanings that you think are most suitable for you to practice based on your own situation and feelings. In this way, we can get twice the result with half the effort and avoid wasting time. Of course, in the future, when you become stronger and have more time, you can practice all of them simultaneously. Not everyone is his. Yeah, that makes sense. Tsunade and the others listened, nodded, and began to think about it themselves. In the end, Tsunade decided to take the route of combining strength and speed, practicing mainly with the 5 types of Shingiquan: dragon, tiger, bear, yan, and eagle. Uzumaki Mito has more time, better qualifications and foundation, so he is ready to practice everything. Minato currently has 3 main types: tiger-shaped, swallow-shaped, and eagle-shaped. Kushina is the same as Tsunade. As for Naoki, under the suggestions of Tsunade and Qianzan, the main shapes are bear and monkey for the time being. He couldn't learn any more. These 2 are enough for him to learn for a long time. After getting started with everything he needed to learn, Uzumaki Mito stopped temporarily. While looking over there, Tsunade and others. While practicing, he asked Qianzan, "Qianzan, I feel that this secret technique is still unfinished. It must not have been created yet, right?" After Qianzan heard this, he looked at Uzumaki Mito with some surprise. Did Grandma Mito actually notice it? That's right. In my opinion, Shingiquan will have at least 3 realms in the future. To reach the 6th realm, relying solely on Xingyiquan, its combat power must be at least comparable to that of cage-level experts, or even stronger. Because this is the ninja world, both the upper limit of the physical potential of the ninja and the resources of this world far exceed the world of dragons and snakes in the Earth era. Therefore, the combat power displayed by each realm will be far stronger than that of the dragon and snake world in the Earth period. If the physique is strong enough, it is not impossible to touch Chaoying or even Six Paths level with Gangjin or Jianshanbusha. Sure enough, there are actually 3 realms. Moreover, the strongest of this system is against cage-level experts. The upper limit of this system is indeed very high. The key is that it can also be superimposed and integrated with the chakra system, so the combat effectiveness will be even stronger. It's definitely not as simple as 1 plus 1. Uzumaki Mito analyzed with a slight expression in his eyes. Definitely. Qianzan nodded affirmatively. What's more important is that this secret technique can continuously improve a person's physique and vitality of qi and blood. As the realm improves, a person's lifespan will also be improved to a certain extent. Elevated. Quote, Grandma Flat K Guang, who has already entered Mingjin, should have noticed this, right? Every time, in just 1 or 2 hours, Uzumaki Mito has entered the Mingjin stage. This is not surprising. Uzumaki Mito has a very strong physique and obviously has great control over himself. In fact, not only Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade is even stronger than Uzumaki Mito. At this time, he has reached the peak of Mingjin and may step into Mingjin at any time. What? But when she heard Qianzan's words, she was startled and rushed over with, swipe. Excitedly, she asked Qianzan and Uzumaki Mito, Grandma, is what Qianzan said true? Doesn't that mean that as long as you persist in practicing this secret technique, your lifespan can be extended? Quote, After hearing this, Minato and others ran over without caring about practicing. Hehe. Uzumaki Mito saw Tsunade and the others looking nervous and excited, smiled and nodded, that's true. I believe you have already felt this, Tsunade, right? Quote, don't forget, Tsunade is the top medical ninja in the ninja world. I couldn't be more aware of my own changes. Aha. Tsunade nodded repeatedly. I feel the increase in blood and vitality, but I'm not sure whether this is useful for your current situation. Now that I hear your words, I feel relieved. This secret technique seems to not only allow people to break the body's limits and continuously increase qi, blood and vitality, but can also lock the flow of vitality to a certain extent. It is this process of improvement and cultivation that consumes a lot of nutrients. I feel so hungry now. It seems that we need to prepare some medicine to supplement qi and blood nutrition. After breaking through the Mingjin, Tsunade felt that his blood, vitality, physical strength, reflexes, and 5 senses were all rapidly improving. As long as the nutritional energy and blood are replenished, she estimates that she will receive a huge improvement in these aspects in a very short period of time. Furthermore, her strength was greatly improved. No wonder Qianzan said before that teaching us this is to improve our strength and increase our ability to save lives in the coming war. It is indeed true. Tsunade thought to himself. At the same time, she also understood why Grandma insisted on planting a confidentiality contract with them from the beginning. Indeed, it is so necessary. Anyone who knows it will be tempted. In particular, the rapid improvement of blood and vitality also brings about an invisible improvement, which is the improvement of low chakra amount. This is groundbreaking. You must know that the amount of chakra is basically determined from birth. No matter how hard you practice, your natural blood qualifications are already determined, and your upper limit is there. Although medicated baths in childhood and constant physical exercise also have certain improvement effects, they are actually within the scope of bloodline talent. The difference is just a fully developed bloodline potential and an incomplete one. Why did Orochimaru choose to create and practice living corpse reincarnation in the middle and later stages? Not just for immortality, but also to break his original body's bloodline talent and obtain the powerful chakra talent. Without changing his body, he could not find a way to break the shackles of his innate bloodline qualifications. Oh, that's not the case. It's actually possible to transplant Hashirama cells into yourself. But this thing is too dangerous and the failure rate is too high. Orochimaru, who cherishes his life and pursues perfection, is unwilling to do this. In addition, Qianzan estimates that there is another way to break the shackles of innate blood. That is to create a blood limit by yourself. That is, by practicing the nature transformation and form change of chakra to ultimate, and breaking this ultimate, the attribute chakra will complete the fusion, sublimation and transformation. In this process, the shackles of the ninja's innate blood will be broken to a certain extent, allowing the ninja to obtain more chakra and become stronger. But this method is too difficult. Over the past 1,000 years, except for a very small number of chosen ones who have achieved this, most people have failed. No need to configure it separately. In fact, there is a ready-made secret medicine that can meet our needs. Qianzan smiled knowingly. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted, and said with some excitement and surprise, "You mean the body-building pill?" Yes. Qianzan nodded affirmatively. The body-building pill itself has the effect of strengthening the body and enhancing the blood. It is perfect for practicing Xingyiquan. The only problem is that the consumption of such body-building pills will be a bit high. In addition, it used to take several hours to digest a body-building pill. With the improvement of Xingyiquan realm, the digestion speed will increase sharply. For example, I am now practicing Huajin. I need to consume more than 20 body-building pills every day to supplement the nutrients needed for my body to improve. A body-building pill can be digested in 1 or 2 minutes. This is not a small amount. This thing costs about 20,000 taels per piece. Well, this is the cost of the medicinal materials at the beginning, not counting Qianzan's labor. Now Qianzan's alchemy skills gradually improved. For a 100,000 taels of medicinal materials, the number of pills produced increased from 5 at the beginning to 9 now. The success rate has naturally increased to 100%. But even so, the cost of a body-building pill is about 10,000 taels. The commission for an S-level task is only 2 million taels. According to Qianzan's current needs, the commission for an S-level character must be paid in less than 10 days. Ordinary people really can't afford it. So fast, so much. Tsunade's eyes widened when he heard it, and he was very surprised. Then the consumption is really huge. But, at this time, Uzumaki Mito on the side chuckled. Compared to the speed and efficiency of improving strength, this consumption is actually nothing, it's worth it. Minato heard it and shook his head bitterly. But, we can't make so much money at present, and we can't afford it. It seems that we can only hunt more and replace it with meat. But Minato knew that the improvement speed would definitely be far less than taking body-building pills. Kushina and Nawaki looked at each other after hearing this, but they didn't worry about it. Anyway, Grandma would definitely provide it. Don't worry about this, Minato. Uzumaki Mito smiled and shook his head and said, I will provide you with enough body-building pills for you to practice. At present, your first task is to grow up as soon as possible and become a strong man who can stand alone. Money and resources are not something you should consider yet. When you grow up completely, consider giving back to me and the family, understand? If it is only to supply a few or a dozen people, the assets of the Senju family should still be able to support it. Thank you, Grandma Mito. I will definitely work hard to practice and strive to become a strong man as soon as possible to repay you, the family, and Qianzan. Minato heard it, clenched his fists and said with emotion. At this time, Qianzan heard a congenital prompt in his mind. Congratulations host for obtaining the treasure collection, Namikaze Minato, rewards, top space ninjutsu talent 1, chakra metal 10 kg. Closing square bracket. Qianzan was slightly stunned when he heard the system prompt, thinking, I didn't expect that Minato would also be included in the collection. So, this guy belongs to me now, ahem. No, has he become my diehard fan? This is good news. It's not in vain that I have trained him over the years and given him so many benefits. Now, it has finally come to fruition. In this way, I can provide more support to Minato in the future, so that he can keep up with my growth as much as possible and become my right-hand man. Qianzan thought in his mind. You kid, why are you so polite? Didn't Qianzan already tell you? We are all a family, don't talk about this. Uzumaki Mito smiled and shook his head, then looked at Nawaki, Tsunade and Kushina and said, the consumption of the training pills for the 3 of you is also taken care of by me and the clan. Just grow up as soon as possible. Yes, thank you Grandma. Tsunade and the others quickly nodded their thanks. As for Qianzan, as he said that, Uzumaki Mito looked at Qianzan and said, "You refined the body-building pills, and you don't need them, so I won't give them to you. However, if you have other things or ninjutsu that you want, you can mention it to Grandma and I will find a way to get it for you." In addition, the consumption of body-building pills has increased significantly, and the quantity you need to refine must also increase. Will it not affect your practice? If so, then the supply needs to be reduced. At present, Qianzan's own promotion is still the priority, and everything else can be postponed in order. Won't. Qianzan shook his head and said, "Not to mention that my pill-forming rate and efficiency have been improved. I can refine 10 medicinal materials in one furnace, and I can produce almost 100 body-building pills in one furnace. I can even use shadow clone to make elixirs. Therefore, even if the consumption of body-building pills increases several times, I can still supply it. The only problem is whether the family can supply the medicinal materials. In addition, the extra medicinal materials I need these days are for my research on new elixirs. Grandma, please remember to pay attention to them for me and collect as many as possible. The money will just be deducted from my share payment." At present, he has mastered 3 prescriptions. In addition to the body-building elixir, there are also rejuvenation pills that restore and enhance mental power and accelerate spiritual cultivation, as well as chi training pills that restore spiritual power and accelerate spiritual power cultivation. These 2 are related to his cultivation speed and are also very important. However, because there are no plans to teach the Zifu divine refining technique and Yin-Yang Qi refining technique to Uzumaki Mito and the others, it is not appropriate to disclose these 2 elixirs to them for the time being. Everything will be discussed when the time is right. No problem. However, the family will bear part of the expenses for you. After all, we are researching a new secret medicine. As long as you continue to cooperate with the tribe after your research is successful, how about it? Uzumaki Mito nodded and suggested, "If you want to get benefits, you must pay. Even if the relationship is already as close as a family." "Is that so?" Qianzan listened, pondered for a moment, and nodded, "Okay. I agree. Then I'll bother you, Grandma Mito. This way, your financial pressure will be much less. After all, some of the medicinal materials required for these 2 elixirs, especially the resurrection pill, are extremely expensive." Where is the word? When Uzumaki Mito heard this, a soft smile broke out on his face. "It's just mutual benefit." Speaking of this, Uzumaki Mito paused, looked at Qianzan seriously and asked, "Speaking of family, Qianzan, do you have any opinions and plans? Should I become the patriarch of the Senju clan in the future and lead the family to glory again? What are your plans for the future?" Judging from what Qianzan has done in the past few years, Uzumaki Mito can feel that Qianzan has considerable ambitions and goals in his heart. Not only does he have a strong sense of worry, but he also has a very urgent desire to become stronger as soon as possible. They are also quite defensive and even hostile towards 3rd generation. Of course, Qianzan rarely shows these things at ordinary times, but sometimes he shows them inadvertently when he is here. Uzumaki Mito sees all this. She doesn't resent Qianzan's behavior. After all, she now also dislikes and even hates the 3rd generation. Over the years, 3rd generation has done too many bad things. She wanted to confirm Qianzan's thoughts so that she could provide corresponding help. Of course, she also had a rough guess about Zan's thoughts, so she asked such a question. As soon as these words came out, not only Qianzan, but also Tsunade, Minato, Nawaki and others were shocked. "Grandma, you." Tsunade looked at Nawaki, then at Qianzan, and was about to say something to Uzumaki Mito. "Don't speak yet." Uzumaki Mito raised his hand to interrupt her and continued to look at Qianzan. "Ah, it seems that Grandma Mito, you have seen something. Sure enough, it is you." Qianzan listened, rubbed his temples with his fingers, looked directly into Uzumaki Mito's eyes, and said calmly, "Kaido, if you, Grandma Mito, are willing to believe me, when the time comes, I will naturally become the leader of the Senju clan. I will also lead Senju to rise again, re-establish its name, regain its glory, and even surpass the past and move towards a brighter future." Speaking of this, Qianzan paused and then said, "As for my future plans, Actually, I have told Minato and Kushina about this on and off in the past. That is Chang Xian becoming the leader of the Senju clan, strengthening the Senju, and winning over many ninja clans in Konoha. Then, at the right time, we will oust the third generation and become the fourth Hokage. After that, transform Konoha according to my ideas. Let the gradually decaying and weakening Konoha rejuvenate and grow stronger in my hands. To be honest, I am very dissatisfied with Konoha now. I'm even more dissatisfied with the third generation and Danzo and the current senior management of Konoha. They are all too selfish. For their own selfishness, for their own ambitions, for their own family, they are constantly harming Konoha and destroying Konoha's future. If they continue to control Konoha, Konoha will gradually decline soon. Except for the Sarutobi, Shimura and other families may not be able to avoid being suppressed and persecuted by them, and will eventually fall into decline or even be exterminated. Just like the Senju clan, which is now almost extinct. Qianzan's words immediately shocked Nawaki and Tsunade. This, isn't it? Tsunade swallowed and said hesitantly. Why not? After hearing this, Qianzan smiled sarcastically and said, not to mention the distance, during the incident in the kingdom of Whirlpool, if I hadn't helped Sister Tsunade lead the way and avoided Danzo's ambush, all the last elite members of Senju would have been gone. Be killed. What do the old, weak, sick and disabled people left in the village do? If I hadn't persuaded Grandpa Makuma and Uncle Temu to take the opportunity to attack third generation, forcing third generation to agree to terminate Senju's continued integration into Mu Yi Pingman's plan. Furthermore, it is recommended that they come up with a complete plan to cultivate Senju and integrate Senju descendants into the common people. If I hadn't saved Grandma Mito's life. After Grandma Mito passes away in a few years, are you sure Senju will still be able to exist due to the third generation and Danzo's calculations? Now that everything has been said, and Uzumaki Mito seems to support his idea of taking over Senju, Qianzan's strength has also increased. Qianzan simply talked about all this. Anyway, this is the core area of the Senju tribe, and the isolation barrier has been opened. Moreover, everyone present has signed a contract with him, so what is he afraid of? What, you said that the mysterious person who helped us lead the way was actually you? How is this possible? After hearing this, Tsunade said in shock. How old was Qianzan at that time? Also, the plan to stop the family's integration into civilians and the plan to cultivate descendants were all yours. The most important thing is, what do you mean you extended Grandma's life? When did it happen? How come I don't know? Tsunade felt like a fool at this moment. He knew nothing and was completely kept in the dark. As for Nawaki, he had already been stupid and fell into a stagnation. Obviously, with his brain capacity, he suddenly received so much subversive information that it almost short-circuited. Doff, even Minato, who got Kushina, couldn't help but gasp when he looked at Qianzan. Especially Minato, he really wanted to ask, how did Qianzan do it? If I remember correctly, Qianzan was only 5 years old when he rescued Tsunade and Kushina. Moreover, Qianzan had only been practicing chakra for a short time at that time. He actually did such a big thing. He felt that he didn't seem to fully understand Qianzan. Uzumaki Mito was also shocked when he heard this, and looked at Qianzan deeply and said, "It's you, kid. In fact, I have always wondered who rescued Tsunade and the others. I have also had many guesses and speculations. Even, with your frequent unexpected performances in the past few years, I also suspected that it was you. But in the end, I denied it all. It's because you were too young at the time, and you didn't practice for a long time. It was almost impossible to do such a thing. But Qianzan has exposed himself now. Qianzan can't lie about such a thing. So, how did you do it at the time? You didn't have the strength you have now. Even, I can't figure out how you avoided the eyes and ears of the village and left the village. I'm sure that you didn't really leave the village at that time. Could it be Shadow Clone? But it shouldn't be. Shadow Clone can't last that long." Uzumaki Mito asked with a head full of questions. She even wanted to ask Qianzan how he got the information about Danzo and his friends and their movements at all times. But this probably involved Qianzan's deeper secrets. Unless Qianzan was willing to tell her, she was not going to ask. Even if she asked these questions now, if Qianzan was unwilling to tell her, she was not going to ask further. I'm curious too. Can you tell me? Tsunade calmed down a little and asked Qianzan. I'll pick out what I can say. Qianzan smiled and nodded. It was my shadow clone that saved you and Uncle Tiamu and helped you escape Danzo's pursuit. Grandma Mito, you actually guessed it right. Uzumaki Mito frowned slightly. This is unreasonable. Unless you improve the shadow clone technique and make it last for a long time. That's right. Qianzan nodded affirmatively. That's the fact. I have improved the shadow clone technique. Because of an accident, I created a more special shadow clone that cannot be replicated. This shadow clone can not only exist for a long time, but also restore chakra by itself within a certain limit. Normal attacks and injuries cannot break it. I relied on this special shadow clone, combined with my other stealth talent, to take a ride on a caravan, let this shadow clone leave the village, arrange in advance, and go to rescue. As for how I know Danzo will ambush you, which involves another of my innate abilities, predicting the future. Ha! When Uzumaki Mito and others heard this, their eyes suddenly widened. You said you can predict the future. Tsunade even added. Like Toad Sage from Mount Myoboku. No, the same. Qianzan shook his head. I only saw the future once in my sleep when I extracted chakra for the first time. That is a dream that encompasses the present and the future decades from now. It is extremely clear. Yeah, it's the future, but it's actually more like I watched a very long movie from the perspective of a bystander. It's just that the story in this movie is the past and future of the ninja world. It's not necessarily very comprehensive, but some important events are shown. Of course, this is nonsense. This was just to transform Kaizan's understanding of the future into a way that they could not understand and accept. This will also make it easier to reveal more about the future to Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade and others, thereby gaining their full support and help. In this way, many of his plans will be much easier. Of course, there are some futures that he will not reveal. For example, in the original novel, Kushina is Minato's daughter-in-law. Kushina is his, but this is the only thing that cannot be messed with. As for whether there will be any problems in revealing this, of course not. Isn't this covered by a confidentiality agreement? Moreover, he also quite trusts Uzumaki Mito and others. So, you know what will happen in the next few decades. This is how you also knew about the time we were in danger and the fall of the kingdom of Whirlpool. Tsunade concentrated. Almost. Qianzan nodded affirmatively, but it's not very specific. Some things I inferred based on other information combined with part of the information in the dream. Speaking of this, Qianzan looked at Kushina and said, Kushina, I thought about saving the entire kingdom of Whirlpool and changing the fate of the kingdom of Whirlpool being destroyed, but I gave up in the end. Because I know that I was too weak at the time and couldn't do such a thing. I'm sorry. No, Kushina shook his head and said, there is nothing to be sorry for. Not to mention you at that time, even if you go back to that time now and face that situation, you can't change the result of the destruction of the kingdom of Whirlpool. Obviously, Kushina is still very sensible about this. After hearing this, Qianzan smiled knowingly and continued. However, although I failed to save the kingdom of Whirlpool, I still tried my best to change many things. At least, the Uzumaki clan was not completely destroyed like in my dream. In the end, there were only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens left. Kushina and Uzumaki Mito both looked at Qianzan after hearing this, and asked nervously, what do you mean by this? Did you save more members of the Uzumaki clan? Where are they? The destruction of the Uzumaki clan has always been a knot in the hearts of the 2 of them. Now, hearing that there may be more members of the Uzumaki clan who are still alive, it's strange that the 2 of them are not nervous. At this time, Tsunade looked at Qianzan with sharp eyes and asked, I remember that the leader of the Uzumaki clan had prepared several plans at that time, one of which was to divide most of the clan members into 3 teams and escape separately. But in the end, there was no news about them. They all disappeared. We checked afterward, and the only thing we can confirm is that one of them encountered Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi successively, and almost lost everything. You didn't use the method of rescuing us to guide the remaining 2 fleeing teams to leave safely, right? Qianzan listened and nodded affirmatively. That's right. In fact, I controlled the birds to deliver information and guidance to the 3 teams in an attempt to help them escape from pursuit. But in the end, only 2 teams believed in me and listened to my guidance. In the end, they successfully evaded all enemy pursuits, fled into a safe area, and lived in seclusion. If the total number of people is added up, there are 1 or 200. Over the years, they have relied on the sealing technique to hide themselves, and their lives have actually been pretty good. When the time is right, I can take you to meet them. Strictly speaking, he himself has never actually seen these people from the Whirlpool clan. The whole process was through bird communication. You actually survived so much. Tsunade couldn't help but exclaimed. You guys have really done great things quietly and quietly. Of course, you also saved me and the Senju clan, for which I want to thank you very much. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be here anymore, right? No, Qianzan shook his head and said, in that case, Danzo can't possibly kill your Kushina. After all, one of you is a disciple of the 3rd generation, and the other is a reserve member of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Killing you is not in line with the plans and interests of 3rd generation and Danzo. It will also make Grandma Mito go berserk. Tsunade listened, but had no idea of being grateful to 3rd generation. On the contrary, she disliked him even more. Qianzan. At this time, Kushina and Uzumaki Mito stood up with red eyes and saluted Qianzan. We want to thank you. Thank you for saving so many Uzumaki clan. Qianzan quickly avoided it, helped the 2 of them up and said, Kushina, Grandma Mito. What are you doing? This is just what I should do. After all, we are a family. Yep, Uzumaki Mito listened and nodded with a smile. However, our relationship had not yet reached this stage at that time. She really likes this child more and more the more she looks at it. This is simply the destiny given to them by the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. Without Qianzan, the Senju clan and the Whirlpool clan would really have no future at this time. Where? Qianzan waved his hand with a smile and said, at that time, when I saved the Uzumaki clan, I didn't want the 3rd generation and the 3 great ninja villages to succeed. I also wanted to take the Uzumaki clan into my own hands in the future, so I saved the Uzumaki clan. There. After all, what I want to do in the future is difficult to achieve without a group of strong helpers. Some things, if they are put out in the open early in the morning, will not make people think that Qianzan has ulterior motives, but will only make people think that Qianzan is open-minded. Just like now, after hearing this, Uzumaki Mito and Kushina not only didn't think there was anything wrong with this, but nodded in approval. There is nothing wrong with it. We can even help you convince them then. Thank you then. Qianzan smiled. This is a good thing. Ahem. At this time, Tsunade saw that they had finished talking, cleared his throat, looked at Qianzan and asked again. So, can you tell me now, what happened when you said you were renewing Grandma's life? Right. As soon as these words came out, Minato and even Naoki reacted, looking back and forth at Qianzan and Uzumaki Mito with suspicion, obviously waiting for an explanation. They felt that they had been deceived. Grandma is actually already well. Ah, this. After hearing this, Qianzan immediately smiled and said, that's what it means literally. Didn't Grandma Mito lose her vitality because of the sealing of 9 tails, and her life is not long? I find a way to replenish her missing vitality, and she will naturally not die from this for the time being. You can live for a long, long time, haha. If, together with the current Xingyi Quan, you practice to a high level, you can live longer. At least, it was easy for Danzo and the others to survive 3rd generation. If Qianzan taught him the Zifu divine refining technique and the Yin and Yang Qi refining technique, his lifespan would never end. After hearing this, Tsunade and the others narrowed their eyes slightly and looked up and down at Qianzan and Uzumaki Mito. Also noticed that Kushina was very calm about this information from beginning to end. Even, there is a faint smile. Kushina, have you known this news for a long time? Tsunade asked in a deep voice. Naoki and Minato also looked over with, brush. Hey. Kushina was a little embarrassed to see it, so she quietly moved away and hid behind Uzumaki Mito. She stuck out her tongue playfully and explained, although it is indeed like this. But you can't blame me for this. Qianzan told me this too. Besides, Grandma Mito didn't let me tell you. Ha. After hearing this, Tsunade and the 3 people couldn't understand. They all looked at Uzumaki Mito and asked in unison, Grandma. Why, do you know how worried we are about you in this short time? Unacceptable. Isn't this bullying an honest person? The clever Tsunade even vaguely guessed the reason why his grandma didn't tell them. Hee. Uzumaki Mito saw the depressed expressions of the three people, and immediately Ichiraku blinked his eyes playfully and said, "Isn't Grandma worried that once you know about it, you will have no pressure and motivation to work hard to become stronger? That's why I came up with this bad idea. You must understand Grandma's good intentions. Look, isn't it great now? Grandma, I'm fine. You have also practiced hard and become a lot stronger because of the pressure. This is simply a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. Come on, stop being so sarcastic." Everyone smile. Tsunade, ZKI, Nawaki, you are really our grandma. Are you sure you are not a devil? How can there be such a thing? Isn't this taking advantage of their filial piety? For a moment, they felt tired and no longer in love. This world is not worth it. The three of them could only squeeze out a perfunctory smile. That smile must be as forced as necessary. Okay, be happy. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but smile when he saw it, and said, "You should think so. If Qianzan hadn't taken the initiative to expose it today, it might have been several years before you knew the truth. When you think about it this way, don't you feel more comfortable instantly?" Tsunade three people. Grandma, please stop talking. The more you talk about it, the more it hurts your heart. Tsunade couldn't help rolling his eyes and complained. That's it. Nawaki and Minato also nodded in unison. He also looked at Qianzan and Kushina with resentful eyes, as if looking at two more traitors. Hey. Qianzan and Kushina both smiled back. So, at this time, Tsunade looked at Qianzan and asked, "How did you help Grandma regain her vitality? You know, this is not easy. If it were really simple, she would have thought of a solution long ago." Don't say it. Qianzan simply shook his head with a smile. How long can the matter of the water of life be kept secret? Okay, don't ask about this, Tsunade. At this time, Uzumaki Mito smoothed things over and said, "When it's your turn to know in the future, you will naturally know it. In addition, please remember not to reveal the news that my vitality has been restored. Go out and just pretend that I am still alive. This will paralyze Monkey and Danzo, lest they continue to target the Senju clan in advance and cause trouble to everyone. How long can it last? Do you understand?" Yes, we remember it. After hearing this, Tsunade and others suddenly looked stern and nodded seriously. Uzumaki Mito was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Then he looked at Qianzan and said, "So, your future plan is to control Konoha and change Konoha?" "It's more than that." Qianzan nodded, then shook his head and said, "I still want to change this sick world of ninja. You know, I know part of the future. Next, not only will the second and third ninja war break out in the ninja world, but there will even be a fourth ninja war later. These ninja wars are getting bigger and more brutal every time. In the future, it will become normal for children to go to the battlefield. Worse than the Sengoku period. I don't want the ninja world to continue like this, I want to end the war. Therefore, controlling and changing Konoha is only the first step. The second step is to unify the entire ninja world. Because, only by unifying the ninja world and making everyone and all ninjas become members of one village and one country can this kind of world-level war be completely stopped." He wouldn't say it. This is actually just incidental. His real purpose is to obtain collectible things in the entire ninja world through this method. At the same time, let the entire ninja world become his workers and collect and create various collectible things for him in the ninja world in the future. Even help him go to Otherworld to collect collectible items. Unify the ninja world. Uzumaki Mito and the others were all shocked when they heard this. Obviously, he didn't expect Qianzan's plan to be this. But, wouldn't unifying the ninja world mean launching a war to wipe out other capitals and ninja villages? Wouldn't that also start a war? Isn't it good for everyone to live in peace? The innocent Nawaki frowned slightly. That's not what happened. Before Qianzan opened his mouth, Minato shook his head and said, "Qianzan has frequently analyzed with me the root causes of the war in the ninja world. In the final analysis, it is still a problem of uneven distribution of benefits and the growing ambition of mankind. If the status quo is maintained and everyone lives in peace as you said, and if this method really works, there will be no first ninja war and the second ninja war that is about to break out now. There is a world war. Quote, if what you say is true, after the first generation established Konoha, the circle should have ushered in long-lasting peace. But actually, no. At this point, Minato noticed what Tsunade wanted to defend, and he quickly added, oh. It can't be said that there is nothing at all. At least, when the first generation was still alive, the countries and major ninja villages in the ninja world basically maintained peace for this reason, and no one dared to initiate a large-scale war. Yes, that's it. Tsunade and Naoki nodded affirmatively, as if they had found faith. She continued, doesn't this prove that my uncle's method is still feasible? Everyone can actually sit down and get along peacefully. Minato and Qianzan shook their heads after hearing this. It's really unexpected that Tsunade is so naive. Still haven't been beaten enough by reality. On the contrary, Uzumaki Mito understood what Qianzan and the others meant, and sighed helplessly, hey. If Hashirama's peaceful vision is to be realized, the only necessary condition is that Hashirama can live forever and maintain the absolute force that can conquer the entire ninja world. All of this is based on the fact that Hashirama is still alive. Others, under the coercion of his force, dare not start a war, and can only be forced to postpone the peace. This is undoubtedly an unhealthy and incorrect peace model. So, once Hashirama died, his peace ended, and the first ninja war broke out in the ninja world soon. Tsunade and Naoki suddenly realized, followed by silence. So, their grandfather's peaceful model won't work. But, at this time, Uzumaki Mito looked at Qianzan and Minato again and asked, since you were prepared to forcibly unify the ninja world through force to achieve peace, then have you ever thought about it, isn't this a pathological pattern of peace? In my opinion, there is not much difference from Hashirama's peaceful methods. The premise of peace is also based on the fact that you have the absolute power to suppress the ninja world, and that you have always been alive. The power to suppress the ninja world, I don't doubt that. With the help of Qianzan in the future, Minato will be able to at least reach the level of Tobirama, and even surpass Tobirama with a high probability. And Qianzan, you have a great chance of surpassing Hashirama, as long as you don't die unexpectedly. But how do you make sure you stay alive? Uzumaki Mito knows that Qianzan still has the water of life, and she also has nearly a bottle here. However, even the water of life cannot make Qianzan immortal. After hearing this, Minato couldn't help but look at Qianzan. He also realized the problem. Qianzan smiled slightly and said, first of all, I want to correct a mistake of yours, Grandma Mito. After unifying the ninja world, I don't have to live forever to maintain peace. Oh, Uzumaki Mito raised his eyebrows slightly, became interested, and made a gesture of invitation, you continue. Qianzan nodded and continued. In the early days of forced unification, as you said, as long as I am gone, the entire empire will fall apart again and fall into turmoil. But if I can complete the unification of writing, culture, and beliefs within the empire while I am still alive, let all people identify themselves as subjects of the empire. Then even if I'm gone, as long as I choose a suitable successor, the kingdom of Zhou can still maintain peace. Until the day comes when the empire becomes internally decayed and the people are in dire straits. By then, the empire will surely fall apart and fall into chaos again. When Tsunade and others heard this, they felt certain in their hearts and wanted to say, look. Qianzan interrupted them with a big hand and continued. But because the spiritual culture has been unified for many years, because everyone agrees that they are members of the same nation. In the end, there will definitely be new careerists who will put down the turmoil, unify the ninja world again, and re-establish a unified new empire. In this way, the new empire will definitely be able to bring peace to the ninja world for hundreds of years again. And so the cycle goes. Although the ninja world in the middle cannot avoid the turmoil of reincarnation for hundreds of years, it will eventually return to unity and long-term peace. So, after all calculations, isn't it much better than a ninja war happening in the past few years or 10 years? Isn't it much better than the constant wars during the Sengoku period? Well, this is actually what happened in the history of the Zusha civilization where Qianzan Senju lived. The first emperor, who had no great talent or strategy, ended the Sengoku turmoil and unified the world. How could the brilliant Zusha civilization come about after unifying riding and carriage tracks? How could the land of Kyushu be unified again and again? Therefore, ancestors are great. This really seems to be possible. Tsunade, Uzumaki Mito and others listened and were attracted by the scene described by Qianzan. If Qianzan really does what he said in the future history will really seem to develop according to this model. If that were the case, it would indeed be much better than the current split. They were not naive enough to say that there would still be turmoil and war. Something like that. Things are all about comparison. If Qianzan really said that permanent peace could be achieved in his hands, they might not believe it. Because this is too unrealistic and idealistic. Reality is not ideal. I think this is good. After pondering for a moment, Minato spoke. He looked at Qianzan with eyes full of admiration and determination. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that he must help Qianzan realize his ideals and bring long-term peace to the ninja world. Establish a successful template for long-term peace for future generations. Agree. Kushina directly supports Qianzan without thinking. Qianzan, he looks so awesome. I also want to see that kind of future, so I support him too. Nawaki looked at Qianzan with admiration and changed his stance directly. The main thing is that my grandma agreed before, but my grandpa's approach didn't seem to work. And what Qianzan said is very clear, and his grandma and sister agree with it, so what reason does he have to disagree? Just follow Qianzan. Anyway, Qianzan has always been the most powerful. Then give it a try. Tsunade looked at his grandma and asked tentatively. Can? Uzumaki Mito smiled and nodded. No matter how bad it is, it will not be worse than now, and it will not be worse than the future that Qianzan said. 4 ninja wars broke out in succession. Sure enough, Hashirama is wrong. Speaking of this, Uzumaki Mito paused and said as if joking. Speaking of which, in fact, the original falling out between Hashirama and Uchiha Madara was also due to differences in the direction of peace. Moreover, at that time Uchiha Madara was also prepared to take the path of taking over the entire world by force. Although it is quite different from what Qianzan said, it is not as complete and organized as what Qianzan said. But that's what Uchiha Madara thought at first. Unfortunately, he was finally defeated by Hashirama and died in the battle, and all his dreams came to an end. Looking back now, Uchiha Madara was actually right. This is a bit ridiculous and acne-prone. Not necessarily. After hearing this, Qianzan shook his head and said, Uchiha Madara's so-called unification is simply to unify the ninja world through personal force and to rule with high pressure. There is no comprehensive program and reform plan. Under such a rule, the internal problems have not been solved, but have been temporarily suppressed by absolute force. When he dies, it will inevitably explode and destroy the entire empire. Afterwards, the empire fell apart and returned to the multinational divisions it had before unification. Everything is back to square one. Also, Grandma Mito, do you really think Uchiha Madara died in the first place? Speaking of this, Qianzan looked at Uzumaki Mito seriously. Want to see something from his eyes? Why? Facing Qianzan's gaze, Uzumaki Mito sighed and asked. So, in the future you saw, Uchiha Madara did not die when she fought Hashirama. Then what is he planning secretly? Can you tell me? Is his hand behind the next 3 ninja wars? What? After hearing this, Tsunade and others were shocked by the message hidden in Uzumaki Mito's words. Uchiha Madara is not dead. Qianzan looked at Uzumaki Mito with narrowed eyes, and chuckled. Sure enough, Grandma Mito, you know, there is a high probability that Uchiha Madara is not dead. Let me guess. It was discovered by 2nd generation, right? It is basically impossible to expect the idiot 1st generation to discover the truth about Uchiha Madara's fake death. That's right. Uzumaki Mito nodded affirmatively. It was indeed Tobirama who discovered it. During the battle at the Valley of the End, Hashirama's vitality was excessively squeezed and consumed in a short period of time, and he had no time to recover. He was injured again and passed away not long after. Shortly after this, Tobirama, who was not stopped by Hashirama, wanted to study Uchiha Madara's body, so he opened the coffin containing Uchiha Madara's body. It turns out that Amashia Madara's body is missing. Furthermore, the coffin was opened from the inside. Since then, Tobirama has suspected that Uchiha Madara is not dead. But before the battle, he pre-translated the Uchiha clan Sharingan forbidden technique, Izanagi, into his Sharingan. Then, when the forbidden technique's preset time came, the forbidden technique was automatically triggered, rewriting his mortal fate and allowing him to be successfully resurrected. But whether this is the case or not is just Tobirama's guess. Even he can't completely confirm it. What if Uchiha Madara's body was simply stolen? It's just, don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. Tobirama himself hates the Uchiha clan. As a result, Tobirama became more wary of the Uchiha clan and secretly began to arrange for people to monitor the Uchiha clan. I'm just afraid that Uchiha Madara is secretly instigating the Uchiha clan to cause trouble. It's a pity that he died too hastily. It was not confirmed until his death whether Uchiha Madara was dead or alive. But the policies and orders for the Uchiha clan have been well inherited by the third generation in Danzo. BIBC even the real Uchiha clan has become more serious in recent years. As a result, everything has gone sour. Speaking of this, Uzumaki Mito paused and analyzed. Based on the experiences of our Senju clan, Monkey and Danzo are not targeting the Uchiha clan simply because of Tobirama's orders. The main reason is to suppress and weaken the Uchiha clan, just like they suppressed and weakened my Senju clan. Hey, if this continues, there will be problems sooner or later. The Uchiha clan is not as gentle and easy to fool as Senju. If this continues, Uchiha and Mura will definitely have a fight. This is Uzumaki Mito's idea. But she probably never would have thought that the Uchiha clan was almost forced to rebel later in the original work. But he was exterminated by a filial son and a lunatic who was crazy about a woman, right? Don't worry, when I take control of Konoha, I will change everything. The Uchiha of Konoha abandoned Uchiha Madara, and no one followed him. In the eyes of a proud and arrogant person like Uchiha Madara, this is a complete betrayal. It's actually impossible for him to be secretly colluding with Konoha's Uchiha. Qianzan immediately said safely. The Uchiha clan has considerable fighting power. And geniuses appear frequently. They are indispensable in Qianzan's future empire. That's true. Uzumaki Mito was slightly startled after hearing this, thinking of Uchiha Madara's character and conduct, and then smiled helplessly and said, "Fortunately, neither Tobirama nor I have seen through this. That guy Uchiha Madara is indeed an extremely proud and arrogant person. Once betrayed, he will never be able to forgive the Uchiha clan of Konoha for the rest of his life. In this case, it is even more of a mistake for ye to suppress Uchiha." Speaking of this, Uzumaki Mito looked at Qianzan with a ninja look and said, "So, Qianzan, I hope you can really do it in the future and correct this mistake. I believe this is what Hashirama would like to see." There is no way Tobirama would have such an idea. He is such a pure person. Pure disgust Uchiha. Exclamation mark. I see. Qianzan smiled and nodded. At this time, Tsunade on the side interrupted and said, "Since Uchiha Madara is really not dead yet, what conspiracy is he hiding in the dark? This is the key." After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito and others also looked at Qianzan, looking for confirmation. He is indeed not dead. He is indeed planning a conspiracy. Qianzan nodded affirmatively and said, "At the beginning, he was calculated by an old coin behind the scenes who had lived for 1,000 years. He saw the so-called truth that was tampered with in a stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths under the Uchiha clan in Minami Kaga Shrine. He knew how to obtain the ultimate power of Uchiha and even the ninja world. That is, the unity of yin and yang can obtain all things in the world." Tsunade and others heard it, and their foreheads were full of question marks. What does this mean? What is the ultimate power of the ninja world? Qianzan did not keep it a secret and continued to explain. That is, the combination of Senju Ultimate's Yang Escape and Uchiha Ultimate Yin Escape power, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the combination of the two can obtain the ultimate power of the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan. That is to ensure that the news will not be leaked without his permission. At the same time, Black-White Zetsu can't get close to Uzumaki Mito who has Kagura's hard eye, otherwise, Qianzan really wouldn't say it at this time. Of course, he chose to say it out. Of course, he has his own intention. It is to let Uzumaki Mido, Tsutomu, Minato and others see the essence of the ninja world and the conspiracy behind it. Let them support their future plans more attentively and cooperate with some of their actions. Rinnegan, Uchiha and Senju. How is this possible? This time, let alone Tsunade and the others, even Uzumaki Mido was shocked. Nothing is impossible. This is the fact of the future I see. Qianzan said calmly. Tsunade frowned and said, but the Senju and Uchiha have been enemies for thousands of years. If the fusion of the Senju's Yang Tsukushi and the Uchiha's Sharingan can activate the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan, doesn't that mean that the Senju and Uchiha are actually relatives from the source? Is the legendary Sage of Six Paths true? Is it true that the legend says that the Senju and Uchiha are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths? This is too shocking. Myths have come to reality. These are indeed true. Qianzan nodded affirmatively. The ancestor of Senju is Ashura, the youngest son of Sage of Six Paths, who inherited the sage body of Sage of Six Paths. The ancestor of Uchiha is Indra, the eldest son of Sage of Six Paths, who inherited the Sage Eye of Sage of Six Paths, or the degraded version of the Sage Eye, Sharingan. And Ashura and Indra are real brothers. The feud between Senju and Uchiha actually started from these two people. Then, it was passed down from generation to generation. Also, I want to correct you, Sister Tsunade. It is not that the Yang release of Senju and the Sharingan of Uchiha are fused to get Rinnegan. It is the Yang release power generated by the top sage body like first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the ultimate Yin release, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan like Uchiha Madara that can be opened. Rinnegan. And, this is not absolute, Indra and Ashura's chakra are also needed as the key to truly open the Rinnegan. These conditions are indispensable, otherwise, there would be more than one pair of Rinnegan, right? Wait for me. After hearing this, Tsunade felt that she had accepted too many factors at once, and her head was a little fried. She rubbed her brows with her fingers for a long time before she looked at Qianzan and asked, "Don't say anything else, just assume that everything you said is true. I have another question. You said that Indra and Ashura's chakra is also one of the keys to open the Rinnegan." Qianzan. Yes, Tsunade. You also said that the Rinnegan appeared in the future you saw, so Uchiha Madara successfully opened the Rinnegan. Qianzan. That's right. Tsunade frowned and said, this doesn't make sense. How did Uchiha Madara get the power of Senju? Where did Ashura and Indra's chakra come from? When Uzumaki Mido heard this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and thought of one thing. Qianzan immediately spoke before he could speak. Hashirama told me that during the battle in the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara finally bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh and blood from him. Could it be that he obtained the power of Senju Ultimate Yang Escape by transplanting Hashirama's flesh and blood? Tsunade was stunned when he heard this. Is there such a thing? Why had she never heard her great-grandfather mention it? Grandma Mido, your guess is correct. Qianzan nodded affirmatively. That's the fact. Uchiha Madara obtained the ultimate Yang Escape power of first generation through this method, merged it with himself, and opened the Rinnegan. A flash of cold light flashed in Uzumaki Mido's eyes, and he said in a cold voice, so, the reason why Uchiha Madara provoked the battle in the Valley of the End was actually to obtain Hashirama's flesh and blood, and all other reasons were just illusions. This is too much. Because of this reason, Shangjian died. Can't forgive. Wang. Uzumaki Mido's terrifying chakra disappeared in a flash, making Nawaki and the others feel like their breathing was stagnant. Fortunately, Uzumaki Mido restrained himself instantly. Sure enough, the gap between me and Grandma Mido is still quite big. Qianzan thought to himself. At least, that's the amount of chakra. Indeed, although, he was just calculated and deceived by the mastermind behind the scenes. Qianzan nodded affirmatively. Uzumaki Mido heard this and frowned. What is the purpose of this mastermind? Also, since Uchiha Madara turned on the Rinnegan, why didn't he come out to cause trouble? What on earth is he planning? This is totally unexplainable. This is something Tsunade and the others couldn't figure out. Qianzan immediately explained. The purpose of the mastermind behind the scenes is not yet known to you. We will talk about it later. As for why Uchiha Madara didn't come out to cause trouble. Because he started Rinnegan very late, only in the past few years. And, after turning on Rinnegan, he is almost dead of old age. Currently, I am just relying on special means to hold my breath and retain the strength for the peak battle. He is currently arranging backup personnel and preparing to train agents. After his death, he will proceed according to his plan. Then, at the right time, resurrect him in peak condition. At that time, it was he who started Project Tsuki no Mi and plunged the ninja world into the super illusion infinite Tsukuyomi that enveloped the entire ninja world, thereby achieving false peace. All we can say is that Madara was deceived by Black Zetsu. I have been working for Black Zetsu making wedding dresses my whole life. How miserable. No, just wait a moment. Tsunade twisted his eyebrows with his hands and asked, "Did I hear you correctly? Use the super genjutsu infinite Tsukuyomi that envelopes the entire ninja world to achieve false peace." Since Uchiha Madara knows that this peace is false, why is he so stupid that he still does this? Totally incomprehensible. This is simply crazy behavior. Qianzan spread his hands and said, "Don't ask me about this, I actually don't know what Uchiha Madara is thinking. Perhaps, his mind is no longer normal at this time. Peace has become his obsession. He just wants to use this to prove to first generation, a good friend, that his peaceful method is correct, and is trying to gain the recognition of first generation. If he can understand Uchiha Madara's thoughts, it proves that he himself is crazy. Never try to understand the mind of a madman. Ah, first generation and Uchiha Madara are good friends. Qianzan, is it really okay for you to arrange first generation and Uchiha Madara like this?" Minato couldn't help but complain after hearing Qianzan's words. He also secretly glanced at Uzumaki Mito. But he found that Uzumaki Mito looked surprisingly calm. "Qianzan, you really went too far. That's my great-grandfather." Tsunade glared at Qianzan fiercely and scolded. "This is slander." That's it. Nawaki also nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Qianzan spread his hands and said, "It's just a joke. Don't you think first generation and Uchiha have a feeling of falling in love with each other? Hee. You brat." After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito glared at Qianzan angrily, "Stop talking nonsense." But the next moment, she winked playfully and said, "Hashirama's relationship with Uchiha Madara was really good back then, but it was a bit too much. Even Tobirama was jealous. He once felt that Uchiha Madara had taken away his eldest brother. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Tobirama hates Uchiha Madara so much. Haha. In fact, Uzumaki Mito felt in his heart that what Qianzan said was quite right. Not only is Tobirama sometimes jealous of Uchiha Madara's relationship with Hashirama, but why isn't she sometimes? Sometimes, she even suspected that Uchiha Madara was Hashirama's wife. Ahem. Back to the topic. Seeing the building getting more and more crooked, Tsunade forced the topic to change, looked at Qianzan and asked, still the same question, the Indra Chakra and Ashura Chakra that Uchiha Madara brought to open the Rinnegan. You haven't answered this question yet. Nawaki and others also nodded curiously and looked at Qianzan. Qianzan immediately Kaido. Because, under the arrangement of Sage of Six Paths, the chakras of Ashura and Indra have been reincarnated continuously and their grievances are constantly entangled. And first generation and Uchiha Madara are the chakra reincarnations of Ashura and Indra in this generation. So, they are born with the chakra of Ashura and Indra in their bodies. After Uchiha Madara obtains the flesh and blood of the first generation, he can naturally use it to open the Rinnegan. After hearing this, Tsunade and others suddenly opened their eyes wide again, as if they heard something unbelievable. Chakra reincarnation. Is such a thing possible? Uzumaki Mito frowned and said, "So, Hashirama is actually the reincarnation of Ashura. Uchiha Madara is the reincarnation of Indra. Are they still them?" She feels that there seems to be a conspiracy from Sage of Six Paths. Otherwise, why would he do this? If he hadn't done this, maybe there wouldn't have been the 1,000-year feud and war between Senju and Uchiha. This Sage of Six Paths has bad intentions. No, you are mistaken. It is just a simple chakra reincarnation, not a soul reincarnation. Qianzan shook his head and continued. Therefore, first generation is first generation, and Ashura is Ashura. It's just that the first generation will have Ashura's chakra in its body. And this chakra contains a certain amount of Ashura's will, which will have a certain impact on the first generation's character. The two are not the same. Similarly, the same is true for Uchiha Madara. Perhaps, at the beginning of reincarnation, Ashura and Indra chakra were still very strong-willed and had a great influence on the reincarnated person. But as they have been reincarnated again and again over the past thousands of years, the willpower of Ashura and Indra that remained in the chakra has been almost worn away. It is estimated that only some instincts and obsessions are left. The reincarnation of this world itself is incomplete. Is that so? Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade and others were relieved after hearing this. They don't want Ashura in first generation. This makes them very uncomfortable. What exactly do you mean by character influence? Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but ask. She had a vague guess. Qianzan chuckled and said, Ashura is a typical kind-hearted Madonna character, a good old man, and also somewhat persistent and stubborn about things. First generation was also affected in this way. And Indra is a more evil person, deep-minded and extreme. This also affected Uchiha Madara. Besides, it's the two brothers' obsession with each other that they don't like each other. That's why first generation and Uchiha Madara fell in love and killed each other. There are no others, but this is actually scary enough. Think about Naruto in the future. After encountering a dark life like his childhood, he can still be full of positive desires for the world and retain his concubine character. The dark side of the heart is also very small. This is all the influence of Ashura Chakra's will. Otherwise, a normal person would have turned dark countless times. The best example of this is Uchiha Sasuke. Since the night of the genocide, this guy has started to turn black, his heart is full of hatred, and as he grows up, he has gradually gone to the road of complete blackness. Is that just this? That's still acceptable. Uzumaki Mito listened, nodded understandingly, and then said a little playfully, so, is Hashirama's honest and good-natured character actually affected by the will of Ashura Chakra? Interesting. After hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, Grandma, where's the fun in this? If a person's personality is affected by the will of others, isn't this a kind of brainwashing? Is he still the same person after being brainwashed? If it were me, I would rather die. The only person who can determine my character is myself. I don't need others to influence me. Hee. After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito shook his head in amusement. You are just too extreme and too naive. As we live, we are affected by the tasks and experiences around us every moment, and our personalities change little by little. Who can really not be affected by external influences at all? Even the monks in the temple are no exception. Tsunade's expression suddenly froze after hearing this. It seems to be the same Liha. However, Tsunade did not want to continue discussing this topic, and turned to Qianzan and asked, speaking of which, it has been decades since Uchiha Madara obtained the flesh and blood power of my grandfather, right? Why did it take him so long? How long did it take to open the Rinnegan? Is it really so difficult to open this immortal eye? Or is there another reason? Of course, Tsunade is also glad that it took so long for Uchiha Madara to open Rinnegan. Otherwise, whether Konoha still exists at this time is a question. I have a few guesses about this, but they may not be completely accurate. Qianzan nodded and analyzed. First, he only got a small piece of Hashirama's flesh and blood, and his Yongdun power is not enough, so he needs more time to complete the transformation. Both. One eye was temporarily blinded due to the use of Izanagi. Even with the power of Yang escape brought by Hashirama cells, even if his eyes were eternal eyes, it took several years to recover. 3. The transformation of eyes does take enough time. In other words, does the awakening and transformation of Yin-Yang Dan require enough time? Without real contact, Qianzan himself could only make guesses. Tsunade nodded in understanding and frowned slightly. Since he has activated the Rinnegan at this time and is still planning secretly, will he take action against Konoha? Should we make some arrangements in advance? And be prepared to deal with his conspiracy? If possible, we must not resurrect him in his peak state. Otherwise, I really don't know who can fight him. With Grandpa's power and the Rinnegan, even if my grandpa is resurrected in peak condition, I'm afraid he won't be his opponent anymore, right? This is not okay. That's right. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito also looked at Qianzan with a serious face and said, Qianzan, you know the future, how to arrange it. You can plan it carefully. If you need it, you can discuss it with us. Let me. We help, this is not your problem alone. Quote, Uchiha Mito knows best how strong Uchiha Madara and Hashirama are at their peak. Not to mention that the future Uchiha Madara may become stronger than his peak and possess Rinnegan. Qianzan smiled and nodded. I understand. There is no need to worry about Uchiha Madara taking action against Konoha in the short term. Unless something or someone appears that exceeds his expectations, he probably won't take action blatantly before he dies. After all, he is also afraid that he will be exposed now, which will arouse the defenses of the major ninja villages, making his subsequent resurrection more difficult. The top priority is to improve ourselves. As long as the strength increases, what if Uchiha Madara is resurrected in peak condition? You will also be beaten by us. As for surpassing the peak period of having Rinnegan Uchiha Madara, give me a few years, I have the confidence to surpass it. I have unlocked it myself, and now I have the 3 god-tier skills of spirit, energy, and spirit, and there is no limit to the upper limit. As time goes by, as he continues to practice, he will become stronger quickly. A mere Uchiha Madara has nothing to be afraid of. My future is the stars, the sea, and all the heavens and worlds. As long as you have confidence. Uzumaki Mito listened, chuckled and nodded. She just likes Qianzan's confident look. It seems that Qianzan still has an unknown trump card hidden in his hand, otherwise he would not be so confident. However, this is also a good thing. Uzumaki Mito thought to himself. She had no intention of getting to the bottom of it. Everyone has their own secret. Qianzan gave enough. Tisk tisk, how about surpassing Uchiha Madara? You are so crazy, I hope you can really do it. Tsunade gave Qianzan a thumbs up. Then, she glanced at Nawaki aside and joked, Nawaki, how are you? Grandma seems to be planning to make Qianzan the patriarch of the Senju clan. You, the former young patriarch. What are you thinking at this time? After hearing this, Nawaki glanced at his elder sister speechlessly, and rolled his eyes at her. Sister. Don't sow discord here and sow discord between me and Qianzan. Having said this, he looked at Qianzan and said, Qianzan. In fact, I have never cared about the position of the young patriarch or even the patriarch. After all, the family's presence was already low a few years ago. In addition, after hearing what you said before and knowing the great things you have done secretly for the family, I understand even more clearly that I am indeed not qualified to be a clan leader. With my brain, I can't handle those complicated things, let alone have the ability to bring the family back to glory. So, I am extremely convinced that you will become the future patriarch. It can even be said that you can't ask for it. Because, in recent years, I have been overwhelmed by this heavy burden. Now that there is someone more capable taking over this heavy responsibility, it is actually a big surprise for me. Maybe, Grandma made such a decision because she saw this. What do you think, Grandma? Having said this, Nawaki turned to look at Uzumaki Mito, smiled. You boy. After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito pointed at Nawaki and said angrily, now, you don't look stupid at all. Your analysis is very clear. Why aren't you so smart on weekdays? Hey. Nawaki smiled and touched the back of the devil's head and said, there is no way. I have tried my best to be able to say these words. You know me, I am indeed not in charge of the family. If I have this skill, I might as well practice more and work hard to become fishy. Chapter 71. Nawaki positions himself as a thug and doesn't think about anything else. In fact, he now even has no dreams and aspirations for the position of Hokage. Mainly because of third generation's operations and methods, he became somewhat disillusioned with the Hokage position. The position of Hokage seemed not as beautiful and simple as he imagined. It seems like you are in trouble every moment. It's simply mind-numbing. Besides, Qianzan has shown his intelligence, and he will definitely become a Hokage in the future, and even unify the ninja world. It's not easy for me to compete with Qianzan. I generously gave it to Qianzan. Just help yourself and create a peaceful and prosperous age with Qianzan. That's why you are not suitable to be the clan leader. Uzumaki Mito shook his head amusedly. the difficulties faced by the Senju clan have not disappeared, but have been temporarily postponed. If we want to change Senju's situation, let Senju turn the corner and rise again, we really need a powerful patriarch with both strength and brains. And Qianzan is, in my opinion, the most suitable candidate. Whether it's Tsunade or Nawaki, you are not suitable. So, leave this responsibility to Qianzan, you ladies, just do it yourself. Regarding Qianzan becoming the future clan leader, Uzumaki Mito will communicate with the senior leaders of the clan to confirm this matter. Yeah, you're right. Nawaki and Tsunade listened and nodded in unison. I didn't feel sorry at all, but I breathed a sigh of relief. It feels so good not to have to shoulder this responsibility. Then, Uzumaki Mito looked at Qianzan again and said, Qianzan, since you will be the leader of the Senju clan in the future, and since you want to control Konoha and unify the ninja world in the future, you will definitely need power and more help. Therefore, I want to help you cultivate some Senju clan in advance. I want to select a few more talented people within the Senju clan to practice the secret technique of Shingikwan. Is it possible, laying the foundation for becoming a clan leader? Of course, the person selected must have your consent and approval, and there will also be a confidentiality contract. What do you think? It doesn't matter if you don't want to, no one can force you. If you want to become a clan leader, how can you do it without showing convincing strength and ability? What if it can't bring benefits to the tribe? In the final analysis, profit is the key. No problem. Qianzan immediately nodded in agreement. Even if you don't say it, I still have this plan. Sarutobi, Shimura and other families behind third generation and Danzo are all working hard to develop in secret. If I want to seize power in the future, it will definitely not work if I don't cultivate my own power in advance. It is definitely not enough to rely on your own strength. The development of a village cannot rely solely on the bravery of one person. As long as you agree, then leave this matter to me. When the people are selected, I'm calling you to plant a security seal on them to ensure that the secret technique will not be leaked. Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction. Confidentiality is a must. Then it's up to you, Grandma Mito. Qianzan said with a gentle smile. It would be great if Uzumaki Mito is willing to bring management. He can also be lazy. In fact, it's not just Nawaki who doesn't like trouble, Qianzan doesn't like it either. Therefore, in order to make it easier for him in the future, he must learn to decentralize power and shift responsibility, and pay attention to cultivating talents. And Minato is one of them. After teaching Tsunade and others Shingikwan and having dinner at Uzumaki Mito's place, Qianzan returned to his home. Entering the bedroom, he sat down cross-legged and said silently in his mind, System. Receive all remaining rewards. The next moment, a large amount of information about Dugu 9 swords, Wanmei sword technique, and thunder breathing technique continued to pour into his mind. Qianzan quickly digested and absorbed it with all his strength. Verify the swordsmanship information with your own swordsmanship, absorb the essence, and help your swordsmanship grow. As for the thunder breathing method, Qianzan would like to consider whether this thing can be combined with the breathing in Xingyi or integrated with the lightning style cell activation secret technique to develop a stronger amplified attack mode. Qianzan thought in his heart. He felt that this idea had some futility. Of course, there is also a set of sword skills in the thunder breathing technique, which he has also absorbed and is ready to be integrated into his own swordsmanship. A few minutes later, Qianzan initially digested the information and directly separated a shadow clone to stay in the bedroom, while the main body entered the small world. Then, separate 4 shadow clone again. Let 3 of them practice Dugu 9 swords, Wanmei sword technique, and thunder breathing technique respectively. The remaining 1 practices and studies ninjutsu nature transformation. In his own body, he began to practice the Zifu divine refining technique and Shingikwan. As for the yin and yang qi training method, there is not much natural energy in the small world. Once it is absorbed, it will take time to recover. Therefore, Qianzan only goes to the outside world to practice yin yang and qi ju. In a blink of an eye, 1 night passed. In the morning, Guoxuan separated a shadow clone to go with Minato and Kushina to receive Yinmao's guidance. He stayed at home to practice other things. The days passed like this, and Qianzan lived a fulfilling life every day. During this period, Uzumaki Mito also communicated with Senju's senior management, and then selected 10 people to accept Qian Zan's contract. Then, Xingyiquan was taught to them, and the supply of bodybuilding pills to them was increased, in the hope that they can improve their strength as soon as possible. Qian Zan's home. On this day, the old man and Uncle Tiamu came here to meet Qian Zan. Thank you very much for the family affairs, Qian Zan. With this Xingyiquan, the family's strength will be improved faster. As soon as he came over, Uncle Tai smiled and said to Qian Zan. Naturally, Tiamu and the old man between the scenes are not included in the selection of people this time. But Qian Zan also taught Xingyiquan to the two of them privately. After all, these two people can be considered their relatives. He is also a die-hard supporter of the Senju clan. Of course, there must be no shortage of confidentiality contracts. Where, Uncle Tiamu, what you said is obvious, isn't it? Qian Zan listened and shook his head with a smile. I am also a member of Senju. Besides, I will be the leader of the Senju clan in the future. Isn't it appropriate to do this? The stronger my family is, the more support I can get and the smoother things I do in the future. Anyway, it's all about cultivating talents for yourself. These people have signed a contract and can't escape his control. I just win the pot, okay. That's true. Tiamu smiled after hearing this, and then gave a thumbs up to Qian Zan. You are still awesome. You can actually get the support of Master Mito, Tsunade and Nawaki. In this way, as long as you can show enough strength and skill in the future, and gain enough fame, it will be easy to become the clan leader. It's not that simple. At this time, the old man said during the intermission. If you want to become a clan leader, you must be able to withstand the pressure from the third generation and raise the banner of Senju again. Otherwise, the Senju clan cannot truly have a clan leader. Otherwise, we will only alert the third generation and alert others. This is different from what we planned before. So, it's better to be steady. It just so happens that the village is currently discussing the matter of sending troops to the country of rain. It seems that what you said, Qian Zan, is that a new ninja war is really coming. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. You must make a name for yourself in this process and gain enough prestige and achievements, do you understand? It is a matter of re-establishing a clan and must be taken seriously. Qian Zan listened and nodded affirmatively. I understand. This is what I thought too. Besides, I estimate that once I become completely famous and show off most of my strength, it will be time for third generation and others to sit still. When the time comes, they will probably suppress me and try to control me. At that time, it will be time for me to become the leader of the Senju clan and re-establish the banner of Senju. By that time, third generation will be unable to do anything to them. Correct. At this time, Qian Zan said again, talking about the war with the Kingdom of Rain. When the time comes, third generation will definitely ask all races to send additional troops. I am afraid that we, the Senju clan, cannot be an exception, so as not to be ignored and excluded. Therefore, Grandpa Jiajian, you can prepare in advance. When the time comes, we will just send a few Jonin. The rest of the people will not be photographed. They still need time to grow. Anyway, everyone knows that we have a small number of people now. With a few Jonin, we can cope with it. Of course, when the time comes, try to let the Jonin sent out follow Sister Tsunade. To prevent the third generation from playing dirty tricks. Of course, this alone is not enough. Qian Zan is also planning to add a life-saving insurance to these people and everyone around them. It was the life-saving seal mark that he was studying during this period. The current progress is good, and it is estimated that in another month, it will be completely created and perfected. When the time comes, it will come in handy. Okay, just do as you say. I will arrange all these. Your main task next is to practice hard. The old man nodded during the scene, and while he was pleased, he did not forget to hold back. He likes to discuss things with Qian Zan. This kid thinks things through. Covering everything. I see. Qian Zan also smiled and nodded. Then let's get here today, let's go. Okay, Grandpa, Uncle Tiamu, please walk slowly. After the 7-day holiday, Qian Zan and the others received the task of leaving the village again and started their mission trip again. After that, they spent the rest in a rhythm of mission, rest, mission. Gradually, I accumulated a lot of tasks and practical experience. Of course, I did not forget to practice every day during this period. The strength has also risen rapidly again. After waiting for more than a month, Qianzhan's state of martial arts has reached the peak of transformation. As long as you continue to accumulate some energy and blood and improve your understanding, you will be able to enter Danjin. The spiritual power has also been upgraded to the 7th level of Qi training. If it is converted into chakra, it will skyrocket again. In addition, during this period, his swordsmanship improved the fastest. With Shuamao as a good teacher and friend, he often discussed with him and accepted his guidance. Coupled with Qianzhan's intellectual qualifications, he made rapid progress. Even Shuamao said that Qianzhan's level in Kendo would probably surpass him in another year and a half. This was both gratifying and stressful for him. On this day, in the small world. Haha, it's done. I finally succeeded in researching the life-saving seal mark. Now, we can better ensure the safety of those around us, and we don't have to worry about anything unexpected happening to them. Qianzhan looked at the Zhan sealing rune on the ninja beast in front of him, and after trying to activate it successfully, he couldn't help laughing. A few months ago, he began to conceive and research the secret runes. Just to add a layer of life protection to those around you. In the middle, we encountered many problems. But he solved them all with his strong understanding. Of course, during this period, he also consulted Uzumaki Mito on some sealing techniques. Now, it's finally done. This life-saving seal was developed by Qianzhan by combining sealing techniques and Flying Thunder God technique. It is necessary to plant a special seal on the corresponding target, seal a piece of Qianzhan's own chakra into it, and imprint a Flying Thunder God mark. When people around you are in danger, it will be automatically triggered, activating the chakra and transforming into Qianzhan's shadow clone to respond. At the same time, Qianzhan's body will be notified through the Flying Thunder God mark. Qianzhan's body can teleport over at any time through Flying Thunder God. In addition, if it is really critical and even the shadow clone cannot solve it, the mark will be fully activated automatically, and the shadow clone will directly teleport with the target to the space coordinates preset by Qianzhan without releasing it. If you want to preset the teleportation location, set it in the underground sealing realm space in my home. Now, it's time to take action. With this idea in mind, Qianzhan first found Kushina and Minato and told them about the function of the Xuanzi mark. We still have to complete countless tasks, and there will always be times when we encounter danger. Besides, a new ninja war is about to begin. This is a life guarantee for you. Come on, plant some seeds for you. With that said, Shion raised his hand and prepared to do it. Good. Kushina and Minato naturally would not refuse, they both completely believed in Qianzhan. Half an hour later, Qianzhan successfully planted the Xuanzi mark on the two of them. Tisk tisk. This thing is really brain-burning. Just the complexity of the sealing techniques inside makes my head spin. I really don't know how you guys researched it in such a short period of time. Minato felt the Xuanzi mark on his chest and couldn't help but clicked his tongue. It is indeed very complicated. This is already the top level of sealing technology. Kushina also observed carefully for a while, nodded in agreement, and then looked at Qianzhan with admiration. Sure enough, Zhan is the most powerful. This level of sealing technique, let alone creating it by herself, even if she has learned it now, she doesn't know how long it will take. That's right, I will also learn the Flying Thunder God technique in the future. Isn't it also necessary to learn such a profound sealing technique? Quote. Minato suddenly asked again, what are you thinking about? After hearing this, Qianzhan couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, even if you want to learn this level of sealing technique, it still depends on whether Grandma Mito will teach you or not. The Flying Thunder God technique does not require such advanced sealing techniques. It is almost enough to reach the intermediate level. Of course, if you want to improve the Flying Thunder God technique and increase the speed of the sealing technique, it is best to master the sealing technique to an advanced level. The sealing technique is closely related to the Flying Thunder God technique itself. Received. I will work hard in the future. Minato nodded solemnly. Just make it difficult. Others who want to learn the sealing technique haven't had the chance yet. Afterwards, Qianzhan went to find Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito. Is this the life-saving sealing technique that your kid has been studying during this period? It actually made you successful. You can do it. Tsunade looked at the hidden sealing technique on his neck. After some observation and judgment, he knew that the seal was indeed effective. He looked at Qianzan with a smile and joked. Really good. At this time, Uzumaki Mito also nodded in appreciation and said to Qianzan, your sealing technique has been mastered. I don't have much left to teach you. I only have a few top sealing techniques left. I'll teach you this time. I hope you can make good use of these top sealing techniques. With that said, Uzumaki Mito got up and entered the room. After a while, he took out a seal scroll and handed it to Qianzan and warned him. Yes, Qianzan quickly and solemnly took the scroll and thanked him. Thank you, Grandma Mito. Haha, one family doesn't speak the same language. Uzumaki Mito smiled and shook his head. You are willing to work hard to create this life-saving sealing technique for the people around you, and you are willing to take over the burden of Senju. That is enough. In this way, she will be much more relaxed in the future and can truly take good care of herself. These are what I should do. This is also what I want to do. Qianzan smiled and shook his head. At this time, the system prompt sounded in Qianzan's mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the treasure collection, sealing technique, seal the ghosts, reward, spirit plus 50, Zanpakuto sealed state 1. Congratulations to host for obtaining the rare collectible, sealing technique 4 elephants seal, reward, spirit plus 20, money 100,000 taels. Congratulations to host for obtaining the rare collectible, seal technique 8 sign seal, reward, spirit plus 30, money 100,000 taels. Congratulations to host for obtaining the treasure collection, sealing technique 4 red 6 yang formation. Reward, spirit plus 50, grandmaster level formation inheritance. Congratulations to host for obtaining the rare collectible, sealing technique 4 purple flame array. Reward, spirit plus 30, inheritance of primary spirit gathering array. Zanpakuto, is it worthy of the reward brought by the sealing of zombies? The sealing technique of summoning ghosts and gods actually gives a Shinigami exclusive Zanpakuto. That's awesome. Seeing this reward, Tien Shuang was extremely happy. With this Zanpakuto, he can not only add another means to improve his strength. The key is that Zanpakuto can attack spirits on its own. This naturally includes people from the Shinigami, the Sage of Six Paths who are in the Pure Land of the Underworld, and even the Impure World reincarnation. Zanpakuto is considered a special attack on these targets. In addition, the Master Level Dao Inheritance and the Elementary Spirit Gathering Array are also good things. With this, combined with the sealing technique, I can create and improve more formations and sealing techniques, making me more powerful in this aspect. Qianzan thought again. He would never ignore the power of formations and sealing techniques. In addition, there are so many spiritual rewards. Qianzan is overjoyed. Although the spiritual power of the Zifu divine refining technique has been improved very quickly, who would think that the spiritual power is too high? With these rewards, my mental strength will be greatly increased and the time it takes to practice Qi will be shortened. Qianzan thought to himself. By the way, Grandma Mito, Sister Tsunade, there is something else I need to discuss with you in advance. At this time, Qianzan turned around and said, I heard from Grandpa Makuma that the village is about to send troops to the Kingdom of Rain. Is this true? Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade listened and nodded in unison. That's true. It's probably only for the past few days. What, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Tsunade was a little curious. Good. Qianzan nodded affirmatively. This time I send troops. According to my understanding, the third generation will definitely not use villages to recruit ninjas, and they will definitely think of picking out some people from various ethnic groups. This will weaken the power of the major ninja clans. What I mean is that when the time comes, we Senju clan should also send a few people there. In order to avoid being criticized by the third generation. Just send everyone Jonin. It would be best if we could arrange them all to be under your command, Sister Tsunade, to prevent them from being tricked. I don't know yet. In addition, I am also planning to plant Schwanzi marks on these people to protect their lives. What do you think? This kind of thing must be discussed with Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito beforehand. Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito looked at each other in surprise. Uzumaki Mito said, "Okay. Just do as you say. You have thought about this matter very carefully. With this life-saving mark, it can also ensure the safety of the tribesmen participating in the war. If you don't tell me, I might not be ready to let my people join the war. In this case, when we want to re-establish our clan afterwards, the monkeys will inevitably make a fuss about this matter and damage and ruin the reputation of our Senju clan. This is best now." After saying that, Uzumaki Mito looked at Qianzan with increasingly satisfied and soft eyes. This child takes one step at a time and sees 3 steps at a time. He is always ahead of others. Only when such a person becomes the leader of the Senju clan can he truly lead the Senju clan to rise again. What you said is true, that the old man will do things. Then just do what you said. When the time comes, I will bring these people under my command. Tsunade also nodded. Ever since the filter of third generation in her eyes was completely shattered, Hans could clearly see the essence of third generation. I will never have any naive ideas about third generation again. As long as you don't have any objections. Qianzan was relieved after hearing this. Next, I chatted with the two of them for a while before leaving. As soon as he returned home, Qianzan went to the bedroom, opened the ceiling barrier, left a shadow clone in the bedroom, and entered the small world retreat room. System. Receive the reward. The next moment, countless information flows and warm currents poured into his sea of consciousness. At the same time, Qianzan also sensed that there was an extra Zanpakuto in his spiritual sea. This thing seems to be able to switch between physical and mental states at will. Qianzan couldn't care about Zanpakuto for the time being. Instead, he was familiar with the situation and directly multitasked, dividing part of his mind to digest the information. At the same time, he was running the Zifu divine refining technique with all his strength to absorb the spiritual power that emerged, and completely turned it into his own use. Half an hour later, the mental power is enough. Zifu, open. When more than half of the rewarded mental power was absorbed, Qianzan felt that he had accumulated enough mental power. He immediately opened up the Dantian method in Zifu according to Zifu's divine refining method, and suddenly bombarded the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows with highly concentrated spiritual power. Perhaps because Qianzan's accumulation was very strong, the result was very smooth and he succeeded in one go. Boom! Qianzan's sea of consciousness seemed to explode directly, and then, under Qianzan's guidance and control, it transformed into Zifu and began to expand rapidly. At the same time, the remaining mental energy that has not been fully absorbed is also quickly digested in this process. Digestion will be completed in a short time. Gradually, the Dantian on Qianzan's Zifu gradually became stable. When it is completely finalized, Qianzan's Zifu will be more than 10 times larger than the original sea of consciousness. Moreover, compared to the consciousness sea, it is more mysterious and has more potential. At least, the so-called sea of consciousness in the past cannot carry and store chakra. But now Zifu can. Call. After completing the breakthrough and stabilizing his mental state, Qianzan stopped practicing, opened his eyes, took a long breath, and a thick smile appeared on his face. Haha. I finally succeeded in opening the Purple Mansion. Quote. In the future, the accumulation and growth of spiritual power will be on the right track. In addition, the knowledge of formations is indeed mysterious. Although the low-level parts have a lot in common with the sealing technique, when it comes to advanced levels, there is no comparison between the two. That's the end of the top sealing technique. But the formations have master level and grandmaster level above this. If the corresponding formation can be arranged, it will be easy to trap Chaoying, 6 paths, and even beings above 6 paths. It's a pity that this inheritance is actually full of rune knowledge and the mysteries of heaven and earth that match runes, and there is no corresponding formation. You also need Qianzan to create it yourself or wait for system rewards. Fortunately, there is a basic spirit gathering formation. Based on this, combined with the sealing technique, we should be able to create many formations. Qianzan thought to himself. He plans to separate an additional shadow clone in the future to study formations and sealing techniques. Try to create a large number of formations as soon as possible. In addition, this Zanpakuto seems to need to input a lot of spiritual power to warm it up and breathe the sword spirit before it can perform Shikai or even Bankai. It seems that it can't be used for the time being. I can only take time to input some mental power every day to warm it up. After Qianzan summoned Zanpakuto into his hand, he got this information and murmured with some disappointment. However, you can put these away now. Because, Qianzan made a surprising discovery. That is, after I made a spiritual breakthrough and successfully opened up the Purple Mansion, my state of mind also broke through, and I was able to achieve a state of mind like Shisui, with no thoughts, and the unity of heaven and man. This means that Tianzan can officially go to Shigu Forest to practice immortality. Although, with the yin and yang qi training skills, the magic of immortality is no longer so important. But Qianzan wanted to inject himself with the spiritual power devouring magic chakra to improve the quality of his transformed chakra. At the same time, it is also convenient for oneself to conceal the existence of spiritual power. Using magic is not so abrupt and easy to explain. I have a day off tomorrow and the next day. I just want to go there. I think it won't take long. Qianzan made up his mind immediately. During dinner time, I said hello to Kushina and Minato. You said you have reached the requirements for practicing immortality. Doesn't that mean that your state of mind has also reached the standard? How is this possible? How on earth did you do it? Kushina and Minato listened, looking shocked and confused. Qianzan smiled and spread his hands and said, I have been practicing illusion recently, my mental power has been unexpectedly improved, and my state of mind has also been breakthrough. That's right, when I was studying illusions recently, I created a meditation method that can temper and strengthen mental power. I will teach it to you now. It may also help you improve your mental power and simultaneously enhance your strength. As he said that, Qianzan raised his hand and pointed it at the center of their eyebrows. Suddenly, 2 streams of light disappeared into their minds. Suddenly, the two of them felt a chill between their brows, and then a meditation method appeared in their minds. Kushina and Minato were directly stunned by Qianzan's magical method. What method do you use? How can you still transmit information to us out of thin air? Qianzan smiled slightly and said, this is just an application of spiritual power after it is strong enough to a certain extent. When your mental strength becomes stronger and you can release and retract it freely, you will be able to master this technique. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Seeing Qianzan's calm and pretentious appearance, both Kushina and Minato couldn't help but roll their eyes. It's strange that it's not worth mentioning. If it's really that simple, why haven't I seen anyone else master this method before? However, the two did not continue to ask questions. Because Qianzan itself has many secrets. As one of the people closest to Qianzan, they didn't need to get to the bottom of things. Not only is this rude, it can also easily damage the relationship between each other. Furthermore, Qianzan will tell them directly if he can. Not saying anything means that it is not the time for them to know yet. Thanks, Qianzan. With this, my mental strength can be improved quickly. Illusion training will also become much easier in the future. In addition, the amount of chakra may also be increased a lot. Minato thanked her sincerely and said nothing more. Anyway, he will hang out with Qianzan from now on, but Qianzan will follow suit, so why do you think so much? Just work hard to become stronger and try to help Qianzan in the future. Thank you, brother Qianzan. Kushina winked at Qianzan playfully and ran directly into Qianzan's arms. The disgusting look made Minato roll his eyes. By the way, Qianzan, if we practice this meditation method, can we also improve our state of mind and meet the requirements for practicing immortality? Kushina suddenly realized something, raised her head and looked at Qianzan expectantly. After hearing this, Minato reacted suddenly and looked at Qianzan expectantly. Although he has not contracted with the Katsuyu clan of Shigo Forest, he has already contracted with the Toad clan of Mount Myoboku. Also learned about Mount Myoboku Senjutsu. I even asked Mr. Jiraiya and Senin Shima if they could study. Shima Senin and the others agreed. But he said that Minato's state of mind is not up to standard, and the chance of success is not very high. Even if it can be successful, it will probably take many years of practice. In addition, Minato is still too young and the amount of chakra is not up to standard. Therefore, I have not started practicing the senjutsu of Mount Myoboku yet. Before, he had been worried about his state of mind. Now, it would be great if this meditation method could solve this problem. He can spend several years practicing meditation to improve his mental strength and state of mind. Once your body has grown up and your chakra level has reached the standard, you can officially practice immortality. Just perfect. Of course it's possible. Qianzan nodded affirmatively. However, you have to wait until you have perfected the meditation method, and then I will teach you how to make a breakthrough again. At that time, your state of mind will be raised to the level required for practicing immortality. That's right. In fact, this so-called meditation method is just an elementary spiritual practice method created by Qianzan based on the Zifu Divine Refining Method and 100 Healings Mark. Although it can continuously strengthen its mental power, it has its limits. In addition, there is no method to open up Zifu. Is that so? That's enough. After hearing this, Kushina and Minato didn't feel disappointed at all, but felt even happier. Sure enough it can. Qianzan, you are really amazing. You can even do this kind of thing, what else can't you do? Kushina looked at Qianzan affectionately and admired him. Minato looked even more convinced and admired. Early the next morning, Qianzan said goodbye to Kushina and the others, and directly used the summoning technique to summon Katsuyu. Then, he asked Katsuyu to summon him to Shigu Forest, and successfully came to Shigu Forest again, and met the Katsuyu sage himself. And requested, Katsuyu sage, I am ready to start practicing senjutsu now, please allow me and help me. Katsuyu Sennin was slightly surprised when he heard this. Are you sure you have thought about it? There will be a certain danger. Even if I am here to help you. Confirmed. Qianzan nodded resolutely. I ask myself that I am completely prepared. I am confident that I can learn it. I also ask Katsuyu sage to help me. Good. Immortal Katsuyu did not refuse, and immediately separated another Katsuyu from his body, climbed onto Qianzan and said, sit down cross-legged and start trying to absorb natural energy and perform immortal magic. Fusion and refinement of chakra. I will help you guide and absorb natural energy, and when the natural energy in your body is excessive and out of control, help you discharge the 3 elements of natural energy. As for how to successfully integrate and refine the magical chakra, you can only rely on yourself. Yes, Qianzan nodded. Then let's start. Immediately Qianzan sat down cross-legged, directly entered the realm of harmony between man and nature, and began to try to absorb natural energy. This step can be easily accomplished with Qianzan's sage body and elemental perception talents, even without the help of Katsuyu Sennin. Not to mention, he also practiced the yin-yang qi training art, which also involves drawing qi into the body and absorbing natural energy. However, Qianzan can feel that the natural energy concentration here in Shigulan is more than 10 times that of Konoha. Therefore, in the next moment, he successfully guided a ray of natural energy into his body. Immediately afterwards, with the help of Katsuyu sage, a large amount of natural energy began to pour into his body. This time, he did not forcefully use the yin and yang qi training techniques to refine these natural energies. Instead, it uses spiritual power to convert enough chakra, and then controls the chakra and natural energy to start fusion according to the ratio of 1:1:1. From the beginning, Qianzan felt the violence of natural energy and the conflict between the 3. He did not force the integration of the 3, but just maintained the unity of heaven and man, let everything take its course, and completed the guidance quietly. Buzz. Suddenly, the process became smoother, and the natural energy merged peacefully with Qianzan's physical energy and spiritual energy, and a new energy was born, which is the magic chakra. With this opening, Qianzan also remembered this feeling. It turns out that the need for the unity of heaven and man is because during the process of integration, spiritual energy cannot have subjective consciousness and distracting thoughts. Otherwise, it will arouse the resistance of natural energy and trigger a natural energy riot. When you enter the state of unity between man and nature, your mental power will become as quiet as Shisui, very peaceful. Qianzan suddenly discovered the real secret of sage mode practice. After mastering this, and Qianzan's ability to enter the state of unity between man and nature at any time, everything becomes smoother. A large amount of natural energy was absorbed and fused by Qianzan into the magical chakra. Wang. After a while, most of the spiritual power in Qianzan's body was converted into chakra and merged with natural energy to form the magical chakra. His Ajna Kakuzu appears in red eye shadow. Qianzan stopped absorbing natural energy and opened his eyes. Huh, you succeeded now. Incredible. This is faster than the little Hashirama back then. Little Qianzan, you are so awesome. Katsuyu Sage also discovered that Qianzan had succeeded in practicing, and was immediately surprised. This was the first time I succeeded, and I cultivated directly into perfect sage mode. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Haha, yes, it was successful. Thank you so much Katsuyu Senin. If it weren't for your help, it wouldn't have been so smooth. Qianzan thanked him with a smile. Where? After hearing this, Master Katsuyu shook his tentacles, shook his head and said, I actually didn't do anything. At most, I helped you guide some of the natural energy. You seem to be able to do this easily yourself. It has nothing to do with me whether you can succeed in cultivation. It seems that you did study the magic of immortality well before you went back. Immortal Katsuyu is quite happy that there is another excellent contractor in Shigu Forest. In this way, when I meet the old toad in Mount Myoboku and the smelly snake in Ryachi Cave in the future, I will have a place to show off. Even if she has a relatively peaceful personality, as a female, comparison is inevitable. Indeed, Qianzan nodded affirmatively. Not only did I study for a long time, I also found ways to improve my state of mind. Now it seems that my efforts were not in vain. Saying that, Qianzan stood up, mobilized the magic chakra to wrap his fist, and waved his fist. Fit. The air exploded directly. This power has been increased many times. Also, my resilience has increased a lot. Qianzan murmured, sensing the changes in his body. At the same time, he still had something he didn't say, that is, in this sage mode, there are more characteristics of Katsuyu in the cells. Is this considered genetic contamination? Although it's not permanent, but if this sage mode is maintained for a long time, it may not be possible. Maybe he will gradually become a demon and eventually turn into the real Katsuyu. Thinking of this, Qianzan couldn't help but shudder and quit sage mode directly. This is not the result he wants. He likes to become stronger, but that doesn't mean he wants to become other creatures. It is indeed a demon cultivator's method. Qianzan sighed in his heart. In fact, even if a normal person learns sage mode, since he cannot maintain sage mode for a long time, as long as he does not use this trick too frequently, he will not become a demon. But Qianzan is not an ordinary person. He had felt before that he could maintain sage mode for a long time. There is a problem. Well, the natural energy here is filled with the breath mark of Katsuyu Sage, it's like it's not polluted. This is probably one of the reasons. In addition, when Katsuyu Sage helped me enter the cultivation state before, a liquid flowed out of it and adhered to my body surface. And there is a special substance integrated into my body, combined with the senjutsu training method of this Shigo forest, causing my senjutsu chakra to automatically take on the characteristics of Katsuyu. If I know this substance, can I still cultivate this sage mode? Will the sage mode doll continue to have Katsuyu's characteristics after completing the training? Or is it possible that even the cultivation method of immortality needs to be adjusted to avoid such demonization? Qianzan thought a lot in his heart, and even wished he could prove it now. But he couldn't see clearly what Katsuyu Sage's attitude would be if he knew his thoughts. In addition, he was far from being a match for Katsuyu Sage, so Qianzan decided to play it safe and wait until he returned to experiment. Is this the end? It shouldn't be. I can feel that you can still maintain it. Katsuyu Immortal didn't know what Qianzan was thinking at this time. When he saw that he suddenly terminated sage mode, he asked in confusion. I just had some distracting thoughts in my mind, and I couldn't keep up the time. Qianzan rubbed the back of his head and smiled, then clapped his hands and entered sage mode instantly. Then, looking at Katsuyu Sage, he said, however, I have completely mastered sage mode, and it seems that there is no need for further practice. Katsuyu Senin was shocked when he saw it. It seems that I have underestimated you. You are much more powerful than little Hashirama. I have never seen such a powerful contractor like you. You really don't need to continue practicing now. At this time, Katsuyu Sage felt a little numb. Is this really something a human can do? Did you just learn it directly and master it to the most perfect level? It feels a little unacceptable. But unfortunately, this is the fact. Correct. At this time, Qianzan asked again, Katsuyu Sage. I heard that the celestial arts of Mount Myoboku and Ryachi Cave have matching celestial arts. So, does our Shigan Forest also have similar celestial beings? Magic. After hearing this, Master Katsuyu shook his head and said, this is really not the case. Because I am not good at fighting. I'm too big to bother studying any magical skills. I won't be able to use them anyway. So, if you are currently learning other magical arts, you may be disappointed. Of course, the so-called senjutsu is just borrowing the characteristics of senjutsu chakra, integrating it into ninjutsu, and applying it. Essentially, it is still the use of the magic chakra. With the learning ability you have shown, I think you can directly study the magic you need. Its body is so big that it doesn't move very much, and its recovery power is super strong, so there is really no need for any hernia surgery. It's all fancy and has no meaning to it. Is that so? Qianzan looked a little pity after hearing this, but still nodded. It seems that this is the only way. Now that Sage Mode has been completed, if nothing else happens, I will take my leave, Katsuyu Sage. Konoha is going to face a war recently. I have to go back and prepare. If you have learned everything you need to learn, there is no need to stay here. If the natural energy here was not polluted, he would not mind using this place as an excellent training place for yin and yang qi exercises. Well, on the premise of ensuring that you can defeat Katsuyu Sage and be absolutely safe. But now, this seems unnecessary. Unless he can develop a formation to remove this pollution, or ensure that this pollution cannot affect him. That's why he chose to build this place into a holy land for chi training as his own training place. Okay, then walk slowly. You are welcome to come again. Katsuyu Immortal didn't hold him back and said goodbye to Qianzan immediately. Gone. Qianzan did not ask Katsuyu Sage to help him use the reverse summoning technique this time. Instead, he directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to connect the coordinates of his home directly across space and returned home. This is Konoha's space-time ninjutsu. I didn't expect that little Qianzan actually mastered this jutsu. It's really amazing. Katsuyu Senin looked a little surprised at the way Qianzan disappeared. But that's about it. Qianzan, on his side, directly used Flying Thunder God to return home, and immediately raised his eyebrows. It really worked. It seems that my Flying Thunder God technique has made great progress again. It's good to be able to cross the summoning world and the ninja world. Keep up the good work. The corners of Qianzan's mouth curled up slightly. Obviously he was quite satisfied with the result. It would be perfect if one day we could teleport without relying on spatial coordinates. That's the real magical power of teleportation. Qianzan even thought longingly. Immediately afterwards, Qianzan shook his head. Now is not the time to think about these things, let's solve the trouble in the body first. First absorb the magical chakra of Shigu Forest with spiritual power and acquire its characteristics. With this thought in mind, Qianzan transformed most of the spiritual power in his body into chakra. Immediately clap your hands and enter Sage Mode directly. Then, he used the yin and yang qi training technique, controlled the spiritual power and began to absorb the celestial magic chakra in his body. The process went smoothly without any surprises. However, the absorption speed was not fast and it took a full day to complete. Because although the energy of nature is integrated in chakra, it has not been refined. This takes time, but even so, it is easier than running the technique to absorb the natural energy from the outside and directly refine it. Oh, my spiritual power has increased a lot. It seems to be the reason for these natural energies. After swallowing it, Qianzan felt that his spiritual power had increased for almost 3 days, and his face was slightly happy. This is a good way to speed up your cultivation. Qianzan touched his chin and thought. He felt that he could convert most of the spiritual energy in his body into ordinary chakra just like before. Then, enter Sage Mode, and then use spiritual power to swallow these magical chakras into spiritual calendars. In this way, wouldn't the speed of my chi training increase 3 times out of thin air? After that, I can try it. If it works, then I can practice chi faster in the future. Qianzan thought to himself. This is also a way of cheating. The next step is to cleanse the body of the unknown power characteristics penetrated by Katsuyu Sage. Thinking like this, Qianzan directly began to use all his strength to flow spiritual energy to every muscle, blood, flesh, and even cell in his body. During this process, Qianzan could clearly feel that the spiritual power had indeed swallowed up an unknown energy. This thing can be integrated into every cell of Qianzan silently. In this way, no matter whether Qianzan is in Shigu Forest or not, with or without the help of Katsuyu Sage, you can enter the Sage mode at any time and possess Katsuyu's super restorative characteristics. Sure enough. The principle is actually like this. Doesn't that mean that since I started practicing Sage mode, my cells have been contaminated to a certain extent? Katsuyu Sennin may not have any ill intentions towards me. This may be the drawback of humans borrowing Sage mode shortcuts from Katsuyu Sage. Fortunately, now I have solved this shortcoming. Thinking of this, Qianzan breathed a sigh of relief. It would be nice if it could be solved. However, to avoid accidents, it is best not to go to Shigu Forest as much as possible in the future, lest Katsuyu Sage discovers my change. That's not right. I have absorbed this power, so my spiritual power has this characteristic. I can definitely use my spiritual power to simulate this characteristic when I go to the Dewy Bone Forest to avoid being discovered. In this way, whether Katsuyu Sage left this power in my body for ulterior motives or because it was necessary for Sage mode, it has no ill intentions towards me, so that's no problem. After thinking about this, Qianzan becomes even more relaxed. Further, in the experiment, if there are no Katsuyu characteristics in the cells in the body, can I still enter Sage mode by practicing Sage mode in Shigulan? If so, will this Sage mode still have Katsuyu's characteristics? Thinking of this, Qianzan converted most of the spiritual power in his body into chakra again and clapped his hands. Wang! In an instant, he entered Sage mode again. Then, he discovered that the nature of the magical chakra had changed this time, and it no longer had such strong recovery power. But at the same time, the aggressiveness and strength have been improved to a certain extent. Sure enough, chakra, the senjutsu without the fusion of Katsuyu's characteristics, directly turned into a purely human Sage mode. He waved his hand and used water style to create a water mirror. I found that the eyeshadow and facial makeup on my face were gone, which was no different from not entering Sage mode. If Qianzan hadn't been able to feel the chakra in his body, he would have thought that he had not entered Sage mode. Let's try the various amplifying effects of chakra in this Sage mode first. Thinking like this, Qianzan made a thought and directly entered the ninjutsu testing ground in the small world played by Qian Lihao. Then start performing various Sage art. Sage art water dragon bomb technique. Sage art Tsuchi Lubi. Sage art wind style Rasengan shuriken. Sage art healing jutsu. After more than 10 minutes, he stopped the experiment. Then, the human Sage mode was released. Then, clap your hands and enter Shigu Forest Sage mode. Sage art water dragon bomb technique. Sage art healing jutsu. Then, he tried all the previous magic techniques again. Then it stopped. Then, he muttered, well, in the human Sage mode, whether it is offensive ninjutsu or defensive ninjutsu, the power is much stronger than the Shigulan Sage mode. But in terms of medical ninjutsu, Shigulan Sage mode is 30% stronger than human Sage mode. The recovery power is also 30% stronger. The gap is quite big. Currently, the human Sage mode is better than average, and the Shigulan Sage mode is better because of its greatly increased healing ability and recovery ability. What about Mount Myoboku and Ryachi Cave's Sage mode? Because there is no reference, even using the memory of the past life to judge is not very accurate. Qian plans to wait until he has obtained the magic chakra of the two and absorbed it before experimenting. So, there may not be much difference between the so-called Sage mode cultivation methods in the three Holy Lands. The real reason for the emergence of the three Sage modes is actually the gene power of the three itself. Qianzan felt that his guess was probably true. Because, after stripping away the contamination of Katsuyu Sage's genetic power, he used the same method to enter Sage mode, but the result was a different hero. This proves it beyond a doubt. But yes, the so-called Sage mode is just taking over by integrating natural energy with one's own chakra with extraordinary talent and state of mind. This itself is not a mysterious method. It's just a special secret technique. It is far from being called a complete cultivation system. Next, Qianzan used his spiritual power to absorb chakra, the magic of human sage mode, and acquired its characteristics. Qianzan can directly use spiritual power to transform this magical chakra. However, due to time constraints, Qianzan transformed a little bit of human sage mode's magic chakra this time to absorb spiritual power. So it only took a few minutes to get it done. Well, it's time to go out. They have been missing for a day, Kushina and the others have to worry. Thinking this, Tianzan immediately left the small world. I went to wash up first. Then, he opened Kagura's mind and scanned it, and instantly discovered that Kushina was at Uzumaki Mito's side. Uzumaki Mito noticed it immediately, raised his head slightly and looked in the direction of Qianzan's home, and then used the chakra sound transmission technique to send a message to Qianzan, "Is your kid back? Have you succeeded in practicing immortality?" Qianzan quickly responded, "It has indeed been successful, Grandma Mito. I can't explain the details in a few sentences, so I'll come over first. Just in time, I'll teach you and Tsunade-san the meditation method." With that said, Qianzan closed Kagura's inner eye, gnawed a piece of bread and went out. After a while, he came to Uzumaki Mito's courtyard, knocked on the door, then opened the door and walked in. "Qianzan, you're back, great." When Kushina saw Qianzan, she was immediately overjoyed and rushed directly to Qianzan Weichan. Qianzan quickly caught her, spun her around in a circle, then kissed her on the forehead and said, "Well, I'm back. Did you miss me?" "Think." Kushina nodded repeatedly with blurred eyes. "Aha." At this time, Uzumaki Mito couldn't stand it anymore and snorted as a reminder. At the same time, I muttered in my heart, "Children today. They are too precocious and don't know how to be reserved at all." Kushina suddenly blushed and glanced at Uzumaki Mito. He just met her playful eyes. "Ah!" Kushina screamed and buried her head in Qianzan's arms, feeling embarrassed for a moment. "Grandma Mito." Qianzan, on the other hand, shamelessly hugged Kushina and stepped forward to say hello to Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito nodded, and then said, "Okay. Now can you tell me about your practice of sage mode?" Qianzan nodded, patted Kushina on the back first and said, "Kushina, come down first. I'm going to demonstrate sage mode to Grandma Mito, you should take a look too." "Good." After hearing this, Kushina quickly let go of Qianzan, got off him, and ran quickly behind Uzumaki Mito. While 250 squeezing Uzumaki Mito's shoulders, she looked at Qianzan. Snapped. Then, Qianzan clapped his hands, eyeshadow appeared on his face, and the message became terrifying. The intensity was directly increased several times or even 10 times. "All right." After doing this, Qianzan let go and said with a smile, "Huh, it's that simple. Now you're entering sage mode." Kushina looked shocked. Uzumaki Mito also felt very uneasy. He took a deep look at the familiar eyeshadow pattern on Qianzan's face, nodded with some nostalgia and said, "This is indeed the sage mode of Shigulan. You did succeed. And it's not just an ordinary success. You have directly cultivated sage mode to perfection. How long has this been?" "Just one day, right? How on earth did you do that? Even the original Hashirama didn't have this ability." At this time, Uzumaki Mito sensed the somewhat familiar breath of chakra in his body, and was suddenly awakened. He raised his head, looked out through the seal, and said in horror, "This is the breath of immortal technique chakra. Qianzan, this kid, how could he cultivate sage mode at such a young age? What the hell?" Ninetales seemed to have seen some monster. When did such a pervert appear among humans in the ninja world? Isn't this more monster than some Senju Hashirama? With such people existing, even if I go out, can I really be free? Ninetales couldn't help but think a little doubtfully. The answer is no. Forget it. There is such a pervert brat. In the next few decades, before he dies, I'll just stay in the seal honestly. Ninetales thought. For a while, it was not in a hurry to go out. Because, when he arrived, Qianzan also pinched its neck and said, "Ninetales, you are too dangerous. You must be sealed. Not only does that require a complete goal, it's also very frustrating. Rather than going round and round, wouldn't it be better to just get there in one step, stay in this seal and wait, and avoid decades of detours. Well, once you have this state of mind and qualifications, it's actually very simple. Qianzan spread his hands, and then told the two of them the general process of his cultivation. That's it. Is that simple? Uzumaki Mito and Kushina were stunned when they heard this. The process feels too simple. The truth is that simple. As the saying goes, those who are difficult can't master it, and those who can master it are not difficult. That's probably the truth. BIFG, Qianzan shrugged. That's the way it is with a lot of things. To put it bluntly, that's what it is. Qianzan even explained his principles on the relationship between state of mind and the cultivation of immortal arts. Uzumaki Mito and Kushina were suddenly confused. So that's it. Do we have to let nature take its own course? It's no wonder why people whose mental state is not up to par cannot succeed in cultivation. That's wrong. At this time, Kushina discovered a blind spot. Since you succeeded in practicing right away, why did you come back now? Did you do something in Shigu Forest Sea? Not really. Qianzan shook his head with a smile, and then told the two of him his guesses about the magic and his coming back for experiments. The experimental ninjutsu part has been modified, saying that I used the Flying Thunder God technique to experiment on a coordinate point left when I left the village to go on a mission. Gene contamination. Will long-term and high-frequency use of Shigulan Sage Mode eventually turn into Katsuyu? Uzumaki Mito and Kushina suddenly felt creepy when they heard this. Could this be a conspiracy from Shigu Forest and even the Three Holy Lands? Uzumaki Mito suddenly asked with a serious face. Probably not. Qianzan shook his head. This is probably one of the drawbacks of humans trying to take shortcuts to learn Sage Mode. Because, under normal circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for humans to absorb natural energy and fuse it with chakra on their own to condense the magic chakra. It's not just the average person's ability to perceive natural energy and absorb it for control. What's more important is how to let the natural energy be naturally integrated by chakra. Uzumaki Mito suddenly asked in confusion. Isn't it true that as long as the state of mind is reached, it can be naturally fused in the body to form the Senjutsu chakra? Not really. Qianzan shook his head in denial. I thought that was the case at first, but after comparison, I found out. Because the power that Katsuyu Senin integrated into my body is essentially a kind of spiritual power. That is, Katsuyu Sage actually directly absorbs and refines natural energy. The power of its original form comes from refining natural energy. I call this kind of power spiritual power. Its essence is different from chakra. It is a higher level power and is almost equal to natural energy. It is precisely because of the intervention of the spiritual power left by Katsuyu Sage that the natural energy absorbed by humans can be easily integrated with human chakra. Because, Katsuyu Sage's power acts as a fusion agent. Otherwise, if we rely on human fusion, we can only forcibly fuse natural energy and chakra. The difficulty will be doubled or even dozens of times improved. It is not a concept at all. Of course, Qianzan avoided this problem because of his tricks, and even the human sage mode was easily achieved. In fact, even if he doesn't use this trick, just relying on his chi training to possess his own spiritual power, this step will not be difficult for him. But it is not so easy for other people who have not cultivated spiritual power to achieve human sage mode. Unless Qianzan is willing to use his spiritual power to guide him. I didn't expect it to be like this. Katsuyu Sage actually absorbs natural energy directly. No wonder he can live for so long. Uzumaki Mito said in amazement. Kushina also nodded in horror. This is definitely a big discovery. It's just that, as a result, this sage mode cannot be used more. Also, are you sure that the power that Katsuyu Senin has integrated into your body will not subtly affect you and make you slowly move closer to the Katsuyu species? Uzumaki Mito asked worriedly again. Kushina also looked worried. That's not the case. Qianzan shook his head directly and said, I have mastered some means to resolve this influence. In fact, I have resolved it before. Not only does it allow me to master Shigulan's sage mode without any side effects, it also allowed me to easily cultivate the human sage mode. With that said, Qianzan first released the Shigu Forest sage mode. Then, clap your hands again and directly enter the human sage mode state. This is Sage Mode. Uzumaki Mito and Kushina can clearly feel that at this time, although Qian's face does not have the unfamiliar facial makeup and eyeshadow of Shigulan Immortal, the chakra in his body is indeed Shanjutsu chakra. It's just that the breath is completely different from before. This state is what I call human sage mode. Qianzan smiled and said, furthermore, with my methods, I can not only help myself eliminate the negative effects of Shigulan Sage Mode, but also help me quickly master Human Sage Mode. It can also help other qualified people do the same. Uzumaki Mito and Kushina's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. Really? So, we can actually continue to practice Shigulan Sage Mode? Yes. Qianzan nodded affirmatively. Just remember to come to me after cultivating Shigu Forest Sage Mode. Call. After hearing this, Kushina breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. I'm almost ready to give up practicing Sage Mode. She didn't want to become Katsuyu for a Sage Mode. That's simply unacceptable. After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito gave Kushina a strange look. He thought to himself, it sounds like you are qualified to practice. At this time, Qianzan looked at Uzumaki Mito and said, Grandma Mito, I recently created a method of spiritual cultivation. Through this secret technique, you can continuously cultivate and strengthen your spiritual power and even your soul. At the same time, after completing the practice, you can switch to another secret technique to break through the state of mind, allowing people to achieve the state of unity between heaven and man, which satisfies one of the requirements of the cultivation of celestial beings. Require. It has been taught to Minato and Kushina before. Now that I have time, I am going to pass on this secret technique to you and Tsunade-san. Saying that, Qianzan didn't wait for Uzumaki Mito to reply, and raised his hand to point at her from a distance. Suddenly, a stream of light fell into Uzumaki Mito's eyebrows before she could react. The next moment, the Japanese chapter of Mingma's method appeared in Yumi Mito's mind. This is it really a secret technique for cultivating the spirit? Uzumaki Mito was stunned for a moment at first, and then, he didn't care to marvel at Qianzan's method of transmitting martial arts, and just got addicted to it. After taking some time to digest the information, she tried to practice. Suddenly she was horrified to discover that this secret technique really worked. She couldn't help but raise her head and look at Qianzan, and asked in shock, did you really create this secret technique? Qianzan spread his hands, otherwise, who can give it to me? Actually, Grandma Mito, you don't have to be so surprised. I was able to create Shingiquan before, so it doesn't matter if I create another spiritual cultivation method. After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito rolled his eyes and said angrily, can this be the same? This is a spiritual cultivation method. You will surprise me. If other ninjas knew this secret technique, they would go crazy. If Uchiha, Nara, Yamanaka and other ninjas knew this secret technique, they would definitely get it at all costs. So, speaking of this, Uzumaki Mito took a deep breath, looked at Qianzan and even Kushina with a serious face and warned, this secret technique must not be disclosed to the outside world, do you understand? Quote. Aha, Qianzan and Kushina both nodded. They are not stupid, how could they reveal it casually? Call Minato and plant another protective seal. Uzumaki Mito felt it was not safe and decided immediately. No need for this. Qianzan listened and waved his hand directly. Grandma Mito, haven't you noticed? After you planted the security seal last time, you can no longer reveal it to the outside world without my permission. Revealed my information. Uzumaki Mito was stunned when he heard this. He obviously didn't know this, and then he frowned and said, what you said is true. But the seal doesn't have this effect. Could she not understand the seal she wrote? It's one of my innate abilities. Qianzan shook his head and explained, didn't you ask me to input my own chakra and spiritual power into this protection seal last time? It was also after an experiment that I discovered that my mental power has a special talent. I named it contract. With this talent, even if there is no confidentiality seal, as long as I use my mental power to sign a contract with the target and stipulate the content of the contract, the other party will not be able to violate the content of the contract. In fact, it is to endorse and make excuses for one's own talents and contractual abilities. In this way, there is no need to be sneaky when using this talent in the future. Confidentiality issues will also become much simpler. Is that so? You actually have this kind of talent. Uzumaki Mito and Kushina were stunned when they heard this. Uzumaki Mito directly began to explore the protective sealing technique in his body. As a result, she found an abnormality in it. Qianzan, what you said should be right. The mental power I left in the preservation seal went directly to my spiritual sea and turned into a mysterious rune. By touching the rune, I can know the function of the rune. The return is really magical. Speaking of this, Uzumaki Mito stopped probing, turned to Qianzan and said, "You are right. With this contract rune, I will not be able to speak to the outside world without your permission. Revealed any of your secrets. This thing is really overbearing. But it's also a good thing. At least, this way you don't have to worry about your information being leaked." Having said this, Mito was obviously relieved. Obviously, she had been stressed about this before. It really is. Kushina heard this and immediately tried it. She also found the rune in her spiritual sea and knew the truth. Great, Qianzan, you will be safer this way. Well, although I am confident that no one will betray you, this is more secure. Kushina said with a smile. After all, no one knows whether the sealing technique in their own mind will be cracked. No one knows if there will be a loophole in the seal, and then it will be revealed inadvertently. There are always surprises. Now, with this domineering talent, any accidents are eliminated. Hey. After hearing this, Qianzan smiled and touched the back of his head and said, "As long as you don't blame me." What's so weird about this? Uzumaki Mito heard this and shook his head in a funny way. Don't say you didn't know beforehand. Even if you knew about it in advance, if you did it deliberately, then it's the right thing to do. After all, it's about your secrets and safety. No matter how careful you are, you can't be too careful. Be careful sailing the 10,000 years boat. Don't think too much. Kushina also nodded repeatedly. That's right. That's right. Let's change a topic. Uzumaki Mito stopped the topic, then looked at Qianzan and asked, "You said before that this spiritual magic can improve your mood, right? Then can you help me, as a Jinchuriki, eliminate the influence of Nine Tails and practice Senjutsu?" Her problem is no longer a matter of state of mind, but the interference of Nine Tails. Ah, this is it. After Qianzan heard this, he was slightly startled, stroking his chin and thinking, "I haven't thought about it, maybe I can give it a try." You can completely practice this secret technique to make your mental power stronger, and then allocate part of your mental power to temporarily suppress Nine Tails completely, so that it cannot cause trouble to you during this period. Then, you can complete your practice of immortality during this period. Anyway, with your state of mind and qualifications, it's not difficult to get started, what do you think? Otherwise, you have to draw Nine Tails first. With the water of life, this is not impossible. But it can easily cause a lot of troubles and problems. First of all, third generation can't hide it from them. Therefore, it is not applicable for the time being. Is that so? You can give it a try. Uzumaki Mito listened and nodded clearly. I'll practice first. I'll try to improve my mental power as much as possible first, and then I'll find a chance to try it when I feel it's almost the same. When the time comes, Qianzan, you have to help me. At this time, Nine Tails in the sealed space in Uzumaki Mito's body became furious when he heard the two people's unscrupulous discussion on how to suppress it. But unfortunately, both Uzumaki Mito and the kid named Qianzan outside are very evil, and they feel a little untouchable. It is true that Qianzan's strength may not be able to completely suppress himself. But don't forget, the kid is only 8 years old. An 8-year-old cage-level expert can still create so many powerful secret techniques. How terrifying will the future be? So, be a little more cowardly. At least, it can kill Uzumaki Mito and Qianzan. After all, the lifespan of mere humans has a limit. Faced with Uzumaki Mito's request, Qianzan nodded and agreed without thinking, no problem. Just leave it to me when the time comes. This is nothing but a trivial matter. It makes a lot of sense to make Uzumaki Mito stronger. At this time, Uzumaki Mito noticed the abnormal movement of Nine Tails in his body, and immediately realized the problem, and immediately said to Zan, Nine Tails also heard what I just said, and now it knows a lot of your secrets, why not plant one for it too? Confidentiality contract, what do you think? Although, it would be difficult for Five Tails to escape her control. but it's always good to be careful. Oh, Qianzan was slightly startled after hearing this, then nodded and said, that's fine. I almost missed it. Let's get started. Grandma Mito, just don't stop my spirit from entering the sealed space. Leave the rest to me. Speaking of this, Qianzan suddenly thought of something and immediately asked Uzumaki Mito, in addition, can I extract the chakra of 10 points and 9 points to study it? I want to see what the difference is between a human's chakra and a tailed beast's chakra. Not for collection. Just a little bit of Nine Tails chakra will greatly reduce the reward. It's better to wait for the opportunity to collect Nine Tails directly in the future. Uzumaki Mito was slightly stunned after hearing this, then nodded with a smile, okay. Just don't draw too much, so as not to cause the Nine Tails to riot, or you will not be able to control these tailed beasts' chakra. Unlike the chakra of humans, the chakra of tailed beasts is extremely high in nature and extremely difficult to control. Even for her, it's not easy to use Nine Tails chakra. This has a lot to do with her poor relationship with Nine Tails. As the wife of the first generation, she is also the first generation of Nine Tails. Nine Tails, who had sealed it himself, had kept Nine Tails in a dark room for decades. It would be strange for the two to reconcile. Hey, thank you, Grandma Mito. Then I'll start. Seeing that Uzumaki Mito agreed, Qianzan thanked him happily, and then directly spread his mental power to the sealed space in Uzumaki Mito's body. Because there was no obstruction from Uzumaki Mito, part of his spiritual consciousness entered a golden space in the next moment. In the center of this space, Nine Tails is tied up in midair by countless golden chains. Even its mouth is tied to death. Nine Tails cannot even move. Tisk, how pitiful. Seeing Nine Tails like this, Qianzan almost laughed out loud. You fool. When Nine Tails over there saw Qianzan laughing at him, he wanted to tear the kid into pieces. It's a pity that it knows how to move now. At this time, a figure appeared next to Qianzan, and it was not Uzumaki Mito. I saw that she said to Qianzan, I have completely suppressed it, there is no need to worry that it will riot and hurt you. But, with your contract talent, can you directly forcibly sign a contract with it? After hearing this, Qianzan shook his head and said, no. Nine Tails' mental power is too strong. I can't do this yet. Now, either it is willing to do it, or it can be knocked unconscious, otherwise it will not be possible to successfully sign a confidentiality agreement with it. Contractual. This talent is, after all, a spiritual talent. Is that so? Uzumaki Mito listened and nodded clearly. In that case, let's let it sleep for a while first. As he spoke, Uzumaki Mito thought, and the golden chains binding Nine Tails suddenly appeared. The next moment, Nine Tails felt his consciousness begin to blur and his eyelids became very heavy. Qianzan, you have to do it quickly, I can't suppress its consciousness for long. It will wake up in 1 minute at most. Moreover, this move consumes some vitality, so you can't hold on for too long. Uzumaki Mito reminded. I understand. Let's do it now. It will be over soon. Qianzan also looked solemn after hearing this, and immediately raised his hand to point his eyebrows at Nine Tails who was sleeping over there. Suddenly, a stream of light sank into Nine Tails' eyebrows, entered its spiritual sea, and quickly turned into a mysterious rune. Get out. At this time, Nine Tails sensed the invasion of a foreign object in the spiritual sea, and Nine Tails' spiritual consciousness directly appeared in it, roaring at the spiritual imprint. Then, a paw patted over. Unfortunately, to Nine Tails' disappointment and horror, the spiritual mark turned out to be like nothingness. Its attack penetrated directly and failed to shake the mark at all. Moreover, this imprint instantly appeared in the center of its spiritual sea and took root here. After that, no matter how Nine Tails attacks, it will have no effect at all. At the same time, Nine Tails also felt that there was a shackles on his soul, and he could not reveal any secrets about Qianzan without Qianzan's permission. How could this happen? Nine Tails was full of disbelief and fear. This makes absolutely no sense. Outside, after Qianzan finished doing this and confirmed that the contract was successful, he directly said to Uzumaki Mito, Grandma Mito. It's done. Stop suppressing it. This is the magic of the contract talent mark. As long as you successfully enter the other party's spiritual sea and survive the first wave of counterattack, the contract will be officially established, and the other party will be unable to do anything about the contract mark. It's just so magical and domineering. Uzumaki Mito heard Qianzan's words and immediately put away his forceful suppression. Ninetales woke up immediately, glared at Qianzan fiercely and roared, "Kid! How on earth did you do that? This is not what you should know." Qianzan smiled and shook his finger, then appeared on Ninetales' back. A hand was pressed on Ninetales' back, and then a ball of chakra the size of a basketball was forcibly extracted from Ninetales' body. "You actually stole my power, go to hell." Then, Qianzan left the sealed space and returned to the outside with Ninetales' angry expression and roar. The spiritual consciousness returned, and Qianzan also had a ball of Ninetales' chakra in his hand. "What are you going to do with this Ninetales chakra? Just seal it or not?" Uzumaki Mito asked. "Seal it first," Qianzan said, actually taking out a small chakra seal scroll from the small world. "Open it and seal the Ninetales chakra directly." Then, he put the seal scroll away. Of course, in this process, he has allowed the spiritual power in his body to absorb a ray of Ninetales chakra and acquired the characteristics of Ninetales chakra. As long as he thinks about it now, he can directly transform the spiritual power in his body into Ninetales chakra. Moreover, it is the kind of Ninetales chakra that will not harm itself. It can be seen that the spiritual power is powerful and the yin and yang qi training skills are powerful. Sure enough, the essence of tailed beast chakra is extremely high, and it is much more difficult to absorb and digest than ordinary chakra. Its essence is even stronger than ordinary natural energy, but its absorption is more efficient than natural energy. As expected of something involving the origin of chakra, even the derived tailed beast chakra is not that simple. Just by absorbing this wisp of Ninetales chakra, Qianzan felt that it could equal the results of half an hour of his own practice. "I didn't expect that the tailed beast chakra would have such an effect. Perhaps, I can find a way to move the tailed beasts in captivity in the future, and absorb a certain amount of tailed beast chakra every day to speed up training." Qianzan felt that there was something wrong with this matter. However, we have to think about it in the long run. At least, Ninetales is currently unavailable. As for other tailed beasts, it is not so easy to obtain them for a while. Perhaps we can take advantage of the war to defeat the Jinchuriki who participated in the war, extract a large number of tailed beast chakra, and even a certain tailed beast origin to create a small tailed beast captive. Qianzan thought again. He thinks his plan is great and he can give it a try. "Ha, Qianzan, your boy is here too. What are you doing?" At this time, Tsunade took Nawaki into the courtyard. When he saw what Qianzan was sealing, he asked curiously. "Nothing, just a little Ninetales chakra. I'm going to use it for research." Qianzan responded quickly. Tsunade was stunned when he heard this. "Ninetales chakra? Why are you studying this? This thing is very dangerous, and it's not so easy to study." Speaking of this, she couldn't help but look at Uzumaki Mito and asked, "Grandma, how could you agree to such a thing?" "It's not a big deal." Uzumaki Mito smiled and shook his head. "I believe Qianzan can grasp the balance. You don't have to worry about this." "Is that so?" Tsunade listened and nodded with some understanding. "Okay. You said so. I don't have anything to say." Then, he looked at Qianzan and said, "You kid, just take it easy." "Clear." Qianzan smiled and nodded, and then told Tsunade and Nawaki about cultivating himself into sage mode and creating the meditation method. Then, he said, "You are here just in time, and I am going to teach you the meditation method. This will not only greatly improve your strength, but also help you lay the foundation for practicing immortality. Is there any problem?" Tsunade and Nawaki listened and shook their heads. Tsunade said with a look of amazement, "You are really amazing. Not only did you learn sage mode in such a short period of time, but you also studied so many things in depth. You even developed a meditation method. I don't even know what to say to you. Anyway, thanks." Thousands of words finally turned into a thank you. "Thank you, Qian." Nawaki also thanked Qianzan. Because of Qianzan, his strength has improved rapidly in recent months. Now, Qianzan actually came up with something good again. I haven't forgotten him yet, but he was very moved. If it weren't for the inappropriate age, I would have wanted to match Qianzan with my sister. Wouldn't it be more perfect if such an outstanding Qianzan could become my brother-in-law? In this way, we are a truly close family, and we don't have to feel that we owe Qianzan so much. Nawaki thought regretfully. Tsunade suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. He looked around suspiciously and found nothing. He suddenly felt depressed and confused. What happened just now? I always feel like someone is plotting against me and thinking about bad things. It's strange. Woolen cloth. Isn't it because the old man is up to something else? Thinking of this, Tsunade decided to investigate further and be more careful with weapons. You're welcome. Let me teach you the meditation method first. At this time, Qianzan actually gained insight into Nawaki's inner thoughts through his spiritual emotions, and the strange look on his face flashed away. This Nawaki is really... Qianzan felt dumbfounded. But thinking about it seriously, he found this idea quite exciting. Although Tsunade is his teacher, he has always had special thoughts about Tsunade. No way, Qianzan had feelings for Tsunade in his previous life. Let alone contact with reality. Regardless of looks or figure, Tsunade is top-notch. I just have a bad temper. He can't accept it all. Unfortunately, I am still too young now, and the age gap between the two seems too big, so I can only think about it in my heart for the time being. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Tsunade has never become a collectible. Qianzan thought with some suspicion. There were many thoughts in his mind, but on the surface, Qianzan raised his hands to Nawaki and Tsunade respectively and passed the meditation method to them. The two of them immediately closed their eyes and digested. It took a while before I opened my eyes. They all looked in amazement. What a magical and powerful secret technique. Also, Qianzan, how did you do it just now? Just by pointing at me, you were able to transmit information directly into my mind out of thin air. Isn't this amazing? Nawaki asked again in amazement. Tsunade also looked at Qianzan curiously. Qianzan immediately Kaido. It's just a use after the mental power is strong enough to a certain extent. You will be able to do it when you have perfected this meditation method. It's really nothing. There was no such thing in the ninja world before, which only shows that the ninja world lacked the secrets of spiritual cultivation and control. Although yin escape also involves mental power, it is not pure. It also involves the use of chakra. The research and application of mental power alone is actually very shallow in the ninja world. Is that so? Nawaki and Tsunade listened and understood. Then you can only wait for yourself to practice slowly. Speaking of it, at this time, Tsunade remembered what Qianzan said before about sage mode, and couldn't help but said, you said before that the magic of practicing the three holy lands will be contaminated and gradually transform into the corresponding creatures. Is this true? Quote. This matter is quite serious, she must ask clearly. That's right. Qianzan nodded affirmatively. This is actually a kind of genetic and energy pollution. It's not a conspiracy of the three holy lands or anything. It's just one of the disadvantages of taking shortcuts to master sage mode. As long as you don't use it frequently for a long time, there won't be any big problems. The impact will be relatively small. In addition, I have mastered the means to solve this problem. Just wait until you reach sage mode and come to me to solve it. There is no need to worry about this problem. He knew that even Tsunade could not accept the gradual transformation into Katsuyu. That's good. After hearing this, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he thought of Jiraiya again, and suddenly said with a strange expression, speaking of which, no wonder I think Jiraiya has become more and more ugly over the years. Is this the reason for the relationship? Qianzan and others were stunned when they heard this. Really? I feel like I can't keep up with Tsunade's brain circuit. Hey, sister, I want to tell brother Jiraiya this. Nawaki chimed in cheerfully at this time. He believed that Jiraiya's face would look ugly by then. After hearing this, Tsunade glared at Nawaki and warned, you can tell. But you can't reveal Qianzan's secret. When she said this, she was stunned for a moment, then waved her hand and said, forget it. You can't leak it anyway, you can figure it out yourself. It's okay to tell him. Let him pay attention to it, so that he won't grow old and ugly in the future and embarrass the three of us. At this time, Tsunade and the three of them have not yet obtained the name of Sanin, and the names are not connected, otherwise, she would mind. Yes, yes, yes. When Nawaki saw that his elder sister didn't care, he felt very proud. On this day, in the large conference room of the Hokage building. Today, most of Konoha's staff Jonin and representatives of various ninja clans are here. When everyone arrived, third generation sat at the top, looked around and said, in the past month or so, Hanzo from the country of rain has become more and more aggressive, and they are constantly harassing our border with the country of fire. The daimyo has sent documents again and again, hoping that we can send troops to the country of rain as soon as possible. In the past half month, we have pretty much discussed everything that should be discussed. Now, it's time to talk about sending troops. This time the troops are dispatched. The first batch will require 3,000 ninja troops. If the war does not go smoothly or there are unexpected changes, we do not rule out further reinforcements. For this troop dispatch, the village is recruiting 2,000 ninjas, and I hope to recruit another 1,000 ninjas from all races. What do you think? It's definitely not possible to rely solely on the village's ninjas. Not only is it a matter of quality, third generation is also reluctant to compromise these people. Moreover, this is also an opportunity to weaken each ninja clan. How could he let it go? Usually there is no good excuse to ask for people from all ethnic groups. Now is the perfect opportunity. Currently, the Konoha shinobi world has been developing peacefully for more than 10 years. Each ninja clan in Konoha has secretly cultivated many more family ninjas. Shouldn't this consume a batch? Otherwise, how can the Sarutobi clan rise? How can they obtain more resources? After hearing this, the representatives of various ethnic groups below looked at each other hesitantly, and most of them were obviously not very willing. At this time, Uchiha Chinshin was the first to speak. The Uchiha clan, can send out 100 people this time. Uchiha's belligerence is acknowledged. Moreover, they need military exploits to enhance their prestige in the village and gain benefits at the same time. There is also a way to use war to stimulate the tribesmen who participate in the war to open and upgrade Sharingan. As we all know, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can easily open their eyes and even grow rapidly in times of crisis, desperate situations on the battlefield, and when their loved ones are killed in battle. If the talent and timing are right, it is not ruled out that a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan can be opened on a battlefield. War is the catalyst for Uchiha's strength. Uchiha Kionzan knows this, and third generation and others also know this. Therefore, he instinctively wanted to refuse the Uchiha clan's request for a battlefield. But he knew it wasn't right. Moreover, we really need someone to take the lead now, so third generation could only show a smile and said, "Thank you very much, Chinshin clan chief, for your support." What about the other races? As he said that, third generation looked around. Seeing this, the others knew that they could no longer remain silent and began to speak out one after another. We, the Ino Shika Cho clans, are willing to contribute 100 people together. I, the Hyuga clan, are willing to contribute 100 people. The Aburame family is willing to provide 30 people. The Kato clan. Soon, after a round, there were already 1,000 people. The Sarutobi clan to which third generation belongs and the Shimura clan to which Danzo belongs are naturally born. After all, other representatives of the ninja clan are not fools. As a high-ranking member of Hokage and Konoha, how is it possible that the family behind you is not outstanding? But third generation also has plans for this. At that time, their clansmen who go to the front line will basically be placed in relatively safe positions and will not carry out overly dangerous tasks. In this way, troops are sent out, allowing the tribesmen to gain experience, and the casualties of the tribesmen can be avoided as much as possible. Just perfect. Not only them, but also the Senju clan also had people this time. But there are only 5 people, and they are all Jonin. When the old man spoke during the intermission, third generation and Danzo looked at him in surprise. They obviously didn't expect that the old man in the middle of the show would be willing to let the Senju clan fight. The two looked at each other quietly, feeling a little regretful in their hearts. In this case, it will be difficult to use this reason to attack the reputation of the Senju clan in the future. Pity. It seems that the Senju clan is not stupid either. It's just that, since these 5 people have been sent out, let's stay on the battlefield and don't come back. Third generation and Danzo thought in their minds. The Senju clan currently only has 12 Jonin in total. Oh. If you include Qianzan, there are 13 people. If you can take this opportunity to kill 5 people, you will have lost less than half of your combat power. It can greatly weaken the Senju clan. What a good thing. Very good. These thoughts flashed through the minds of Danzo and the third generation. The third generation was very happy to see that everyone had expressed their opinions and the number of people was gathered. He waved his hand and said, "This war against the Kingdom of Rain will be fought with Danzo. I am the general commander, and Tsukumo, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru are the deputy commanders. That's it. Adjourn the meeting." On the same day, the whole leaf began to take action. 3 days later, the 3,000 ninja army officially set off. Before setting off, Tsukumo also found Qianzan and the 3 of them and said to them, "Next, I will become a ninja force and preside over this war against the Kingdom of Rain. Therefore, I'm afraid I won't have time to take you on your mission. After these few months, your strength and ability are enough. So, I explained it to Master Hokage. I recommend you, Chenshuan, to be the captain of Tsukumo's team. You will continue to receive the mission yourself. What do you think? This matter is very helpless, but it can only be so." Fortunately, Qianzan and his team's strength really reassured him. Among them, Qianzan already has cage-level strength. He was very surprised by this, but he temporarily concealed it for Qianzan and did not tell third generation. Minato already had the strength of Jonin at this time, and Kushina was almost the same. There are at least 3 Jonin. This kind of team is rare in Anbu. It can definitely be called a super elite force. I feel very good. Kushina spoke first. Without the guidance of teacher Tsukumo, wouldn't they be freer? I think it's okay too. Minato nodded as well. Their strength, combat experience, and mission experience have all improved, and whether teacher Tsukumo is there or not has little impact. Very good. Shuamao listened, smiled slightly, and finally looked at Qianzan. Qianzan nodded and said, "That's it. I wish the teacher a good start in advance." Haha, then I'll lend you some good luck. After hearing this, Shuamao laughed loudly, explained some things to Qianzan and the others, and left quickly. He is really busy now. It's not easy to take some time to communicate with Qianzan and others. After Shuamao walked away, the 3 of Qianzan looked at each other, and Qianzan said, "What are you going to do next? Are you going to start taking on the missions directly? Or continue to practice for a while?" "I can do anything. I listen to you." Kushina expressed her stance directly. As long as money is there, it doesn't matter what happens. Minato pondered for a moment and said, "At present, I have just obtained the meditation method. In addition, the time to practice Shinigwan is not very long. If possible, I should continue to practice for 10 more years. What do you think?" Influenced by Qianzan, he did not want to become a killing machine doing tasks, but regarded tasks as a way to gain experience. Since it is an experience, of course he has to wait until he has improved everything that can be improved quickly before going to experience it. When the experience is almost complete, you can practice again and improve. Repeating this way is the best way to practice. Sure, then just practice for a while and delay as much time as possible, unless third generation takes the initiative to issue a mission. Before that, we are not in a hurry to take it." Qianzan immediately nodded and decided. It just so happened that he also wanted to use Sage Mode to increase his chi training and improve his chi training as quickly as possible. In addition, his breathing method has not been cultivated to the true ultimate. At least, the ability to penetrate the world and the Madara pattern has not yet been activated. In addition, the Dugu 9 swordsmanship and Wanmei swordsmanship have not been fully practiced yet, and it will take time. At the same time, Tienzan is also preparing to develop the Rasengan series of ninjutsu and the Chidori series of ninjutsu in advance. To increase your own attack methods and tactics. These ninjutsu are all very powerful ninjutsu, and are very suitable for use with the Flying Thunder God technique. Yeah, that's it. Kushina and Minato both nodded after hearing this. Immediately, several people continued to run to practice. Qianzan continued to separate a shadow clone to teach and guide Kushina and Minato. In essence, he practices yin and yang and chi training. In addition, he also separated several shadow clone and sent them into the small world to study Rasengan, Chidori, practice breathing techniques and sword skills. Of course, I never forget to use my mental power to nourish Zanpakuto every day in order to complete Shikai as soon as possible. For a time, the schedule was very full. While the three of them were practicing peacefully, the war between Konoha and the Country of Rain officially began. At the beginning of the war, Konoha invaded the Kingdom of Rain with overwhelming force, defeating the ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village. But everyone knows that this is Hanzo's strategy to lure the enemy deeper. He wants to lure Konoha's ninja troops deep into the Kingdom of Rain, and then use the environment and climate here to fight back against the Konoha shinobi. As a result, his strategy was undoubtedly successful. 5 days after Konoha invaded the Kingdom of Rain, it had now entered the hinterland of the Kingdom of Rain. As a result, here, Konoha suffered a joint ambush from the Kingdom of Rain and the Sand Ninja. Both Hanzo and Chio of Sand Shinobi used powerful new poisons against Konoha's ninjas. In one battle, Konoha was directly defeated. Nearly 2,000 ninjas were lost. For a time, there were heavy losses. Konoha Chenchuan's troops had to temporarily evacuate. But at this time, whether it is Hanzo or the Sand Ninja, how can they allow the remaining Konoha shinobi troops to retreat intact? Eliminating them all here is what they want. For a time, the two were chasing Yi's frontline troops. At this time, half a month had passed since the Konoha army set off from Konoha village. When the third generation received the news of defeat from the front line, their expressions suddenly changed. How could this happen? What on earth did Danzo do? Also, when did Sand Shinobi collude with the Country of Rain? Third generation was so angry that they couldn't even think of killing third Cage. Couldn't he see Hanzo's ambition? Doesn't he know that Hanzo's previous actions were almost equivalent to declaring war on the Kingdom of Fire, the Kingdom of Sand, and the Kingdom of Earth? At this time, they are still secretly colluding with the Kingdom of Rain to help the evildoers, which is simply unreasonable. Hiruzen, now is not the time to think about these things, nor is it the time to scold Danzo. Let's hold a high-level meeting first to agree on reinforcements. The situation on the front line is critical and we cannot afford to delay. Otherwise, I'm worried that Danzo and his troops will be wiped out. This is absolutely unacceptable. This time they took pictures of many tribesmen going to fight. Many elites from each ninja clan also left. Moreover, Tsunade and others are still disciples of the third generation, and they are the backbone of the new generation of Konoha, so they cannot be missed. Otherwise, the next generation of Konoha may be in ruins. Okay, immediately send my order to convene a high-level meeting. Third generation also knew that this was not the time to complain or blame anyone, so they immediately took a deep breath and issued the order. Soon, the order was conveyed. Also conveyed was the news of heavy losses on the front line. For a moment, the whole of Konoha was in a state of shock. What did Danzo do? Will there be a fight? If not, get away. It's the Sand Ninja who is so insidious and secretly colludes with the Kingdom of Rain to deal with us. It's simply unforgivable. With such angry emotions, within an hour, representatives of various clans in Konoha and many Jonin gathered at the Hokage building. After everyone arrived, third generation explained the details of the front line and then proposed sending troops for reinforcements. Naturally, all ethnic groups did not refuse. There is no room for failure in this battle. Otherwise, not only will all the fellow tribesmen on the front line die, but it will also greatly damage Konoha's prestige in the ninja world, which may in turn lead to major ninja villages launching a war against Konoha. A single move affects the whole body. Therefore, less than half a day after the meeting, Konoha once again organized 300 elite vanguard troops, carrying a small amount of supplies, and hurriedly set off towards the front line. As for more troops, it will take a few days to be completely ready. Mainly it takes time to prepare logistically. This is the secret training base where Qianzan and the others are located. Brush. Suddenly, an Anbu appeared here. Qianzan and the other two people immediately frowned and looked over. Qianzan asked, "What's the matter?" The Anbu immediately said, "Qianzan. Namikaze Minato. Whirlpool Kushina. Lord Hokage invites you." Is that so? After hearing this, Qianzan relaxed his brows slightly and nodded, "Okay. Let's go then." With that said, Qianzan greeted Minato and Kushina, took a while, and came to the Hokage building. Enter the Hokage office and meet the third generation. Hokage-sama, we're here. What's the matter with you? Qianzan and the others first said hello to third generation, and then Qianzan asked. Here you come. Sit down first. When third generation met, they were not in a hurry to talk about the matter. Instead, they asked Qianzan and the others to sit down aside, and first asked Qianzan and his friends about their recent situation. Feeling that the groundwork was almost complete, he said, that's it. The current situation in Qianzan is very bad. Our troops suffered heavy losses due to the joint plan of the Rain Kingdom and the Sand Ninja. At present, although 300 elite troops have been dispatched to rescue first, more reinforcements will be sent out in the future. But these alone are not enough, and I am not worried. So, I hope you three can also go to the front line. On the one hand, it is to send a batch of medicinal herbs to Tsunade. On the other hand, I heard from Tsunade and the people at the ninja hospital that Qianzan, your medical skills have already surpassed the teacher Tsunade, right? Facing third generation's compliments and inquiries, Zan shook his head humbly and said, Brother Hokage, thank you. I'm still far behind the teacher. It's just that he has some unique insights into herbal medicine. Although, his medical books have indeed surpassed Tsunade's at present. But it never hurts to be humble. There is no need to expose all your details to third generation. Originally, his medical skills did not surpass Tsunade's so quickly. But who allowed him to obtain master-level medical skills and alchemy skills successively? With the addition of these super knowledge and a lot of practical operations, it is impossible not to surpass Tsunade based on his understanding. Haha, this is amazing enough. Third generation listened and laughed loudly. I didn't expect you to be so talented in medical skills. That's just right. At this time, there is a shortage of powerful medical ninjas like you on the front line, and Tsunade also needs your help. Whether it's Hanzo from the Land of Rain or Chio from the Sand Ninja, both are masters of using poison. It's hard for Tsunade to do it alone, so I can only send you to help Tsunade. How about that? Since third generation has talked about this, Qianzan will naturally not refuse, no problem. I am willing to go. Good. Third generation was overjoyed after hearing this. Sure enough, I was right about you. You are a good boy. The situation is urgent, so I won't say anything more. You go back immediately to prepare, then go to the ninja hospital to pick up the herbs and instruments, and set off as soon as possible. Please be sure not to waste any time. The faster you go and the more timely you go, the more wounded people can be rescued. I'll leave everything to you. With that said, third generation wanted to bow to Qianzan and the others. But they were avoided by Qianzan and the others. Zhang Lian waved his hands and said, Master Hokage, you don't have to do this. These are what we should do. Since time is urgent, we will set off now. Please also give us the mission scroll and voucher. Qianzan was a little tired of third generation's showmanship at this time. Why are you bowing? You don't really think that we will be fooled by your hypocrisy, do you? If you have the heart to engage in such vain calculations, you might as well think more about how to deal with the battle situation on the front line. Okay, here. Third generation nodded immediately, picked up a mission scroll from the desk, and handed a voucher to Qianzan. Then let's go. After Qianzan took the things, he said goodbye and left without further ado. The three of them left the Hokage building. Minato couldn't help but said, I didn't expect that the frontline war would turn out like this. The Sand Ninja are too insidious. Really? Kushina also nodded. I don't know if Sister Tsunade and Mr. Sakumo are okay. Are they injured? The front line suddenly lost 2/3 of its troops, which was simply terrifying. Now, I don't know how many families will suffer. It shouldn't be a big problem. Qianzan shook his head and said, both Sister Tsunade and Teacher Sakumo are both cage-level strong men. Even in cage level, they are not considered weak. Even if they are ambushed and suffer a loss, they should be able to get away with your whole body. Let's go. Go home first and prepare supplies for the trip, then gather at the hospital and set off as soon as possible. In the past half-month or so, he has successfully developed the Rasengan series of ninjutsu and the Chidori series of ninjutsu. He has also successfully cultivated the thunder-breathing hair to the highest level, mastering the power of penetrating the world and the Madara pattern. His swordsmanship has also made considerable progress, and he has understood the meaning of the sword. Great improvement in strength. It is not impossible to continue to practice in seclusion, but it is also a good idea to go to the battlefield for actual combat. It's a pity that I forgot to send Shadow Clone number 1 to follow me to the battlefield. Otherwise, I should have been able to get a few corpses of the Uchiha clan by now, right? Qianzan thought with some regret. In that case, he might already have a Sharingan by now. This is good stuff. Good. After hearing this, Minato and Kushina naturally had no objection, and immediately practiced the body flicker technique and accelerated their separate actions. They all went home and spent more than 10 minutes preparing their things. Then they met at the entrance of the ninja hospital. They went in and received the herbal medicine and medical equipment with the mission scroll. Are they all sealed by sealing scrolls? They are still 2 super large space sealing scrolls, what a big deal. Taking over the 2 seal scrolls from Michiko, Qianzan couldn't help but exclaimed. After hearing this, Michiko smiled bitterly, shook her head and said, there is nothing we can do about this. Continue these things on the front line. If transported by horse-drawn carriage, not only would the target be large and dangerous, but the speed would also be too slow. At this time, this is the only way we can use it. Lord Qianzan, please protect these things and send them to the front line as soon as possible before arriving at Tsunade. They desperately need these things. Many of our poisoned comrades on the front line are in urgent need of these life-saving things. Just ask for everything. After speaking, Michiko bowed directly to Qianzan. Hey, Sister Michiko, you don't have to do this. These are what I should do. Qianzan saw her and quickly helped her up, saying solemnly, don't worry, I will deliver the things as quickly as possible, and I will do my best to treat my comrades on the front line. No more words, we're leaving now. Goodbye. After saying that, Qianzan carried 2 huge space seal scrolls on his back, said goodbye to Michiko, greeted Minato and Kushina, and set off quickly. It didn't take long for him to leave the gate of Konoha and quickly rush to the front line of Rain Kingdom. On the front line, in a cave somewhere in the Kingdom of Rain. I didn't expect the Sand Ninja to join forces with the Kingdom of Rain, I was careless. Jiraiya punched the wall beside him with his fist and said angrily. Nearly 2,000 people took advantage of the trend in one wave, and his heart was bleeding at this time. Tsunade's expression on the side was also ugly. He glanced at the more than 10 wounded behind him and said with a sullen face, it's useless to talk about this anymore. The key now is how to break out. We are still surrounded by them at this time, and we got separated from the large army again. With these poisoned companions around me, it's completely impossible to break the situation. We don't have a suitable antidote right now, so we can't remove the poison from Chio and Hanzo. They won't last long. It really doesn't work. Speaking of this, Tsunade touched his neck, where there was the life-saving mark left by Qianzan on him. She hesitated whether to activate the mark and ask Qianzan for help to see if Qianzan could bring herbal medicine for interpretation. Or, take them directly and use Flying Thunder God to escape from the encirclement. But the battlefield is too dangerous, and she is not sure whether Qianzan can take everyone away. If he fails and drags Yuzan into a dangerous encirclement, causing any damage to him, Tsunade will not be able to forgive himself. After hearing this, Orochimaru was silent for a moment, glanced at the poisoned wounded lying behind him, licked his tongue, and said expressionlessly, we can't wait any longer. We don't have much time left. The enemy's encirclement is getting smaller and smaller. The longer we delay at this time, the less likely it is that we can finally break out and escape. So, Tsunade, Jiraiya, let's kill the wounded who were poisoned and those who were unable to move, and then let's break out. It would not be appropriate to just stay. Once they are captured by the enemy, it will be easy to leak information about Konoha and their whereabouts. Only a dead person would not reveal any information. What? Jiraiya and Tsunade heard this and looked at Orochimaru suddenly. Do you know what you're talking about? Tsunade said angrily. Those are not beasts, but their companions. What does it mean to kill him directly? If that were the case, it would have been better not to save them before and just let them die in battle. If you don't die at the hands of your enemy, what does it mean to die at the hands of your companions? Orochimaru. Oh no, these are our companions, how can you say such cold-blooded words? Jiraiya grabbed Orochimaru's collar angrily and roared. Ha! So, let's wait to die together. Orochimaru smiled sarcastically and said, besides this, do you have any better way? Ahem. 3 adults. At this time, a poisoned ninja cheered up, coughed and said, no need to argue for us anymore. I think Orochimaru-sama is right. We are hopeless, but you still have a chance to leave. Leave with our hope and live. Don't let us dying people drag you down. You are Lord Hokage's disciples and you deserve a better future. You will be the backbone of Konoha's future and cannot be lost here. Please take action. As soon as this man opened his mouth, the other wounded who were still conscious and able to speak also spoke with determination and echoed. That's right. Please don't hesitate. 3 adults. Let's do it. Live on our behalf. We must defeat Hanzo, defeat the Kingdom of Rain, defeat the Sand Ninja, and avenge us. Listening to these people's words, Jiraiya and Tsunade's eyes turned red. Orochimaru couldn't help but lowered his head and buried his face in the shadows, not wanting anyone to see his face at this time. Obviously, at this time, he felt the same. It's very unsettling. After all, he is not the cold-blooded Orochimaru in the later period. He still has a human side at this time. I will take revenge for you. After a while, Orochimaru raised his head, took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag, said something, and was ready to take action. Stop. The next moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade stopped Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade in surprise. I can understand Jiraiya trying to persuade me. This guy has always been an emotional fool, but Tsunade, you have always been very sensible and calm. What about you? This is obviously the best choice at the moment. After hearing this, Tsunade smiled bitterly and touched his neck. His eyes gradually became firm and he said, it's not that far yet. Actually, I have another way, which may be able to save all of us. But I'm not sure. If things don't go as I guessed, another person who is extremely important to me in the village is likely to be involved, causing him to also fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Land. So, I have been hesitating before, but now it seems that I have no choice. If possible, she really doesn't want to do this. But she really had no choice. Fortunately, Qianzan has the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if he can't take us away, he can still protect himself, right? Probably. Tsunade thought to himself. She was not absolutely sure about this. Oh, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were stunned when they heard this. Orochimaru was very curious and asked, what can we do? Who can come to us at this time? On the other hand, Jiraiya frowned, looked at Tsunade and said, are you talking about Qianzan? Orochimaru was stunned when he heard this, and said in surprise, Qianzan. Tsunade's apprentice. Is it the Flying Thunder God technique? But even the Flying Thunder God technique can't span such a long distance, right? The brat should still be in Konoha now, right? And, how do you contact him? Could it be that you have left a method in advance? This is really interesting. If it was true that he had left his means long ago, then Orochimaru had to admit that he had underestimated that little guy Qianzan. Yes, Tsunade nodded affirmatively. Before departure, Qianzan left the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God on me. As long as I activate it, he will know it and then teleport it over. It's just that the distance is too far, and his consumption may not be able to sustain it. Also, I don't know if he can teleport away with so many of us. If not, it may even bring danger to him. This is also the reason why I have been hesitant before. But now, we have no choice. We can only try. With that said, Tsunade looked firm, and without waiting for Orochimaru and the others to say anything, he directly input chakra into the Xuanji mark on his neck to activate the mark. Wang. The next moment, Orochimaru and the others saw a mysterious sealing technique mark appearing on Tsunade's neck. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared next to Tsunade. The one that appeared was naturally Qianzan's shadow clone. He first looked around vigilantly to take stock of the surrounding situation. Then he opened Kagura's inner eye and reflected the situation in the surrounding area of more than 20 kilometers into his perception. He frowned slightly, then smiled and raised his hand to greet Tsunade and the others. Hey! Sister Tsunade, Uncle Jiraiya, and Lord Orochimaru, hello! Haha, it's Qianzan. You actually came here. It's really great. You. When Jiraiya saw Qianzan appear, he greeted Qianzan with joy and was ready to continue talking. Idiot. The words were interrupted by Orochimaru on the side. Then, Orochimaru looked at Qianzan and said attentively, "Kid, are you just a shadow clone?" "What? Just a shadow clone?" Jiraiya stopped, also stunned. "Oh, did you see it?" After hearing this, Qianzan raised his eyebrows and nodded affirmatively, "That's right. This is just a shadow clone in the sealing technique used on Sister Tsunade. I've already sensed the situation here. There are enemies surrounding you on all sides. And the encirclement is still being narrowed. They have basically locked down your area. There are a total of 1,346 people. Among them, one cage-level person responded. It's not just an ordinary cage-level person. I think it's Hanzo himself. There are 34 people with Jonin-level chakra reaction, the rest are mostly Genin and a small number are Chunin. The nearest one from here is less than 5 kilometers. This situation, tisk tisk. It can indeed be called a desperate situation. How did it happen? Jiraiya and Tsunade had a look of embarrassment on their faces after hearing this. Then came the shock. You kid, since when did you have such a strong sense of perception? In just such a short time, we didn't notice it, and you already understood the situation around you. Jiraiya asked with a surprised look on his face. See Lu, I'm also very curious. Orochimaru also licked his tongue and looked at Qianzan with burning eyes. When Tsunade saw it, he immediately quit and said directly, "Hey. Is now the time to talk about this? Besides, did I ask Qianzan for help so that you could pry into his privacy?" After saying that, Tsunade looked at Qianzan and said, "There's no need to say this." Orochimaru and Jiraiya saw Tsunade protecting the calf and immediately stopped asking. But I'm really curious. At least a 5-kilometer sensing radius, tisk tisk, what an exaggerated sense. This kid is a treasure. Orochimaru thought to himself. So, can you tell me what's going on now? I can help you so I can save you. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will suffer heavy casualties. Qianzan Shadow Clone ignored the conversations of several people and Taguchi asked. After all, it was just a shadow clone that was sealed in advance. The memory of human connection still stayed at the moment of sealing and has not been updated. It seems that this Schwanzi mark still has flaws. We have to find a way to synchronize the shadow clone memory in the mark. Qianzan Shadow Clone couldn't help but think. After Tsunade listened, he briefly explained what had happened recently. Then, they also told the story of how they were assassinated by the Kingdom of Rain and the Kingdom of Sand, and how they were separated from the adults. Qianzan frowned after hearing this, looked at everyone here carefully, looked at Tsunade and asked, "Why don't you see Uncle Temu and the others? Don't they have anyone under your command? I can't be vague about this kind of thing, right?" Tsunade nodded and shook his head and said, "They are indeed under my command, but they were separated when they fled. They should be with the main force at this time. Tell me if you can save us all. Have you contacted me here? If not, then we can only risk our lives to break out. Qianzan's true form must not be allowed to come over. In this way, although they will lose a lot of help, at least with Qianzan Shadow Clone's Kagura Hard Eye Perception, their chances of breaking through will be much greater. As long as we avoid the direction of the large army and Hanzo, it is still very possible." "Of course you can." Qianzan felt it, nodded and said, "I have made great progress in my Flying Thunder God technique practice recently. In addition, I am only 100 kilometers away from here at this time. It is not too far and I can teleport here at any time." Quote. Tsunade and others were immediately overjoyed after hearing this, and quickly asked, "Then do you have a way to teleport us away together?" "Can." Qianzan Shadow Clone nodded affirmatively under the expectant eyes of everyone. If there are only 20 or 30 people, it's still no problem. However, this is not the best choice. Don't you want to fight back? It's not my style to just run away or be beaten passively. Since I am almost here, there is no need to keep running. Just happens to know Hanzo. He could sense that Hanzo's chakra couldn't hide much better than him. You might be able to handle it yourself. No, isn't there still Tsunade? The current Tsunade is also cage level. Even Orochimaru and Jiraiya have a faint tendency to break through to cage level. Obviously, this war brought disaster to them, but it also brought benefits. Tsunade and others were stunned when they heard this. Then, Tsunade frowned and said, "There are so many enemies. Even if you come here, we can't defeat so many enemies, right? Or do you have other plans?" Qianzan nodded and said, "It is true that we alone cannot defeat the enemy. But what if we bring teacher Shuamao and others? In addition, I have mastered the 4 red yang formation, and I can take the initiative to cut the battlefield and divide Hanzo and the enemy army. Then, how about we focus on high-end combat power and take him down in a short time?" After hearing this, Tsunade and others fell into a brief moment of contemplation. If it can really be done, defeating or even killing Hanzo is indeed very worthwhile. Not only can it reverse the decline of the previous defeat in one fell swoop, it can also defeat the faith of the Kingdom of Rain and cause its army to collapse. After that, Konoha could even counterattack the Rain country again and turn defeat into victory. However, the risks are not small. Besides, there are many wounded people who have been poisoned here. They can't afford to delay. So, let's forget it. Contact me first to come over and take us to evacuate. Anyway, there will be opportunities in the future. Tsunade finally rejected Qianzan Shadow Clone's proposal and made a final decision. Fine. Qianzan Shadow Clone listened and nodded, but did not continue to persuade. There was not much time left. Immediately, he automatically released himself, transformed into chakra again and disappeared into the air. Brush. The next moment, Qianzan appeared here. I caught up. Sister Tsunade. Good afternoon, everyone. Qianzan smiled and waved to everyone. Then, he looked at Tsunade and said, I already know the situation from the memory passed back by Shadow Clone. Sister Tsunade, you should have contacted me earlier, so that we could make arrangements and have enough time to set up an ambush defense. It's too late now. If you don't say much, let me take you out of here first. Before, he was traveling more than 100 kilometers away, but suddenly he received a message from Shadow Clone, so he had no choice but to rush here immediately. There are so many people, is it okay? Tsunade couldn't help but ask. Okay. Qianzan nodded affirmatively. With my attainments in the Flying Thunder God technique and my current amount of chakra, it's enough. In addition, this time I also brought you herbal medicine and medical equipment on the order of Master Hokage. These people who were poisoned can also be saved. No need to worry. As soon as these words came out, not only Tsunade, but also the Konoha shinobi who were lying on the ground waiting for death due to poisoning, all felt their noses sore, and tears could not stop flowing out. This is really great. It's great to be alive. Long live Lord Qianzan. These people shouted excitedly. It's a pity that only a few people spoke because they were poisoned and only had one breath left, and the shouts didn't have much energy. Well, without further ado, please hold hands and I will take you away. Qianzan then spoke. Quick, move. After hearing this, Tsunade and others took action. Let the injured people who are not poisoned put the injured people on the ground together and hold hands. Finally, Tsunade held Qianzan's hand. Gone. Qianzan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, locked the position of Kushina, thought in his mind, swipe, and disappeared into the cave with everyone. After waiting for more than an hour, when Hanzo and Rain Shinobi found this cave, it was already deserted. Depending on the situation, the enemy stayed here in the end, but suddenly disappeared. What happened? After Hanzo explored the traces here, he made a puzzled judgment. Could it be that they are hiding somewhere else? Do you want to look for them again? An elite Jonin from the Land of Rain suggested. Useless. Hanzo shook his head. The enemy has escaped, although I don't know what method he used. It may be too late to pursue. Although it is a pity, the results of this victory are already very rich, and a little flaw is tolerable. Let's withdraw our troops and return first. Although Konoha's current vanguard force has been crippled by us, they will definitely not give up in the future. Besides, I'm a little worried that the Sand Ninjas won't be honest. We have to go back and be careful against them. Hanzo's mind is very clear and he knows what he needs to do most at the moment. He didn't think that this time, he would just cripple and conquer Konoha. On the contrary, this time Konoha was plotted and the losses were so huge, they would definitely not let it go in the future. A more intense war is still waiting for them. Rain Shinobi Village wants to surpass Konoha and become the 6th largest shinobi village. It's not that easy. Rain Shinobi next to him was a little shocked and said, Sand ninjas? How could that be? Aren't they our allies? Allies. Haha. After hearing this, Hanzo sneered and said, this is just your illusion. These great ninja villages have never looked down on us Rain Shinobi, how can they really become our allies? The previous alliance was just to plot against Konoha. If you really regard them as allies, you won't be far away from being sold by them. Don't be so naive. Boy, these great ninja villages can never be our allies, they will only be our enemies, nothing more. The current alliance is just for the greater benefit. In the future, it is only a matter of time before Rain Shinobi goes to war with Sand Ninja. In these troubled times, innocence is the most important thing. This Rain Shinobi Jonin listened and fell into deep thought. Okay, send me the order. Withdraw the troops. Prepare for war. Yes. In an open space somewhere more than 100 kilometers away from the cave. Brush. Qianzan suddenly appeared here with more than 20 people. Qianzan, you are back. Sister Tsunade, Uncle Jiraiya, you are all here. And these people. Kushina breathed a sigh of relief when she saw everyone appearing, and then stepped forward to greet them enthusiastically. Teacher. Minato also ran to say hello to Jiraiya. At the same time, he looked at the wounded lying on the ground with some confusion and solemnity. It's Minato. Haha, I finally survived the catastrophe this time and got out of trouble. What a blessing. What a blessing. Qianzan, thank you. I owe you a life. Jiraiya waved happily in response to Minato, and then happily thanked Qianzan. Me too. After hearing this, Orochimaru also looked at Qianzan meaningfully, and said, in the future, we can have more contact, I am very interested in you. He felt that Qianzan's body was full of fog and very mysterious. Perhaps, it was far from being as simple as he knew. This aroused his great interest. He was somewhat familiar with the surrounding environment and knew that this was the border of the country of fire and not far from the country of rain. And it was at least 100 kilometers away from the cave they were in before. However, Qianzan teleported here with more than 20 people, looking relaxed and completely unmoved. No burden at all. Orochimaru knows that this is obviously far from Qianzan's limit. No wonder this guy had a plan to deal with Hanzo before, his strength is not simple. Orochimaru thought to himself, okay, it just so happens that I also want to ask you something, Uncle Snake. Qianzan listened and responded with a smile. Hashirama cells and other things have to be traded from Orochimaru. See if you can get Hashirama sage body and wood style. Otherwise, you can only develop wood style yourself. With his ever-increasing vitality, it's not impossible. Just want time. After all, seriously speaking, wood style is actually water, earth, and yang, and the blood of the three attributes is eliminated. Creation and development are still very difficult. Oh, Orochimaru was a little surprised when he heard Qianzan's answer. Obviously he didn't expect Qianzan to be interested in him. He immediately narrowed his eyes and smiled. This relationship is good, I'll wait and see. Hey. Tsunade on the side couldn't listen anymore. He glared at Orochimaru, then looked at Qianzan and warned, you kid, don't have any contact with Orochimaru. This guy is a pervert, so don't imitate him. Orochimaru's face darkened slightly after hearing this. You are slandering. Haha, I understand. I am sensible. Qianzan smiled knowingly, then took off the scroll on his back and handed it to Tsunade. Now is not the time to talk about this. There are a lot of herbs and some medical equipment I brought here. Tsunade. Sister Sho, let's prepare the appropriate interpretation medicine first and save these poisoned people. I don't think they can last much longer. With that said, he unfolded the seal scroll, lifted part of the seal, took out some instruments and herbs, and started to work. Good. Tsunade nodded and quickly stepped forward to intervene. The two of them started to cooperate with each other in a tacit understanding to extract the toxins from the poisoned person's body and then quickly analyze them. This step is normally the most difficult and time-consuming. But because of his inheritance of alchemy and master-level medical skills, Qianzan has an extremely efficient analytical method for this. It only took a few minutes to complete the decryption of the two toxins. Then, working with Tsunade, more than 10 bottles of antidote were quickly prepared. To the poisoned person, feed. As Jiao Jiao. Soon, the colorful faces of these people quickly faded away, and the toxins in their bodies were also released. The next step is to treat the injuries. Fortunately, they are not serious. While talking, Yuzan began to use healing jutsu to treat the wounded. Tisk tisk. This medical skill really surpasses yours. Tsunade. Orochimaru looked at Qianzan with admiration and teased Tsunade. He had heard from the village before that Qianzan's medical skills were already better than those of Tsunade. But Orochimaru had scoffed at this before, thinking it was impossible. He knew how difficult and time-consuming it was to learn medical skills and medical ninjutsu. In his opinion, no matter how talented Qianzan is, it is impossible to surpass Tsunade in medical skills in just a few years. However, now that this fact was before his eyes, he couldn't help but not believe it. For a moment, he looked at Qianzan even more eagerly. I really want to dissect this little guy and see what the secret is. Orochimaru licked his tongue and thought to himself. Hey, Uncle Snake, calm down your eyes and malice. I can feel it. While Qianzan was treating people, he squinted at Orochimaru and warned. This idiot, you see that I am too good and you are targeting me. But Yuzan was not afraid at all. Because he has passed the period of weakness and has enough ability to protect himself. Even Orochimaru is no threat to him. It's just a bit disgusting. If a woman coveted his body, he would be a little happy. But if a man, especially a pervert scientist, forget it. Oh, Orochimaru listened and frowned slightly. Forget about Kaizen, your perception ability is also very good. I'm presumptuous, please don't mind. I just admire you and know you better now. Qianzan couldn't help but rolled his eyes after hearing this. I believe you as a ghost. More than half an hour later. Phew, it's finally done. After treating the last wounded person, Qianzan breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, stood up, and moved his hands and feet. Thank you, Lord Qianzan. I owe you my life. Me too. Master Qianzan is so awesome. A group of people realized that they were almost good, and they all expressed gratitude to Qianzan. No need to be so polite. You were injured fighting for the village. You are the heroes of the village. It is my duty to treat you. Qianzan smiled and waved his hand, acting very humble and kind. For a time, these people became more grateful and admired him. So, with that said, Qianzan looked at Tsunade and others and asked, what should we do next? Go directly to Konoha's frontline camp. Ah, by the way, does the frontline camp still exist? When Tsunade and others heard this, a look of embarrassment flashed across their faces. Tsunade shook his head and said, we don't know this either. During the defeat a few days ago, we were separated from the main force. We don't even know the situation of the main force at the moment. Qianzan, can you sense their locations through the coordinates on Tiamu and the others and take us there directly? This is the simplest way. Can. Qianzan nodded affirmatively. This is very simple. Shall we set off now? Arriving there earlier would help determine the situation of Uncle Tiamu and the others earlier. It's better to take me to explore the situation first, and then decide whether to take everyone there. After all, we are not sure about the current situation there. What if there is danger? Tsunade frowned and refused, and suggested instead. That's true. Let's do it then. Qianzan nodded clearly and agreed with Tsunade's opinion. After that, the remaining herbs and instruments were resealed and put away, and handed over to Kushina and Minato for safekeeping. We'll go back as soon as we go. With that said, he came to Tsunade's side, thought for a moment, raised his hand and touched the Schwanzi mark on Tsunade's neck, and input a stream of chakra and spiritual power into it to replenish the previously consumed shadow clone. Then, he put his hand on Tsunade's shoulder and said, swipe. And disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in a battlefield dozens of kilometers away. Kill. Seeing the sudden appearance of Tsunade and Qianzan, the several sand ninjas who were surrounding Uncle Ironwood were startled for a moment. After seeing clearly the forehead protectors on the foreheads of Tsunade and Qianzan, and confirming their identities, he immediately took action against Zan and Tsunade without hesitation. Strange power impact fist. Without thinking, Tsunade punched out. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying shock wave swept across the attacks of the 160 sand ninjas, and the incoming ninjutsu defeated them. At the same time, the shock wave bombarded them. He directly knocked them away like rags. The 2 people in the core area died immediately, and the rest, even if they were only attacked by Yu Bofei, were injured and vomited blood and flew out. Huh. When Qianzan saw this move, he raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Sister Tsunade, you have actually achieved transformation, and even merged your strength with chakra to create this kind of impact punch. Hee. Yes, I'm awesome, right? Tsunade smiled proudly and punched out again, sending the enemy on the other side flying away. He raised his fist proudly and showed off. This is her achievement in the past few months. It took her a lot of thought and energy to succeed. In fact, I no longer have the majesty of a teacher in front of Qianzan. In fact, I still owe Qianzan a lot. This hit her hard. Now, I can finally regain a little bit of the teacher's dignity. Really good. Qianzan gave Tsunade a thumbs up. Kill them. At this time, another group of murderers who observed the changes here came to kill here. Qianzan also punched out. Boom. A terrifying shock wave directly blasted these people away. The chests of the 2 leaders were shattered and they died directly. After doing this, Qianzan turned to look at the stunned Tsunade, raised his eyebrows and said, Is that so? It's really useful. Keep in touch more in the future. Tsunade, what is this? You have worked hard to study the trick for several months, but you learned it in an instant. This world is so unfair. I asked, did I disturb you? Also, why did you come here suddenly? At this time, a familiar voice came from the side. Qianzan and Tsunade both looked over and saw Uncle Timu's speechless expression. Hey, it's nothing. Qianzan immediately rubbed the back of his head and smiled, looked at Tiamu up and down, and asked, What's the situation here, Uncle Tiamu? Are you being besieged by the sand ninjas? At the same time, he also sensed that the remaining 4 Jonin from the Senju clan were also nearby, and none of them suffered any serious injuries. As he spoke, Qianzan had already opened Kagura's inner eye, instantly seeing clearly the situation within a radius of more than 20 kilometers. He suddenly frowned. The situation is not good. Why are there so few people left? It's not even 500, right? There are more than 3,000 enemies. What's going on? The situation was far worse than he expected. Why? After hearing this, Tiamu sighed and said, That's it. You guessed it right, we were ambushed by the sand ninjas again. Their poison is too powerful, their number is several times ours, and with the puppetry, we suffered a huge loss in a short time. Now is not the time to talk about this, let's help us get out of trouble first. At this time, Xiaomao sensed the familiar and huge chakra aura of Qianzan and Tsunade, glanced at it distractedly, and suddenly felt happy in his heart. Qianzan and Tsunade are here. Great. Now, we are saved. Haha, how dare you get distracted while fighting with me? White Fang, are you a little too arrogant? Die. Magnet-style sand iron barrier. The 3rd Kage noticed Tsukumo's distracted actions, and immediately smiled coldly, seizing the opportunity, and gathered countless sand and iron spears to attack Tsukumo. Ninja swordsmanship. Sky-splitting continuous slash. Tsukumo quickly waved the White Fang in his hand without any panic, slashing dozens of swords in an instant, cutting off the incoming sand iron spear. Then, he dodged and rushed out of the sand iron barrier at an extremely fast speed. Continue to fight with the 3rd Kage. That's Tsunade, Qianzan brat. They're actually here. That's great. Danzo and others also noticed Qianzan at this time, and their hearts were filled with excitement. Even Danzo is no exception. It's really too dangerous this time. It would be great to have reinforcements, and nothing else can be taken into consideration. In Danzo's opinion, it would be nice to lose less troops at this time. It can also alleviate some of his guilt. Otherwise, the follow-up may be difficult to explain. Even if he is thick-skinned and has the support of 3rd generation and others, he is not worried that he will be punished too seriously. Of course, he couldn't swallow this breath and wanted to save some situation and face. This time, it was really a slap in the face. His old face was already swollen. Hanzo, Sand Ninja, just wait for me, I will definitely come back with revenge. Danzo thought angrily in his heart while killing the enemy. Qianzan took their side. Sister Tsunade, please protect Uncle Temu while I go pick up the rest of the people. Qianzan said something to Tsunade. After seeing Tsunade nod, Qianzan disappeared from the battlefield again with a brush. What happened? Why did the kid Qianzan leave? Did he run away? Shouldn't he? Danzo and others noticed this immediately, before they could get angry or have other reactions. Bu. After a few breaths, Qianzan appeared on the battlefield again with dozens of people. This is Orochimaru. Jiraiya. Great. Reinforcements are coming. Companions. Kill. We can win. When Danzo and the others saw it, they immediately felt like they were getting blood, and they started to fight back excitedly. Although not many people came, the three of Tsunade alone had high-end combat power. If you grasp it well, you may not be unable to save the situation. Summoning technique. Kill. The next moment, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru summoned summoning beasts one after another. Then, with 3 huge summoning beasts, they violently attacked those sand ninjas. For a moment, the sand ninja were caught off guard, and their losses were rapidly expanding. What's going on? Why did the 3 Tsunade people suddenly appear? This is the Flying Thunder God technique of second Hokage Senju Tobirama. How is it possible? When did someone master this technique appear in Konoha again? Stop them. The sand ninja was not blind, so he naturally noticed these anomalies. He was startled at first, and then cursed loudly. Quickly mobilize strong men to intercept Tsunade and others. Let's take action too. Be careful. Qianzan said something to Minato and Kushina. Good. Kushina and Minato immediately rushed out, used their signature ninjutsu, and began to hunt down the sand ninjas, while also rescuing those Konoha shinobi who were at a disadvantage or even in danger. Ninpo. Sage Mode. Sage Art Lightning Style Thunderstorm. Qianzan clapped his hands and entered Sage Mode directly. He raised one hand to the sky, and a bolt of lightning shot up from his hand and disappeared directly into the thick dark clouds in the sky. Boom! The already dark and rolling clouds suddenly became more turbulent and became dazzling with lightning. For several kilometers nearby, the sky became more oppressive and uncomfortable. This is, quick, interrupt that kid's ninjutsu. Don't let him succeed. Chio, Third Cage and others noticed the terrifying changes in the clouds, and sensed the increasingly terrifying thunder gathering in them. Their expressions suddenly changed, and they roared. Then, he wanted to leave his opponent behind and fight his way towards Qianzan. At this time, they only had one thought in their minds: absolutely. This kid must not be allowed to successfully perform this technique. Where to go? Your opponent is me. Haha. When Tsukumo saw this, how could he let him succeed? He immediately laughed loudly, stopped Third Cage directly, and started fighting with Third Cage again. For a moment, the two of them were in a deadlock again. No matter how anxious and fearful Third Cage was, it didn't help. There was no way he could get rid of Tsukumo. On Chio's side, his way was also blocked by hands. Haha, Chio, your opponent is me. We should settle the accounts last time. Just let me tear down your wood. Tsunade smiled ferociously and waved his fists at Chio's puppets. No matter what kind of attack Chio controls the puppet. After hitting him, all of them were sent flying by Tsunade's punch. She couldn't do this before. But since she learned Xingyi Quan, broke through the energy, and integrated the powerful attack into the strange power technique, she has completely transformed. It is no longer a complete close quarters combat, but relies on shockwaves to master mid-range combat methods. Chio's poisonous needles and puppet mechanisms were unable to get even close to her body. A few meters away, it was blown away by the shockwave and even shattered. However, Tsunade's hard power at this time was much greater than Chio's, and for a while, Chio was completely at a disadvantage. If Ebizo hadn't abandoned Orochimaru and ran to support him when the situation was bad, and the two siblings had joined forces to fight against Orochimaru and Tsunade, Chio would have been shocked and defeated. Even so, because he was careless and didn't understand the changes in Tsunade's methods, two powerful puppets were blasted to pieces by Tsunade. What a heartache for Chio. It takes several months to make one of these top-notch puppets, and the key is that it requires no less than millions of dollars. Where are the puppets that were smashed to pieces? It's obviously her money. At this time, other sand ninjas sensed something was wrong and rushed towards Qianzan, trying to stop Qianzan. But they were all blocked by Jiraiya, Minato, Kushina and the Konoha shinobi who were brought over. At this time, Guoxuan's technique has also entered the completion stage. Roar! The next moment, countless thunder and lightning as thick as arms fell from the dark clouds. Zetsu! Ah! No! Run away! For a time, countless sand ninjas were attacked by precise lightning strikes. The weaker ones were directly electrocuted into coke and died violently. Even Chunin was paralyzed by the blow, temporarily losing his ability to move and resist. Naturally, the surviving ninjas of Konoha would not miss this excellent opportunity, and they took action excitedly, killing the enemies in front of them and even nearby without any hesitation. Only those Jonin have great strength and reflexes. They all used their own methods in time to avoid or block these lightning attacks. Of course, there are also a few unlucky Jonin who are responding to the opponent's attack and fail to remember to defend themselves, and are struck by lightning. Likewise, he fell into a brief state of torpor. Then, he was directly killed by his opponent, and his death was extremely painful. This wave alone killed more than 300 sand ninjas directly and indirectly. Most of them are genin. Genin accounts for 90%. Looking at Third Cage, they were stunned. Get out! Get out! Quick! Third Cage roared an order while responding to Tsukumo's extremely fast attack. If this continues, all the more than 3,000 sand ninja troops here will have to be transferred here. After Chiyo and others heard the order, they resisted the attack of Tsunade and others, shouted orders, and began to retreat. However, Qianzan's attacks have not stopped yet. Boom boom boom. I saw countless electricity falling continuously. Locked on each sand ninja and blasted them. A large number of sand ninjas were killed directly or indirectly every second. For a time, the sand ninja fled faster. The ninjas on Konoha's side discovered that Qianzan's attack did not fall on their own heads at all, so they naturally became more and more courageous in fighting, and frantically chased and killed the fleeing enemies. It seems that he will not stop until he kills them all. It's been really frustrating these days. It is not easy to reverse the situation now. How can we let the enemy escape so easily? Every extra kill is earned. Tisk tisk. I can only say that the climate and environment of the Kingdom of Rain are so suitable for this technique. Not only has the consumption been reduced by more than 10 times, but the durability has also been increased by more than 10 times. It just consumes a lot of mental energy and chakra. Qianzan muttered while maintaining this technique. This lightning-style thunder cloud storm was naturally created by him while studying the Chidori series of ninjutsu in the past month or so. Inspired by Uchiha Sasuke's lightning-style Kirin and some lightning moves in the novel. However, lightning-style Kirin is a $level lightning style with high attack and deflection for single targets. And Qianzan's attack is a super large-scale attack. Of course, this time it was so powerful and lethal, and its range even covered a kilometer in radius. That's because Qianzan is in Sage mode at this time, and he uses the ninjutsu chakra to perform this ninjutsu. Otherwise, the ordinary lightning-style thunderstorm is far from that strong. Even in the land of rain, the range of the technique is estimated to be no more than 500 meters, and its power cannot instantly cause genin or severely damage chunin, threat to paralyze jonin. Otherwise, with this move alone, Qianzan would be invincible against thousands of troops. 1 minute later, phew, I can't hold it anymore. Qianzan felt that chakra had almost bottomed out and his mental power had been consumed by 90%, so he had to terminate the technique and put down his arm. With a thought in my mind, I took out a restoration pill from the small world, and swallowed a practice chi pill. Then, he multitasked, silently operating the yin-yang chi refining technique and the Z-mansion divine refining technique, and began to absorb natural energy and elixirs to quickly restore mental and spiritual power. It's stopped. It's finally stopped. Great. At this time, the sand ninja who was running away frantically also discovered that the technique had been terminated. He was immediately ecstatic and full of a sense of survival after a disaster. The enemy chakra is exhausted. What to do now? Fight back or continue to escape? Kill him. Kill that brat, to avoid future troubles. Otherwise, he will become a big trouble in the future. Kill them. Look around. How many people have we lost in this wave? At least 1,000 people. There are only more than 1,000 people left, so how can we fight? Aren't there still close to 2,000 people? The enemy only has more than 500 people. Our strength is 4 times theirs. The advantage is still in our hands. Why can't we fight back? The sand ninja were divided for a while. Some of the sand ninjas were frightened and continued to run away randomly. The rest, some of them stopped in place, hesitating, and turned their attention to third cage and others, waiting for their decision. In the last part, they directly started to counterattack and killed Yi's ninja again. Quite a few of them reconnected and rushed towards Qianzan. That crazy energy, as if he vowed not to give up until he died. How can I let you succeed? Kill. On the Konoha side, seeing this situation, they all took action to stop and kill Qianzan, preventing them from disturbing Qianzan. Kill. Kill them all. You must kill that kid. This kind of evildoer must not survive in the world. When third cage, Chio and others saw it, they all roared with orders. It can be seen that the hatred and murderous intention towards Qianzan in their hearts have reached their peak at this time. Qianzan has now become the number 1 player on their must-kill list. Even if the third Hokage was placed in front of them, they would choose to kill Qianzan first. It hurts. That move just now was too painful. More than 1,000 ninja troops were lost. What a terrifying number is this? Even if it were a full-scale war, it might not be possible to lose so many people. Although, 90% of them are genin, and 80% to 90% of genin are genin. But it was enough to make Chio and the others so heartbroken that they couldn't breathe. This brat, when did you create such a terrifying lightning style? Also, the previous state, that chakra, that facial makeup eye shadow, the pattern is clearly the sage mode of first generation. Could it be that this kid has mastered the magic without saying a word? Danzo was also shocked at this time and thought in confusion. The look he looked at Qianzan became even more complicated. There is appreciation, but also a strong murderous intention. We can't keep this brat anymore. We have to find a way to find an opportunity to kill him. Hiruzen, I told you back then that you couldn't raise tigers, but you just didn't listen. Are you okay now? This kid has grown up to this point quietly. If it can't be removed in time, we will all be in danger. Danzo thought angrily in his heart. Everything is his fault, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Danzo's appreciation for Qianzan was completely wiped out, leaving only a strong murderous intention. Obviously, this situation has far exceeded his expectations. Qianzan, who was quietly recovering from his cultivation, sensed this particularly strong killing intent. He frowned slightly and glanced in the direction of the perception. Danzo. He immediately saw Danzo's eyes full of murderous intent, and his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. This killing intent is even higher than that of all the sand ninjas. This old guy, can't you bear it anymore? Unfortunately, it's too late. I have grown up and am ready to fight you. Thinking of this, Qianzan's lips curled up slightly, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and then he ignored Danzo and withdrew his gaze, turning his gaze to the sandy areas that were constantly charging towards him. Because of the elixir, in just a short time, his spiritual power and mental power were restored to 50%. True shadow clone technique. The next moment, Qianzan thought directly, separated a shadow clone, and handed over 90% of the more than 100 flying thunder god daggers he had accumulated to the number 1 shadow clone and said, "Go. Take good care of them. Let them understand that even if I don't have much chakra anymore, it's not something cats and dogs like them can handle." Haha, got it. After hearing this, number 1 grinned, took the ninja bag, and disappeared in place with a whoosh. In a few breaths, he had already rushed hundreds of meters. The goddess scatters flowers. The next moment, number 1 used a special technique to throw hundreds of flying thunder god daggers into the enemy crowd on the battlefield in front of him in more than 10 seconds without interruption. Although number 1 used skill in throwing, he only managed to kill several sand ninja genin and injured a few chunin, without achieving any significant results. This is normal. Throwing kunai rarely kills the enemy. This is a pretty good result. Haha, what is this? A desperate struggle. You actually separated the shadow clone. Is this without any means? Charge. Kill him. Many sand ninjas couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. On the contrary, Chio and Ebizo saw those flying thunder god daggers from a distance, noticed the special sealing techniques on them, and thought in their hearts, I have a bad guess. Combined with Qianzhan's teleportation, they suddenly woke up. The two of them rushed towards the area where the Flying Thunder God daggers were, and at the same time roared at the sand ninja over there, "Escape from that area. That's the Flying Thunder God Kanai." Tisk tisk. When number one saw it, the corner of his mouth suddenly curled up slightly. "Did you find it?" "Unfortunately, it's already too late. I saw that at this time, number one was holding a Flying Thunder God dagger in both hands, with chakra and sword intent infused. The edges of both daggers extended with sharp sword intent and wind-style nature transformation. Mango. Flying Thunder God continuous slashes. The next moment, number one disappeared in place. Swish, swish, swish. The whole person turned into a stream of silver light, flashing between hundreds of Flying Thunder God daggers in a few breaths. There are hundreds of sand ninjas in this area, whether they are genin, chunin or jonin. Number one wiped their necks with a dagger in an instant, and they had no time to react. These ninjas, finally, when such an idea came to their minds, they all fell to the ground and died, with blood flowing from their necks to the floor. Many ninjas' entire heads rolled directly to the ground. At this time, number one paused for a moment, looked at his masterpiece over there, looked down at the Flying Thunder God dagger in his hand, slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Sure enough, the sword intention and wind-style chakra nature transformation formed the sharpness as unmatchable. Come again." Immediately, Qianzhan dodged again and collected all the Flying Thunder God daggers thrown before. Swish, swish, swish. Then, it was thrown towards another sand ninja area again. The whole person turned into a silver flash of light again, constantly flashing on the battlefield, quickly harvesting the enemy's life. Ninpo Technique 3 Treasures Absorb. After Qianzhan massacred more than 100 sand ninjas again, Chio finally abandoned Tsunade and came towards No. 1. He used the powerful suction force of the puppet to suck in many of Qianzhan's Flying Thunder God daggers and force them to block the battle rhythm of Qianzhan number 1 Shadow Clone. Secret Technique. Chikamatsu 10 people. 300 billion lion seals. The next moment, a large number of muzzles emerged from the puppet, and countless golden light cannons sprayed out from them, attacking in that direction. Number one had to stop the killing and teleported back to his side. "Chio, where to run? Your opponent is me." At this time, Tsunade chased after him and punched Chio. Chio had time to adjust the two puppets to form a light shield to block Tsunade's impact punch for a moment. The next moment, the light shield shattered. One of the two puppets was directly hit in the front by Tsunade's strange impact punch, and was instantly shattered. A look of pain flashed through Chio's eyes. While using various mechanisms to hinder Tsunade's attack, he ordered, "Retreat. Retreat immediately. This battle is unwinnable. I originally thought that the lightning style brat had exhausted all his chakra, and the previous lightning style was already his strongest method. Turns out, they were all wrong. That little devil has more chakra. No need to use the main body, just separate a shadow clone and use the Flying Thunder God technique to kill more than 200 of their ninjas in just a minute or two. This is no different than killing a chicken. What Genin Chunin Jonin, with his extreme speed and terrifying cutting ability, is all meaningless. Can only wait to die. We can't continue like this, otherwise, it's not impossible to give Qianzhan some time to kill all the remaining 1,000 sand ninjas." Quote. After hearing this, many sand ninjas were stunned and hesitated. The next moment, Third Cage's command sounded throughout the battlefield, "Listen to Elder Chio. Withdraw, I'll give you cover." With that said, Third Cage did not bother to fight with Tsukumo, and began to use magnet style with all his strength to rush towards Yuzan, trying to use magnet style to influence and control Qianzhan's Flying Thunder God dagger, causing his. The law cannot be cast. Even Tsukumo's attacks were just a passive response and he no longer continued to fight back. With his sand iron barrier turtle shell, even if Tsukumo's slashing attack was extremely powerful, he really couldn't stop the Third Cage for a while. He could only break away from the battle in advance and come to Qianzhan. While looking at the Third Cage in the distance, he said to Qianzhan, "Boy, you did a great job this time. We all owe you a life. You can turn the battlefield around by yourself. How is it? How is Chakra's recovery? Are you confident in facing the Third Cage?" When his students become successful, he, as a teacher, feels more proud. "It's okay. I took the secret medicine and I have recovered 70%. Give me a little more time and I will fully recover. As for third cage, there is indeed some trouble. His magnet style is quite capable of defeating Flying Thunder God's tactics. However, it doesn't have much impact. My trump card has never been the Flying Thunder God. Teacher, you know this. Qianzan chuckled at Kaido. Yeah, that's good. Let's join forces. Let's see if we can keep the third cage for good. Tsukumo nodded with satisfaction and stared at the flying third cage with burning eyes. Some are eager to give it a try. It is unrealistic for him to keep third cage by himself. But if Qianzan is added, it may not be impossible. This kid had already given him a huge surprise today. Then try it. After hearing this, Qianzan took the remaining Flying Thunder God dagger from number 1, holding one in each hand, stopped recovering, and fought side by side with Tsukumo, looking at each other. Brush. The next moment, the two of them rushed towards the third cage and fought with it. At this time, the Sand Ninjas, under the cover and leadership of Chio, Ebizo and a group of Jonin, began to evacuate quickly. Although Konoha wanted to keep them, they had too few ninjutsu. Moreover, by this point in the battle, the remaining Konoha shinobi were basically all seriously injured, and the chakra had been almost consumed. There was not much left to pursue, and they could only watch the enemy escape. What a pity. If there were more of us, and everyone's condition could be better, maybe we could completely keep these sand ninjas here. Boy, don't think too much. It's just as good as it is now. Yes, thanks to Mr. Qianzan who brought people to help and used 2 such terrifying ninjutsu, which took away the lives of more than 1,000 enemies. Otherwise, it is not certain who will lose and who will win. Long live Lord Qianzan. So, is that little hero named Qianzan? Why haven't I heard of him? You are so ignorant, aren't you? This is a super genius who graduated from a ninja school in recent years. He is also Tsunade-sama's disciple. His current teacher is Tsukumo-sama, who is very famous in Konoha. Okay. Ah ha ha. It seems that I am ignorant and don't pay attention to it on weekdays. However, it is indeed super powerful. A group of Konoha shinobi survivors were talking excitedly at this time. Full of curiosity and admiration for Qianzan who is fighting with third cage over there. Mukchiang is a common problem for most people. Now, Qianzan is undoubtedly the absolute strongest player in the hearts of almost all Konoha shinobi fans present. This kid, not only has he mastered the magic of magic, but he can also perform the lightning style to that extent. Has he even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique to this extent? Even if the teacher is reborn, it's nothing more than this, right? The key point is, this kid can even compete with the third cage in close combat. How should we deal with it? Danzo was watching Qianzan fighting with third cage from a distance at this time, and the hostility and murderous intention in his heart became more and more intense. But it also gave me an even bigger headache. Because such Qianzan is not easy to kill. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's all your fault. If you hadn't stopped me, if you hadn't allowed me, how could I have allowed this kid to grow up to this point in a few years without making any noise? Danzo even cursed third generation in his mind. It feels like the third generation is holding me back. Then, a cold light appeared in his eyes, and he secretly made up his mind, since I can't easily deal with you with combat power. Then I will use public opinion to force you, and use the people around you to target you. It will always expose your fatal flaw. When the time comes, it will be time to completely eliminate you, huh? Of course, these can only be planned later. At least he has to wait until the war situation here is completely reversed, allowing him to free up his hands and return to Konoha. On this front line, with Qianzan's strength and his prestige in the hearts of the surviving Konoha shinobi, he had no choice but to stop Qianzan. A few minutes later, withdraw. Seeing that the sand ninja had retreated some distance away, Orochimaru and others also began to move closer to him, preparing to surround and kill him. The third cage immediately opened up, and countless iron spears attacked Tsukumo, Qianzan, and even Tsunade, Jiraiya and others who were fighting with Chio, Ebizo and others. With a loud shout, he took these people flying high into the sky with sand iron, and evacuated towards the distance at high speed. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.